It's a new day, a new start for these new teams. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Battlegrounds Mobile India Series by Crafton, where I'm gonna be your host and caster Necro, John, and alongside with me on the panel, as usual, is Johnny. Johnny, welcome back, man. It's day 2 of the BGMI, and as we all know, new groups are gonna be playing in. That means new teams will be joining us in this journey.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why every single day of this BGIS is going to be extremely exciting. As you mentioned, every single day we will have new teams, new set of faces, and we all know how deadly the format has become. You have 3 games to make it into the top 8 and make it to the next stage of this tournament. If you fail to do that within the first 3 matches, bye-bye. We'll see you next time.
Exactly. 3 games, 3 opportunities, make it the best you want. And as we all know, yesterday as well, when we saw those teams play, there were definitely quite a lot of loopholes that could have been improved. Now, if you speak about those, one of the main things that I noticed is definitely utility utilization, Johnny. I feel like there's a lot to work on when it comes to for these teams, and they can definitely go and watch some better games of better teams, and they can definitely improve a lot much more in that aspect inside the game. But any other pointers you would like to add?
I think we'll talk about those when the matches are actually happening, because we will get to observe a lot of little details that separate the teams that we call the experienced team, the teams that we call the veterans of the BGMI scene in this country, versus the new upcomers who have gotten this very first opportunity for themselves, and in fact have earned this opportunity for themselves through the in-game qualifiers and have made it this far. We all know with experience you learn new things, you improve yourself, and I think for the is about gathering that experience in this BGIS and becoming better. And if they can manage to showcase that they have what it takes to compete at the next level, well, we are going to give them a little bit of a taste of what's waiting for them on the other side in terms of the prize pool.
Exactly, Johnny. The prize pool, it's quite massive. 2 crore rupees is on the line, from which the first place will be getting 75 lakhs all by himself, and then the second place will be getting 37 lakhs 50,000. That's a lot of money in total, Johnny, considering you are going if you are going to be able to place yourself in the top 3, that means it's going to be a date with destiny for you.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be a very nice date with destiny, as you mentioned. I mean, something everyone will be looking forward to. And as we talk about the prize pools for the teams, we also have to look at the prize money that's being handed out to the exceptional individuals that we come across in this BGIS, the MVP of the BGIS, the rising star, the MVP of the finals, and the best IGL. Quite a lot of big money being given out to these individuals as well, and I think that is something that the players can focus on once they actually make it to the finals, because it's not going to be easy getting there.
Exactly. It's definitely not going to be easy getting there, but we're just going to give you guys a hint how to get there. Looking at this point distribution. The first spot, of course, getting 15 points. The second one getting 12 placement points, and the third one getting 10, and it's going to keep on descending downwards, ladies and gentlemen, until if you're going to be able to place yourself in 13 to 16, then you're going to get none. That's where things get a little bit more tougher. But you know what, Johnny? We need to take a look at today's schedule and also the groups that are going to be playing today. Group 3 and Group 4. Group 3 will be playing 3 games, and Group 4 will be playing 3 games.
Yeah, we saw the team names a few moments ago, and I mean the lobbies again look stacked. Especially Group 3, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Gladiators will be bringing to the table. But along with them, also looking forward to the new players, the new teams that have actually managed to join this 16 of Group 3. Along with that, I mean, Group 4 is going to be following up, and we know the rules still remain the same. 16 teams in a lobby, only the top 8 will move forward and play in Week 3.
Exactly. Only the top 3, as you mentioned. But overall, from here, these groups, the top 8 will move on forward to the upcoming week and have a better chance for yourself in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like as we do have to match up the groups in front of us, these are going to be the playing teams, at least inside the Group 3 so far. You've got Revenant Esports, WSP Gaming. There are some known names over here, but my eyes are especially going to be on the dark horses.
Yeah, I mean, almost we have quite a lot of dark horses. That's what I wanted to say. I mean, because you look at this particular group, two of the most recognizable names for everyone are going to be Revenant and WSB Gaming. Teams we have seen in the past. Revenant Esports, definitely one of the most well-known organizations in the entire country, and WSB Gaming, they have been fielding quite an experienced lineup under their banner for a little while now. I mean, for the last few months at least, last few weeks at least. So that is also another team to look forward to in terms of the top contenders that we, if you will, as the teams you would expect to qualify to the next stage of the tournament. But let's not forget the new teams. While the experienced lads have a lot to lose in a lobby like this and matches like this, the newer teams, the newer players have a lot to gain. And whenever you are given that opportunity to earn that respect, earn that glory in just one go, no one's going to miss this opportunity. And I think because of that, this group is going to get a little bit more intense. Especially, you also mentioned this yesterday, you were talking about it throughout the day. If you have the advantage of basically spectating the other groups before you play your matches, that will give you a slight edge if you manage to notice the mistakes that the other teams are making. And I think if group 3, the teams, the 16 teams that are in particular, if they have done the homework yesterday, today, the matches are going to be super exciting and a little bit more intense.
Yeah, I mean, the matches are definitely going to be quite interesting. Considering that and taking that thing under notice, I feel like another thing we need to talk about is the known teams definitely over here, Johnny. And one of those is Revenant Esports.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Revenant Esports, they have been quite well known, and even the BGMI scene, they have established themselves as one of the teams that can contend to take the top spots away from the teams that usually do end up lifting the trophy, be it the teams like of Soul, be it the teams like of Godlike Global Esport. They have taken on these titans time and time again and proven and established themselves as one of the top contenders in every single tournament. This time around, though, the challenge is a little bit difficult, because if you place Revenant in a lobby where they know what the competition is like, where they know how the players play, and where they like to draw, basically where they have the opportunity to gather that information, they are good in that setting. But this is about playing well in uncharted territory, and I think that is what we'll get to see from Revenant, how quickly they adapt and how good are they in implementing these adaptations into their gameplay on the fly.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about on the fly, the adaptive natures of the team, we saw that yesterday as well, right? A lot of these teams are actually able to adapt on the fly. And you can say that's the main reason why we saw a lot of teams actually being able to position themselves in better spot for the victory. And I still remember that Sanhok game, the final game yesterday, actually. That's where we saw a lot of those implementations coming in.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as you mentioned before as well, there are those minute details, the decision-making differences between these teams like Revenant Esports, teams like WSB, teams like Newman Gaming that we saw yesterday, and compare them to the newer teams that we are witnessing yesterday. I think Signify was one of those names in terms of the newer teams and newer players who played exceptionally well. And I think that was one of the new teams that we did actually see implement what we have been talking about for years, about the fact that you have to balance your elimination points with your placement points in every single match. Try to make sure they are evened out as closely as possible, and you aren't really being over aggressive throughout the day, or just being extremely passive throughout the day, because playing with either playstyle or sticking to one completely means you are missing out on opportunity of securing extra points on the other side of the fence, and that can actually be detrimental to the overall rankings. We have seen teams who have taken the qualification spot because they were a little bit more balanced out compared to the team was completely either just going guns blazing, focusing on elimination numbers, racking those up, or teams that were just playing completely passive, hidden during the entirety of the games, and just playing completely for those placement points. So you have to make sure there's a balance. And I think a good average for these newer teams, just to make sure that, they will be in a decent fighting position once they move forward. It has to be, I think, somewhere, make sure you're getting 7 to 8, not even 7 to 8, like 5 to 6 elimination points every single game. If you manage to finish in the top 5 every single game, you're good to go. You will pretty much make it in the top 8. But still, that top 5 finish needs to happen. Those 5 eliminations need to happen every game for 3 matches back to back.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty well said, right? You need a, so basically what you can say is you need to be consistent when it comes to the elimination department as well, and overall in the placement point department too. So overall placement points, considering the points distribution, you're definitely going to get a lot of placement points for even placing inside top 5. I would say that's a win-win situation for you. You've got 3 games in total. If you still somehow manage to put yourself in either top 3 somehow, or even in top 5 in the future, that's always going to pay off. But there are some of those teams that actually do like to go aggressive as well. And yesterday we saw a lot of glimmers of that, right? And I still remember in Group 2, Johnny, we saw fights starting right off the bat, brewing up right off the bat, and then later on in the mid phase of the game, the action was just completely dulled down. And then in the later phase of the game, once again, the action erupted like it was nothing before. So these are the type of play styles so far that we've seen from at least Group 1 and Group 2, but I don't know what exactly to expect from Group 3, because once again, we've got so many dark horses, we've got so many new teams coming up, Johnny, and I feel like new teams, whenever they are there's always going to be that anonymous aura they're going to bring with them. And one thing that my eyes are definitely going to be on is drop clashes. Now, how to avoid drop clashes? I feel like a lot of these teams, a lot of these players would be sitting down and wondering, if there is a potential drop clash, how are we supposed to avoid it? Now, if you've already dropped down and you know that there's a team right next to you, then there's 50% chance of you coming out. But if you usually see a team moving forward to the city that you want to go to, either if the city is big enough for you to readjust and move on to another part of that city, then you're good to go. If that's not the case, get some vehicles and get out of there. Because if you want to make sure you want to place yourself in better placement points, then avoiding fights as early as possible has to be the way to go. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first map of the day starts right now. We're going to kick things off with Erangel.
Oh, it's going to be super exciting to witness, as we do have the plane in front of us right now. The trajectory of the plane starting from, I believe it's all the way from Savannah, and it's going to go straight to the military island, just dissecting the map into right from the center. And this means that Erangel might be a little bit more interesting right from the start, because these central flight paths usually do allow those teams to drop to their favorite drop locations. But you just mentioned the golden words, drop clashes. There is an opportunity for a lot of teams to actually try and approach those early drop clashes in one of those major cities if they want to do so. But again, this is all just speculation for now. Let us see if that actually happens, if the teams are going to be willing to take that early risk within the first few minutes of the game.
I mean, so far the planned flight path is heavily tilted on the right side, so if the teams do want to go to the left, Johnny, they're definitely going to have a lot of struggle. I'm especially talking about Ferropier, Primorsk, or any of those drop location. Even Gatka is going to be out of reach. So one thing is for sure, teams will need to find themselves a temporary drop location, get themselves secured with some vehicles, and then move on forward and try and do something. So far, we've got 7 habits on our screen. We also saw the maps feed a while ago, but there might be a little potential drop clash between TEAMZERO and Gen.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. We do have Neo 6. He has the Honey Badger and a shotgun in his hand. So this combo, this weapon combination does work out quite nicely for him. The only problem that he's going to have in this fight is the ammunition. He does not have a reload mag available on the Badger. He just have 21 rounds to work with. Along with that, I think the shotgun might have 5 in the chamber, 10 in the bank. Total of 15 bullets. Yeah, exactly. Finds a little bit of ammo, switches over to the Uzi instead of the shotgun. So he might just actually go for this. But oh my goodness, Team Psycho, I'm a little bit worried about them, Necro. They have dropped out in the open. They do have some weapons on them, but they're running out in the open to try and engage on another team that's a little bit further away from them. So this is a risky decision. I do not like this one bit. Run inside, man. Run inside, find some cover.
And that's what they're doing. But if you do take a look at the elimination feed, Johnny, there's already an elimination happening on the board. Definitely not a good news for that player who got eliminated. The team is going to be in a massive shock. And another player goes down. Okay, this is where now the bodies start floor, and this is where a lot of troubles are going to start to brew up for a lot of these teams. Dynamic so far, they're looking fantastic, but we also saw a while ago, we saw Genesis Esports on our screens. They had a potential drop clash with TEAMZERO officials, but now it seems like maybe they've got things sorted out, at least for a while. But soon enough, those guys are once again going to cross each other's eyes. Dynamic Esports, They haven't really found themselves a home. As I said, the plain flat path is definitely something that's going to force these teams out of their comfort zone, but soon enough, they will need to find that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are going to have to find yourself a comfortable spot. And yes, the Southern Circle will be making this game a little bit more interesting. I think as we were talking about the players from the side of Revenant Esports, them dropping close to the Novorepnoy Bridge and the zone completely shifting on the southern side, or in fact, the game starting from a southern zone is going to make at least the first 10 minutes of the game quite easy for them. But one team that I'm going to keep my eyes on has to be the squad of NDA Esports all the way in Severny. And since the flight path did start from Severny as well, that means they were the first people to touch their feet onto the land of Erangel, the first ones to start looting. And now I want to see what the rotation timing is going to be like. But look at this, we have the first bridge fight as top-notch Esports. Drago does manage to spot out the players from the side of Dynamic Esports, and the fight breaking out is not really working out in either of these teams' favor. Dynamic, one of the players was taken out, and they did manage to find a trade though, but Ranveer, he backs off instead.
Yeah, needs to back out from that situation. Knows he's sort of screwed because one of his teammates fallen down. It's Dhruv OG. Is crawling back for safety, but considering we've already got some bridge fights erupting, Johnny, this game I can already tell it's going to be such an interesting one. QUARK Esports was the one who was sort of holding the bridge lines, but now as Dynamic have taken things over, things are going to be looking a little nice for them. QUARK Esports, they should be taking their sweet little time and maybe also trying to avoid the fight against Dynamic, because they know if they do try to force things a little bit too much, there's a high chance they will also end up taking a lot of damage. Skulltz though, oh, they know that there is someone in this vicinity. That's why they're just scouting it out with vehicles. They haven't really gotten any confirmation just yet, but as soon as they do, that's where problems are going to start to brew up for this team. Skulltz still looking for that potential entry, still looking for that potential opening when it comes to that fragging department. They've only got one so far. And look at Team Psycho. These guys know if they're going to peek out even for a little bit, a little visual confirmation if they're going to get, things will be getting problematic, that's for sure. So Skulltz, for them, as long as they're going to keep on wasting their time over here, it's only going to affect them in the longer run. Whenever you're going to see a southern circle, you need to make sure that you are going to go to the southern side as quick as possible, because there's a high chance the bridge camping might be happening soon enough. And Skulltz still just scouting out the chargeable apartments. Arto is one of those players, is making sure if this area is clear, they can settle themselves right then and there, wait for a little bit more, get the loot situated up, and then they can hang out a little bit for a while. And once you've got the comfortable amount of loot, that's where maybe they'll try to go for some duels. But so far, we've got 7 Habit already crossed on over, so that's really good news for them, as now they've got their early landing, early footing on the island of military base. As I said, if you're going to be the late approachers, it's going to work against you, and you do not want to be the late approachers in this game. 7 Habit Charan is on the way, but have they spotted out the players of Dynamic? This is where the problems are going to start to brew up even more. Dynamic, they might just find themselves in a really bad situation, and that's what seems to happen. Dynamic not really in the best of the spots possible, but Churn's got no clue that there's even players on the left lines, and Dynamic, they're going to take full opportunity of that situation. 2 players down even from their side, and now they're just driving a buggy out in the open. This is where things are working against them. And when you've got no information, you should not be out in the open like that. And 7 Habits, they take the complete opportunity of that situation and wipe out Dynamic from the existence. Nicely done. Kratos, they've got the loot situated. 7 Habits. So let me tell you guys exactly where the mistakes happened. So first of all, when Dynamic was initially spotted, they should have known that, okay, even if I have spotted the first player, there's a high chance that there's going to be an entire team, because when you're going to be playing inside a pro lobby, there's definitely a possibility that every single player from the team is going to stick together. And that's where things sort of did not work out for Dynamic. And then they started taking solo fights, and that's where bodies started hitting the floor for them. And Dynamic, things did not work out. But look at Team DOZZ, they've got a really good spot for themselves. Already on the high ground, scouting all the lines out for themselves. They're going to get so much intel that's going to be vital in the future lines. So Teams DOZZ is looking comfortable as ever before. On the top, with all the information to ask for. They don't really have the best amount of loot, but something they can definitely work with in the late game phases, as long as they're not going to be burning through a lot of ammo and a lot of mates in the upcoming times. WSB in front of our screens. I've heard a lot about this team, and definitely expectations are going to be there as well. Shub is one of those, but unfortunately for WSB, they've lost out on one of their players early off. So that's something you can say that is going to add a little bit of more negative factor for WSB's playbook. Braum unfortunately could not make it. So now WSB will need to face all the situations, all the problems with only a 3-man squad. Braden is still in the clotheslines for them, and considering they've got this entire city for themselves and they still haven't really made their entry in the southern side in the military base, the longer they're going to take, the more problematic it's going to get, the more difficult it's going to get to breach through that military island. Braden.
Yeah, I mean, what's up? What's up, Necro? Good to hear you back. But Johnny had some troubles, but this is me. I mean, this game so far has been really exciting. But something which is very interesting to know, that once again we're getting to see those southern circles, and teams mostly rotating. Their rotations haven't really been cut off so far. So teams have done actually a little bit of research from last day, and they've done a good job in terms of not getting their rotations cut off in between.
I mean, you've also got teams already getting their hands on some boats now.
Yeah.
One thing that's for sure for Noah is that they're going to rotate all the way from down south of the military island and get control of the southern side. So for them, they're going to be completely secure over there. So NDA, they're going to be chilling for a long time. Everything's going to be completely fine for them, and they can keep on moving the way they want to. But on the other hand, you've still got so many teams that are looking to breach in the southern side, and this is where the problem's going to start brewing, Salty, because look, the bridges are not being capped just yet, but at least one of these teams, either Scam or either Genesis, will decide to camp either side of the bridges, and there's a chance any other team that's making a look at on the other side, on the southern side, problems will hit the floor as soon as that happens.
It certainly happens, right? I mean, bridge camping or gatekeeping, for that fact, is such a double-edged sword. It's a strategy which can hurt you either way as well, right? It can give you a lot of those free points in terms of getting those finishes. You might be able to land yourself on some team vibes as well, but the potential chance of you getting hurt as well in the process and not making it inside the circle is also going to be in the question. If the teams do tend to decide that they are going to play the edge of the circle game, you know, try and be at the edges, try and gatekeep every single team that is coming in from the northern hemisphere, I feel like it can be a good strategy, but it also kind of depends on how they proceed on doing it, because so far, have a look at this, Team ELF Esports, they are very close to the bridge, and they know that there is a potential chance that there might be a team in the vicinity, and they've spotted Team Genesis already. So it kind of depends on what do they decide to do. Do they let them pass by, or do they encounter right from the get-go?
That's a tough decision to make, man. A really tough one to make. But top-notch for them, they're in a top-notch position for now. They're in the military island. They're in the spot where they want to be. They've got a decent amount of buildings to play around with. A lot of breathing space, that's for sure. So top-notch, looking comfortable enough. But as I said, man, the more time you're going to buy in the initial phase of the game, the more tougher it's going to get to breach inside the southern side of the map. And this is where Genesis, once again, deciding to cap the entire bridge lines. And Elf might just step inside an entire trap that's being set by Genesis. But even Elf, they're quite smart with this one. They're still scouting out the entire sidelines with the buggy, making sure that they're not going to get surprised, making sure that they're not going to step inside an entire trap right off the bat. Even Jody himself is driving in some territories, but all they're doing is wasting a lot of time. Genesis, they're going to cross on over, or at least try to cross on over. There's a team all the way on the top, which is having a high ground. Now, they're, of course, going to get the information that there are some teams approaching them, and as soon as that happens, Genesis, problems will also start brewing up for them. But they've actually already left.
Look at the circle, Johnny.
Yeah.
Pardon me for that, Negro. Yeah, I mean, we've had some issues with that, but look at this damn circle. I mean, with 50% of it being underwater, I'm not even sure if this is a normal esports circle at this point. Every single team, they've occupied positions, and even for Team Genesis as well as Team Elf, who are way behind in the back line, still taking blue zone damage, this is going to be such a difficult task for them to try and make their way in. They're way too late because of the whole bridge camping scenario that we got to see, and now making their way inside and getting some sort of a position inside the circle is going to be extremely difficult. But I like what Team Elf did, right? They spotted Genesis in the backdrop, and they knew that, all right, they did not really cross the bridge, so let's just, you know, wait it out, or at least find a boat. Let's not cross the bridge and put the foot in the trap that Genesis set up for ourselves.
Oh, and look at this. As soon as a lot of teams start to move in, we also hear a lot of gunshots happening around. QUARK Esports too, chiming inside the action themselves, but unfortunately for Dynamic, they got eliminated a while ago, as we did see them get eliminated completely on the military island itself. But now for QUARK, they need to stop a lot of teams that are going to be coming in. Look at Skulltz too, straight up just challenging this fight. Man was trying to hide behind his buggy, but not anymore. Skulltz, they're going to be the breachers, straight up breaching through the bridge. They do not care about the world.
Oh my god, that was probably the funniest moment of this whole game so far. I mean, just running over your opposition with a vehicle. I love that already, but that man was hiding behind, under a buggy, but that didn't budge. But at least now Skulltz, they make their rotation and they need to make it quick, probably find some position. And in that very southern end of the circle, in the military base island, you don't really find a lot of compounds to work with. So it's going to be the terrain, it's going to be your vehicles that are going to be your only source of cover in the final third of the game itself. So for Skulltz, it's going to be a very difficult choice on how do they make that rotation. Do they go in from the extreme southern edge of the island, rotate all across in a semicircle, or do they make the shortest route and go straight in? Because that is going to invite a lot of gunshots. Like, I believe it's team number 13 who just passed by and invited some gunshots from Team Genesis, but so far there's been only one casualty.
That is true. And look at this, Genesis. Even they're mowing down the lawn in the front, just raining down death and destruction. Took down 2 players all by themselves. Genesis, that's a good showing for themselves, and that was actually NeonX. So even they get eliminated, and these type of circles really do make teams to adapt on the fly. They sort of force them to think in these type of situation, and whichever team is capable enough to not panic in these type of moments, there's a high chance they will also end up with a better positioning in the game. Look at Revenant Esports. So far, I'm loving the position that Revenant's got for themselves. They're on the edges, making sure, also taking a look at the water lines, and also they have the rocks cover for themselves. So that's a solid one. And now they're also making sure that they're going to be holding the edge lines of the zone, which is in their back.
Yeah, exactly, right? And this is what experience does to you. This is what the amount of composure that they have does to you, right? A lot of these underdog teams, they might panic when you get a circle like this. They are expecting normal circles, they're expecting default circles, and they have their preset rotations ready. But when something like this happens, you're really, supposed to be very creative about which position to take. And Revenant Esports, they have been in this situation elsewhere. Team Skulltz is on the offense, and Team Genesis have actually been cut by half. I believe one player is down on his knees, and the rest of them are going to flee the situation, which just might be the right decision right now. But Beast is shot an onslaught right now. This man is spraying down those bullets and trying to get every single opposition that comes under his sight lines. So far, I feel like the rest of Team Skulltz are trying to close in the gap. I don't think
look at the Molotov. Yeah, even the Molotov, the flames to get the elimination confirmed for them. And Skulltz, so far, they're doing such a great job. I'm loving the spirit that Skulltz is bringing so far inside the game. When you get to see a team like Skulltz, you always have your energy levels rising up, because that team does not care about the world. They are straight up the aggressors. If they want something, they're gonna get it. That's what they're doing so far. Genesis, though, they're in quite a massive world of trouble. The only thing that's saving them so far is that rock and also the smoke. But look at this fight that's happening. Elf! They're up against the team that is in the front, but even they're gonna drop them dead. Nicely done, Elf. They survived to see another day.
But the wall of death is approaching, Necro, and this means they need to move forward. And it's not going to be easy, because Team Revenant is right in front, and every single one of their players, just like you said, they are covering the back lines. rotation is going to be extremely difficult, but they might hear the engines firing up. Team Revenant, they're on the move right now, which might create some space for Team Elf to actually move forward. Look at this, the Team 440. They are being guarded by Team Coach, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it's some other team. But for Team 440, what do they do right now? Dropping into the water is like suicide, and moving past will just invite gunshots. More and more gunshots at this point.
440 volts. They finally peek out. Oh, Top Notch is going to eliminate them. Nicely done, Top Notch. 440, they lost their first man, and that might just be the opening that Top Notch really needed. Going for the confirmation, making sure the fallen player's not going to be back up, and Top Notch, they also get the confirmation done. Matrix, he got some bullets. This is where the third party could have just came in, but look at Commando, gonna spot one of the players in the water lines. Devil, oh, right now he's meeting his own devil in the name of Commando. 440 volts in a really bad spot, in a really precarious spot. They're sort of just stuck in this situation where it's next to impossible to get out of. In the water lines, you cannot even shoot back. This is where Top Notch, they get a really big advantage for themselves.
It's so weird because, especially in the southern island, the edges are extremely steep, so there is no way that you can actually climb up into the landmass. Again, Team Elf taking in some casualties right there. Revenant is already on the move and MJ is closing in. Look at the buggy slamming, and they mean business right now. Fierce taking in some sort of damage and actually gets knocked out. Good sort of cover fire from Gotham. But what are they going to do on the back of it? Will they revive their fallen comrade, or will they still go on the offense? Players are still being spotted. MJ gets knocked out. That was brilliant from Team Elf. Jordy still has the DBS online. Might get the knock. Apollo just surviving, and I feel that is it. Team Elf, they have been wiped off. Team Revenant did take a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, they still survived. They still live to fight another day.
Apollo, he was barely alive on a sliver of health, but now considering Team Revenant, they've got 2 players up and alive. They're probably going to get the resurrections up too, so that's good news for Revenant. It's not going to hurt them a lot. Top Notch as well, barely somehow surviving on the edges so far, but I love the repositioning from Revenant. They're having a little split for themselves where Sensei is all the way still down south near the edges. And at least when you're on the edges, you know that there's no way for you to get backstabbed. So the only lines you need to take care of is the side lines and also the front lines. Yeah. And that's where Sensei comes into play. So Sensei might just have a flank angle. Usually when you do see these type of splits, it's either 3-1 split or either 2-2 split. And that's what Revenant Esports is doing. They're having a 3-1 split for themselves.
Yeah. And the chance of a heal battle is also pretty high, right? Especially when you come and talk about Sensei. He is notorious when it comes to those heal battles. So there is always a chance, especially in these southern circles, especially in those weird circles, that, you know, he might have stocked up in those heal kits again. Just plays with
what?
That is not how you drive a damn buggy. But this is extremely interesting because this man and his confidence has just been brilliant so far. We've seen him being on the offense for probably a couple of minutes now, and he has not really taken a lot of damage. But this time, of course, being out in the open invites some sort of fire from Revenant. Of course, the kind of positioning that they have, the kind of higher ground and the covers that they have, they are obviously going to sort of dominate in terms of the amount of map control that they have.
Revenant Esports, all the 4 players back up on their feet. So Revenant, they're back up with their full firing squad. And now looking to take down the enemies that stand against them in their path to glory. As they've got their signature M416s, they're looking to mow down the lawns and take them down. They've also got quite a decent positioning. Now, when it's the late game situation, you never want to be the one to be in the center because you're always going to be the center of attraction. So Revenant Esports, they've got the game down to its prim. They're doing a fantastic job so far. With this split, they're also able to get some vital information because Sensei is the one delivering all of that. And look at the circle shift. It's going to shift right out in the open, in the center of all of this chaos that's happening. And 7 Habit, now they want a little bit of piece of TEAMZERO.
Exactly, the M4 spray through the little gap between the 10 and the brick. This is perfect for Drago as he sprays down TEAMZERO. a lot of casualties over there, but he still wants to secure those points for himself because that is going to be really important. You have to remember the primary objective that is going to secure the top 8 position in your group itself. And for 7 Habit, I noticed that they occupy this compound, the only compound in the southern island, in this vicinity of this region, and they held it for a pretty long time. But of course, the circle is going to test them now because it sort of slightly moved out of the compound itself, so they had to sacrifice it. But at the fag end, when the blue zone approaches, they need to let the other teams pass by and probably try and capture a couple of finishes in the process. But so far, their decision making has been right to hold their ground at least for a couple of seconds now. 2 more minutes still to go, but Fear gets knocked out in the open, and Dino just wants to confirm it. Peak has been blown up, but Necro, I think the finish is still not secured.
Yeah, Matrix knocking out one of the players from NDA. Of course, the elimination feed's now going to start a dance. It's tough to keep up with every single elimination that's hitting the floor, but the utility utilization from Revenant is on the mark. Perfectly done. The precision's there. And Revenant Esports, they've got the mechanics down to its brim. At least they've lost out on one of their players. Actually, 2 of them, Fierce and Sensei, not in the game anymore. 2 of the crucial players, which can add on so much to Revenant Esports' firepower, not in the game available anymore. And also for Revenant Esports to make it inside the circle, it's going to get even more tougher because they need to cross the road out in the open. Of course, yeah, you need to be a snake for now, and that's what 440 volts are doing. Every single player from 440 volts is actually proning down, and look at this, TEAMZERO official. They get officially eliminated from the game.
The Lamborghinis, that is not what they are meant for. They're supposed to be sports cars and not manhunting machines. But so far, Charan is turning it into one. The cover, of course, does have the cover of the drop, but it's not going to work. Speaking of Team 440, they've been really brilliant. I'm not really sure if you remember, but Team Top Notch Esports, they had that initial advantage when their position was not detected. But Team 440, they lost out on a couple of players, but still from the waters. And now in this position, they're still going strong. But Typhoon just got knocked out, and this is not good news. MJ again trying to recover his fallen comrade. Apollo might just get revived, and they still have that good back edge of the circle itself. It all kind of comes down to where this circle is going to shift and which team is going to have that advantage, because 7 Habit, they're still undercover.
I'm not gonna lie, for 7 Habit, it seems like they have been blessed by the BGMI gods, that's for sure. 7 Habits, all the things sort of working in their favor. And what is this? Straight up Ramses Weekle, and actually also takes down Devil Kratos. This man has got no fear. At the end of the day, he is the God Slayer himself, Kratos, and he shuts down one of the players from the 440 volts. And now 7 Habits, once again, as I said, it seems like this team has got the hand of the BGMI gods themselves onto them. And 7 Habits, this team is on an unstoppable elimination spree.
7 Habits here on a roll right now. It's like Mike Tyson dancing across the ring. Kratos, of course, has been spotted. Apollo trying to spray him down. The vehicle explodes, and that ensures the knock is confirmed. Drago still trying to go on the run, just trying to preserve himself. Of course, it's a very high-risk strategy to try and drive around in the final circle because you attract so much attention. Revenant Esports and 7 Habit, they just...
Oh my god.
Man left from Maverick.
What?
In the backlines. Maverick has been taken down. Tasting is in this same style. It's probably oh my god, most ending to a game I've ever seen. 7 Habit and Revenant Esports, but of course the chicken dinner. In the end, going to Revenant Esports Necro, I have no clue what happened in the final moment.
Yeah, it was just so chaotic, but in the end, Revenant Esports, the way they played, the thought process from them was incredible. When Revenant Esports, they had all the players up and alive on the field, they were looking really aggressive in the final moments, but as soon as they lost out on 2 of their key players, which was Fierce and Sensei, they sort of notched down their pace inside the game a little bit. They kept their heads tucked down, they started proning around, they used their smokes, they used their utilities for the cover, and then as soon as they spotted the players of 7 Habit out in the open, they took the opportunity, they took the right moment and strike him down single-handedly, one after the other, and Revenant Esports were also able to get the piece of that last player. So nicely done by Revenant Esports, well thought. And as I said, in these type of circles, whichever team is able to think freely and whichever team does not crack under the pressure will always have a big advantage. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the highlights brewing up as well, and I feel like in the highlights we're going to see a lot of those actions well enough.
Course, like this match was filled with adrenaline, and I feel like the circle sort of played a very major role. The map flight path was sort of default, right, cutting right across the center of the map itself, but when the circle shifts south, all these teams knew that they've got to move. And 7 Habit, right from the start of the game itself, they got this nice little compound for themselves. But look at this moment, right? The buggy tumbles, right? The vehicle just goes right across his body, and there's no way that man can survive. Of course, Skulltz and this specific player, Beast, I was really impressed with the amount of prowess and with the amount of courage he displayed, throughout the game itself, right? He was not afraid to shower these bullets in on any sort of opposition. He does not really mind if he's in cover or if he's in a good position, but he knows that aggression is probably the best form of defense.
I mean, and that's what something that worked out, right? For Revenant Esports, initially, aggression was the way to go. That's what they did. They played quite aggressively. We saw Sensei was separated from the rest of the pack. It was a 3-1 split for Revenant Esports. And to be honest, that 3-1 split was something that really helped Revenant Esports in general to secure the game, because look at the amount of vital information Sensei was able to convert to the rest 3 players that were on the opposite side. Then even Fierce was lost out, but then we saw Revenant Esports in their true potential. With the way they played, it seemed like they were just so brilliant adapting to the circumstances that were appearing right next to them. They kept their heads tucked down, used their utilities on the mark perfectly, and they made sure they will only strike at the last moment when they know that they will confirmed get some type of elimination points, and that's what they did. Look at over here. They knew 7 Habits is out in the open. This is their moment to strike. This is their opportunity to strike, and they sort of strike down 7 Habits. Now, the only main problem over here from 7 Habits was the tunnel vision on the team that was in front of them completely. They should not have tunnel vision on them so hard.
Exactly. And I feel like for Team Revenant as well, right, they were sort of prepared for the worst. They were prepared for every single situation that could have occurred, right? The 3-1 split that you talked about, it was probably the most important move of this entire game so far. You saw how split apart they were. Sensei being in the back lines, right at the edge, probably the safest space inside the circle. And he knew that his own job was to not engage in any fights. Probably he was aiming for a heal battle. Of course, information was also going to be there, but there was always a chance, especially in circles like these, where the rest of the pack might just not survive. There is enemies everywhere, especially with snakes being around. So in that opportunity, I feel like Sensei tried to secure those placement points. And the point that I'm trying to raise is that these experienced teams, they know how to handle circles like these, and they know how to handle situations like these where you know you have to secure the top 8. Yesterday, Necro, we saw that the average for qualification was right around the 24-22 mark, and that approximately means you need to get 8 points out of your game itself, which means you don't really need to go aggressive. Just get those placement points and you should be done good. And every single moment, that objective should be in your mind. Of course, everybody loves to dominate, but you know what? In words of a very experienced esports professional, I feel like he said that you won't be dominating every single lobby. Sometimes you've got to think with your brain, and these underdog teams should just learn that skill, and probably a lot of them would be able to qualify.
Exactly. I mean, it's all about the flow state, right? When you're inside the flow state, you will automatically start hitting all your shots that you want to. You will automatically start doing better inside the game in general. But it's not that easy to achieve that flow state in general, and that's when the time is to play with the team, and that's why BGMI is a team game in general. Now, one thing that I've noticed inside these lobbies, or especially from the new team, is that the surrounding awareness, it is lacking by a lot. Now, the only reason I personally feel like why 7 Habits was able to survive for such a late game scenario was because they had a house for themselves till the end. The circle kept on shifting on top of the house over and over again. I mean, yeah, once again, that was a good capitalization from 7 Habits. Nothing taken away from that. As soon as they got the comp and control, it seemed like 50% of the game was right in their hands, because they were right in the smack center of that circle too. So 7 Habits overall, good job in taking that compound. But then later on, you can say the BGMI gods were blessing them over and over again. But in the end, just because of that surrounding awareness awareness wasn't there, they were not able to capitalize on the victory itself. Now, you ask me, how do we get the surrounding awareness? I would personally say split is the way to go. I've seen a lot of games in the past, and the only way pro teams like to play is they like to split out one of the players, at least in the backlines, and make sure the player who is split out, he does not give his position away. He keeps himself anonymous, because if the players who is split out, if he shows himself up, if he fires any shots, he's done for. Because if he gets knocked out, there's no way for you to go back to him and get him back up.
Yep. Exactly, and of course, the split can be according to your preference. It can be a 3-1 split, it can be a 2-2 split if you want to even things out as well. But it sort of depends on how your team synergizes. And you know what? Talking about teams itself, I feel like Revenant Esports, they were just a better, well-rounded unit. 7 Habit, of course, they had the compound, they had better positioning, they had a lot of individual prowess. But it was this one player who kind of stood out from the rest of the team as well. It's 7 Habits Kratos, who had 5 finishes, who is named. And the fact that in the final circles, they were so clinical, they were so lethal in trying to, you know, just run around with the vehicle. The confidence is something which impressed me a lot, Necro. In spite of the fact that they kind of fell short to Revenant, they only fell short to like a proper tier 1 team who is one of the best in the country. So it's not something to kind of, you know, shrug off your shoulders. I feel like they did really well. And in the upcoming games, things really look bright.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And I would also like to give a lot of appreciation to Skulltz as well, because with the way this team played, it was absolutely phenomenal. They did not care who was standing against them. They would straight up go and challenge the fight. And that's what I like, the fearless approach inside the game. That sort of mindset's going to help you so much. And look at this from Skulltz. They've got 13 finishes and they've only got 1 single placement point, but they're still in the top 3 of the point standing. This in itself shows how much of a good firepower and what sort of a mentality Skulltz has inside the game.
Exactly, and you saw that approach right from the get-go itself, right? Initially, we were talking about what should be the approach of a particular team. Should they actually go for those placement points, or should they, you know, drop down and pull the trigger right from the get-go itself? I feel like Skulltz had a different approach, and I sort of respect that. You know, I sort of respect these underdog teams who have that aggressive nature in them. And if you have an aggressive nature, it's very difficult for you to sort of pull off and, you know, stick to something else, right? Stick to something which everybody else is doing, like playing for the placement points and everything. If you know how to shoot and if you know how to click the heads, just go and do it, but do it right and do it in a very calm and composed manner. I feel like Skulltz did that in every single point of the game. Of course, they could not really proceed in terms of like the placement points. They could have done a lot better, but with 13 finishes, I feel like that's such a confidence boost for them, because they know that they can wipe out almost like 1/4 of the lobby all by themselves.
That is true. I mean, NeonX too, there were now a lot of teams that got eliminated, unfortunately. For Dynamic, specifically, I would like to say, once again, lack of surrounding awareness. This is where the problem was caused for Dynamic. If they would have had someone looking around the shorelines, especially when you know that it's a southern circle, you always need to have someone who's looking at the shorelines if you're going to be deciding to take control of the compounds nearby, because shorelines is where you're going to be having a lot of those deadly sharks that are waiting for you to get taken down. And that's why you need to have some sort of surrounding awareness most of the times, man. And speaking about that, I mean, surrounding awareness is something I've really seen lacking in a lot of these teams.
Of course, right? Very great news, of course, for all you budding esports players out there. BGIS registrations are going to begin on 24th of July. Registrations are going to start on 24th of July. I repeat, right? So get your squad ready. Of course, you've been practicing for a while now, so go and register yourself for the biggest tournament of it all. I feel like there's not a bigger tournament than BGIS in the country so far, and I feel like this is the time where you can make a name for yourself, be that esports professional that you always dreamt of, and the opportunity is knocking on your doors. So just go and register yourself on 24th of July, and do make sure that you enter your details correctly. Don't be in a rush. There is no need to hurry. Make sure you enter your details correctly, every single detail. Read the instructions and do it correctly. That's all I have to say.
Exactly. I mean, as you heard Akash say, every single detail, you guys need to make sure you guys are filling it with pinpoint precision. And also, you will have a chance to represent yourself and your team on one of the biggest stages possible that Krafton has arranged for all of us. So yeah, a big thanks to Krafton for all of this thing that's going on right now. But once again, shifting my attention back to the previous game, because I still feel like there's a lot to talk about for a lot of those teams, right? And considering now, I mean, we are currently inside the group 3. Revenant Esports, of course, they shine through pretty nicely, but there are still a lot of those teams that I have big expectations from. I'm not gonna lie, Skulltz is one of those teams that has really shined through for me, and I really want to see them perform even better on the map of Miramar. But which was your favorite team?
Honestly, I think that is a question which Johnny might be able to answer better.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Johnny might be able to answer that question, because Johnny usually, you know, he's one of those people that really has some favorite teams inside the game. And as soon as he sees a team play really good, Johnny's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to stick with this team. I really like how they play. And that's how. So you can basically say that Johnny is a loyal guy.
Yeah.
But anyways, man, Johnny, welcome back on the desk over here, man. I definitely missed you. And I was asking this question to Salty as well. I was asking him, after looking at the first game, which would be your favorite team? For me personally, when it comes to the dark horses, I would say Skulltz is my favorite.
Oh, Skulltz. I was going to say 440 volts. I mean, they put up some brilliant moves towards the very end, that final 5, up until they got slammed in by the players of 7, up until they got slammed in by 2 different teams, because it was kind of a sandwich situation. And I think you and Salty were talking about quite a lot of fair points for the new upcoming players and the new teams to keep in mind towards those end game scenarios. We talked about utility management yesterday. You were mentioning about just the general map awareness and awareness about your surroundings. That is quite important, especially in that endgame scenario. And I think Revenant did in fact use that to their advantage quite perfectly. They just held back till the very last moment, just firing a few shots in the end to secure the win, the chicken dinner, and the 15 points for themselves. So that was quite incredible. And I think that is one lesson to take away from this very first game of the day, that you don't always need to charge forward in order to secure those points, in order to get the advantage in the game. Sometimes holding back is important. Sometimes just staying back and observing what is happening in front of you is important. That will give you a better idea of what you have to do in terms of securing that win. Because 440 volts, I felt they had a pretty decent spot in the game. All they had to do was just do what literally Revenant did, just wait it out, because the center of that final circle was quite exposed, not a lot of cover for the teams to work with. And had they done that, I think they could have walked away with like 2 or 3 extra points from the game, which actually could have improved their rankings. But I think even finishing as high as they did in the previous game will give them enough points, will keep them in a position where they will have a little bit of a safety cushion available, at least going into match number 2. But that was Erangel. That map was one of those maps that these new teams, these upcoming players will definitely feel a little bit comfortable on. But now is when the real challenge is presented in front of them. And as we step onto Miramar, and Necro, I'm sorry I've gone on for a little bit, but one question that I have to ask of you is, you asked me what my favorite team was going to be, but which team do you think is going to take Miramar and, well, put their name on the victory?
Look, if I'm going to be speaking logically, and if I really want to put my analysis glasses on, it's going to be tough for me to say, right? But if I'm going to be just making a guess over here, I would say Skulltz. They really impressed me with the amount of firepower they got. And you know, I like aggression in general. I like aggressive teams. And I like teams that are really strong in the firepower. But one thing, as a intend to be a good BGMI player, you need to have a good map awareness. Another thing is that you need to be a good team player. And the third thing then comes is the fragging department. Then comes your firepower. That means overall, first of all, you need to be good in all these aspects. Now, how are you going to improve your map awareness in general? As I said, split is one way to go. Now, Salty brought up this point of you can either go for a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split. Personally, I like to think that 2-2 split is only done if you know the fact that you're getting pushed from 2 sides. So 2-2 split is usually made to counter double pressure. And that's how you
When you
try
have
to counter
information.
double pressure
Yeah.
with 2-2. Yeah, exactly. When you've got information, you split yourself in 2-2 situations and you try to counter that double pressure that you're facing from both the different sides. But you can only make 2-2 split when you know that you have a certain area of control in your hands. Because if you don't know if you've got the
Yes.
control, and if you go for a 2-2 split, there's a chance you're going to get shot at in the back.
I mean, definitely, that is very well put. You need to have that information available. Where you are going, is that compound clear? Which directions do the opposition or you expect the opposition to come from? If you have the information of where the opponents are, that's even better. That means you won't have to guess about anything. And especially on this map, deciding which formation or which strategy you are going to encapsulate and in fact use to your advantage is going to be pretty important, because Miramar, it is a big map. Line of fire is not necessarily available at a lot of positions, and definitely the crux of this map, the high ground advantages that you have to attain. But we do have the trajectory of the plane, and this time it's going to be starting all the way from the northern side of the Oasis and going towards Los Higos, that small little island towards the southern part of the map where no one usually goes.
I mean, what I like about this plan flat pad, Johnny, is that it's equally dividing the maps into two halves. Now, as we all know, how tough it is to extend all the way towards your drop location, these type of plain flat pads definitely do help the teams a little bit in getting to their drop location. So I would say a lot of these teams are going to be comfortable. I feel like considering a lot of these are new teams and the dark horses, another point we need to touch on, it has to be the jitters, in-game jitters these teams are going to be facing when they're going to be playing inside a big tournament like this for the first time. There's definitely one of those things you need to consider. You're going to have sweaty palms. You're going to be cracking under the pressure because, of course, it's your first time facing so much pressure, right?
Yeah, I mean, dealing with the pressure is an important aspect as well of becoming a professional player, hitting the top tier competition. You need to deal with it on a regular basis, because imagine a lot of eyes are on you. They're watching every single move that you make, and they're going to criticize every single detail of your gameplay. So you have to be on point, and you have to be open to the community as well, what they have to say. But on the other side, as we were looking at the map and the teams drop, we noticed something. A lot of drop clashes in Miramar very early on, and one of this is in Picado, where we have Dynamic Esports. And I think Dynamic Esports, I mean, the early start to Erangel was decent. The early strategy on that bridge fight was quite well employed, but this time against TEAMZERO official, let's see what they can do to get out of this. I mean, Picado is a decently sized city. It's not that big, not that small. Two teams can definitely hold their positions inside of it, but the problem arises in the fact, how do you get out? Escape routes, not a lot of options available.
That is true. That is true. And you know what, Johnny, I would like to touch up a little bit more on the splitting part, because I feel like considering you are going to be new teams, you're always going to be watching these broadcasts. So you can say this is kind of like a tip 101 session for you guys. If you guys are going to be going for a 3-1 split, mainly the main motive of that 3-1 split is going to be vital information. Of course, that is going to be one thing. And that vital information also gives you a lot of map awareness in general. But that 3-1 split also means that if the circle takes a drastic shift and your third player that is separated out, if he has the circle in his favor, you always have that sort of an insurance policy, that backup plan for that person is going to try to clear up the pathway for you, and then you can always go back to him and retain the original spot that you had in general. So there's so many advantages, these little advantages. There's so many other points that I can touch up on, Johnny, but I feel like I should not make it too educative, you know, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of details that we might need to go into, and I think this broadcast might not be enough to cover them all. But we will go over a few points every single day, or maybe in every single game, things that we notice teams not either doing or doing incorrectly inside of the game, and we'll compare it, draw comparisons from the veterans of the community, the well-established teams, the lineups that we've been seeing for years and years, and drawing up differences and comparisons that way. I think that is going to be a little bit helpful for the audience to understand as well, and for these new teams that are going to be registering for the BGIS eventually to actually employ in the games that they will be playing for their qualifiers. Because, ladies and gentlemen, just a heads up, it's not going to be easy.
It indeed won't be. And we've got Skulltz on our screen. I mean, one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for. And I also want to see, right? I mean, 7 Habits, as I said, it seemed like the BGMI gods were really just with them. The circle was being blessed on top of them. Now I want to see how 7 Habits will be able to perform in a situation where they need a breach inside the circle and make some space for themselves in the late game scenario. That's where I feel like 7 Habits will be tested to their fullest potential, unless if they're able to position themselves once again in a great spot, then I'm going to name them the new zone magnets.
Oh, for sure. I think if their zone predictions are on point, and we have seen IGLs like that in the past as well, we are seeing IGLs like that still being brought in front of us every single day, where they have just studied the rotation patterns of the zones and play along with that, managing to get their team inside any given circle, any given situations laid out in front of them. But to do that consistently and every single game is a very difficult feat to pull off. So I think if, as you say, if 7th Heaven do manage to do it again and again, then I mean, it is definitely going to be extremely impressive from their side. But I think one of the major challenges for them right now is going to be dealing with the two teams on either sides that can actually gatekeep their position. And we do see Charan actually, in fact, gathering a little bit of information, having moved all the way towards water treatment, and is keeping an eye on the team right in front of them. But they have to be wary about the backlines as well.
The backlines are something you always need to worry about. And yeah, tunnel visioning has been a key problem, a key issue in some of these teams. So hopefully we're not going to be seeing that. Tunnel visioning is always a big rival for any other team. And that's what actually happened too with 7 Habits, right? That's what I mentioned. They were so tunnel vision in taking down the team in the front that they completely ignored Revenant Esports. And Revenant Esports, they got some free eliminations for themselves because they knew that every single player in the front's out in the open. It doesn't matter if you've got the man advantage, but when you're completely exposed and the team has found the right moment to strike, you're screwed. You can't do anything. Team Psycho on the screens though, Johnny. I mean, we saw in the previous game for Team Psycho, not really able to do much, but hopefully inside this game we can see a new face.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see them pull off some amazing moves and maybe even secure the chicken dinner for themselves in this matchup. It will be important to swing the result in their favor as quickly as possible if they even want to hope for a top 8 finish in the overall rankings and qualifying to the next stage of this tournament. But Genesis Esports kind of in a similar situation, in the similar boat as Team Psych. We have Clutch on our screen, still trying to gather that early loot for himself and his team. Just one nade on the lat, 2 on Explicit. I think they should start looking for a little bit more utility, especially considering it is Miramar. Smokes are going to be of utmost importance, and I think it was a standard back in the day that every single individual from every single team, like all 4 players, 4 smokes per player, that was the number that you were going for. Now the strategy has sort of evolved a little bit more, where you will divide the smokes within the team based on who is going to be playing what role in a specific fight. And I think that also needs to be decided. Charan from 7 Habit, we do see him with 3 smokes available, 1 nade, 1 Molotov. Heals, in terms of heals, he has 1 set of painkillers. Oh, but shots coming in from the rear. It's going to be Clutch taking those shots with the M4 and the iron sight. No scope.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, to land bullets that far away with just an iron sight. It's good, indeed going to be tough. But yeah, even Clutch himself catches a little bit of return fire, so needs to watch out with an holographic sight. Now trying to, he's trying to get some shots done. Kratos is out in the open, and let me tell you, man, the name Kratos stands for God Slayer, and so far this man has been slaying anyone that stands against him. Especially with the way I saw him play last time in the previous game. Kratos, this man just straight up rammed his buggy into the opponent's vehicle that he was using for cover and just ejected out of the buggy and got rid of him within 2 seconds. No fear at all, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of things, Kratos pretty much did take down the Greek pantheon. So I think we all know the power the name holds, but it needs to be put on display in this particular lobby as well. For now, Genesis Esports, I think a good readjustment from Clutch, because now instead of being the aggressor, he has switched position and now is just gathering information on where the players are going to be headed from the opposing side. He did see them go up on the high ground. The question is, will they wait for them? Will they try to gatekeep them and mark the exit positions of the cover that was being used by the players of 7th Habit, or are they going to try and readjust and prioritize their own position inside of the game? So it is going to be quite interesting to see how these two teams play around with each other, both Gen X and the players from the side of 7th Habit. But for now, the zone moving and Picardo smack in the center. I believe no one's going to be happy about this, since that hill just on the western edge of Picardo, it's going to be the prime spot for a lot of teams, and I believe we're going to see a lot of fights happen for the control of that mountain.
This is where TEAMZERO is actually locating themselves, and they're looking pretty comfortable so far, Johnny. Nicely traversing around too. I mean, still, it is the map of Miramar. You're going to have enough amount of cover. You can also use the terrains as well to hide yourself in better spots and keep yourself anonymous. The circle is big enough to pretty much gather all the team within itself, to pretty much just take all the teams within itself. But as soon as it shrinks down even smaller, that's where the circle will not have enough space to contain all the teams.
Did you see the players of Neon? All the way towards Pozo still, but let's look at this. 440 volts. Devil. Let's spot out one of the players from the other side. The nade being lobbed. They're trying to find the opening. It seems like it's not really working out for them. And in the meanwhile, Revenant Esports, this is a third party. So it's the same team that 440 volts is fighting on the other side, but they did go for a 3-1 split, and the scout for the team has been caught off guard. QUARK Esports, they're not going anywhere. The push comes on the first floor, and he tried his level best, but Starkid, definitely not shining as brightly as we wanted him to, is going to go down to Fierce.
Nicely done by Fierce, and now once again it seems like the heat's amping up inside this compound. S440 volts, they're not really able to shock their opponents just yet. QUARK still on the top is panic, but he's not definitely panicking inside the situation. He's gonna let him have a lot of that control. But 440 volts too, now they're definitely scared, Johnny, because they've already lost out on one of their players. Not a good news for them. And now Ankit is in the clotheslines. He's got a shotgun to get rid of players if they do decide to push up close and personal. But so far, 440 volts, once again, it seems like they've got things under control.
And they have things in control for a few moments. The third party is here. Revenant Esports, having picked off one from the side of QUARK Esports already, are looking to readjust and take down the team entirely. But are they aware of another threat that is headed in their direction? The team, the players of Esports, Ankit being taken down by Fierce with a nade, Sensei finding Pranav, and look at this, the experience, the firepower of Revenant Esports being put on display.
Revenant Esports, this third party definitely is quite massive, but you can also look at their attacking stance. One of the players was hiding in the clotheslines, and Revenant Esports, now the bodies are hitting the floor. This is not a good news. They were the one to third party, but now it seems like they're also getting countered pretty hard. MJ is going to be the man in the clotheslines, and Revenant Esports, there's 3 teams inside this little compound, and everyone's looking to steal it away from each other. Revenant Esports was here to get the advantage, but they have been eliminated from the game, Johnny. This is what you call tables being flipped onto yourself.
Exactly, and what a brilliant move by QUARK Esports as well. The crossfire setup on that first floor was absolutely incredible, and Revenant Esports, the players, completely unaware of what was waiting for them. Expected just one lad to be hiding in the corner room, but no. QUARK, they had different plans for Revenant, and now I think 440 volts is going to be the next team to be taken care of, since I believe Typhoon is the last man remaining for the team, and he's out in the open. He's trying to make a run for it. QUARK Esports, they have had a few seconds to reset and get their HPs back up, but will they be able to pick off this last surviving player? That is the question, and I want to see if he actually gets away. If Typhoon makes a getaway, the perfect one, how does he pull it off?
It's gonna be tough, Johnny. It's gonna be tough, but sometimes desperate times require desperate measures. And this is where we've got Team Psycho on our screens, and he's actually able to catch one slacking. Might just be able to get the second one too, but was caught with his hands busy. And that's where he gets taken away. He was reloading, he was going for a fresh magazine, but did not have enough time, and now Maverick too is looking to put in a lot of work. Charon's knocked out, so Maverick, he's got a massive task ahead of him. He needs to get rid of the approaching enemies. Also wants to knock out the players in the front, but another nade from Team Psycho approaches, and 2 players get knocked out from 7 Habits. I was talking about this team doing quite good in the previous map, but this time they're sort of crumbling down when it comes to the firepower, and one of the players from the side of Team Psycho was shooting blind and he got taken care of.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Maverick, he was trying to line up the nade, but the nade from the other side just taking him down easily. But look over here, we have your favorite team, Necro Skull. They're trying the level best, and I think they might be going for a squad wipe against the players of Team DOZZ, as Dead is the last player remaining. He is denied living up to his name for now, and I hope he keeps doing that, since their team does not have any points so far in this particular game, and as we mentioned, they're almost on the verge of being wiped out already.
Molotov as well to clear out the upper floor, as you can see. So now at least they've got the confirmation no one's on top of the building. And Team Psycho being pushed back in the defensive stance. I like the stance they're having so far, but it seems like both the players are pretty much checking the same angle. And that's where one of the player falls down. A little bit too aggressive for his own liking, and he gets taken away. And now you've got Delgona all by himself in the back lines. Team Psycho on the verge of collapsing. They're getting shot at from all the different angles. Nicely done. 7 Habit, they wipe him from the existence.
Oh my goodness, I mean, they were trying to make it happen for a while, but Drago just finding that last finish for his team. They have to readjust as quickly as possible, since there is a threat waiting for them on the high ground. The players of Gen X, Clutch, Explicit, and Hitman, they're trying to do their job, but Kratos landing that spray as precisely as possible does manage to dish out a lot of damage on Clutch, and Clutch is going to be forced to back off. Skulltz on the other side against the players of Dynamic Esports, Pekka, Dhruv, and Ranveer waiting for them on the other side of the ridge. This is a massive problem with Miramar, as I feel the ridges are there, but the line of fires that you expect, the distance, it is extremely easy to misjudge the distance between where you are and where the opposition actually is, and I think that is one thing that these new teams definitely do need to put a little bit more focus on, as we do see Skull Esports, the nades being lined up, but I think at this point, the weapons can actually do the trick, get the job done. Skull Esports, have they found an opening yet?
Tough to say, and Skulltz so far, they've got a really nice cover for themselves, but they also need to watch their backlines. Once again, there's a high chance a team might just be tunnel vision too much to the point where they can't get backstabbed, and so far, we have seen a lot of these third-party situations, Johnny. Do not want to be on the receiving end of those. They never work out that great for you. Genesis now up against a team in the front. That's going to be in the name of WSP, and this is where Genesis needs to be a little bit more cautious, because you might just be surrounding yourself with fire.
Yeah. I mean, Genesis Esports, so far they have looked quite decent in how they are taking the engagements that are headed in their direction, and how they actually successfully managed to disengage every single time. But they have lost player. That means they are down in terms of firepower, and they will have to readjust their fighting stance based off of that completely. If you look at the radar, there is a team right behind them that can actually deny them any points from this game in the next few seconds. But we have NDA and 7 Habits colliding in front of us, and NDA, Dylan actually does find the opening for his team, but in return, Sid has been taken down as well. It's going to be down to Dylan to see what he can pull off, and the answer is nothing, because guess who has arrived? It's the God Slayer Kratos himself, stepping into this fight and making sure that there is no more harm being inflicted on his teammates.
Charon and Drago were knocked out, but he should be back up soon enough. And then you've got another Draco in front of us. Hunter's knocked out from their side, but Drago, he's got all the weight on his shoulders so far. Top notch. In a really bad position, not in the most top-notch position you can ask yourself to be in, but NeonX, a team that got eliminated early off in the previous game, now they're on the path of redemption. They're looking to eliminate the team in the front. That's in the name of top-notch. Already 3 teams have been eliminated completely, and from one of those was the big-name Revenant Esports, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, quite an unexpected early exit from the side of Revenant Esports, but let's see, they still have one more game left, and maybe they can pull off what they did on Erangel. They can pull off the similar thing on Sanhok, but let's look at this dynamic going up against Skulltz still, and Skull Esports now finally committing to that push, have made sure that Dynamic Esports won't have any more dynamic move left in their bags, as Pekka is going to be the last player surviving for the team. Arto is going to look to secure the finish with the nade, and re-peaking these ridges is a little bit risky because every single time you do so, you're going to be exposing yourself to the other teams in the back lines as well. Right in front of you, we have two other teams that might actually push for this hill at any given time. But I believe, right, have they gone for the squad? No, Pekka just ran away.
Oh, Power Grid, and look at the circle shift. Johnny's going to shift down south a little bit. Also favoring the players of Scam and even TEAMZERO official. There is a little compound that's completely open, and you can always go for those buildings. But once again, approaching that, it seems like Elf is going to be the first one to win that race in approaching that compound. But unfortunately, while Elf were doing so, while they were trying to make the rotation, they've also lost out on NADE FPS. So they need to get NADE back upon his feet, out in the open. One of the players from 7 Habits gets capitalized on instantly. Now you've got Kratos knocked out. 7 Habits, definitely now they need to think on their feet quick enough.
Yeah, they have to readjust as quickly as possible, as you mentioned, since a key player from their lineup has not just been knocked out, but finished off. In fact, Kratos has completely been taken care of, and that can be a detrimental factor to the end result for 7 Habit. But the good thing for them, they're top notch. They are getting distracted from the flank as Neon Esports has come into the rescue, but they are going for the rotation. Midas in the line of fire. Drago going for the trace of the spray, unable to do so, but Midas again quite exposed. Is going to be taken out mid-rotation, nowhere to go, nowhere to run to, and he's going to be completely finished off. In the meanwhile, 7 Habit, they have lost Charan as well, and that means the team is going to be their last surviving player. Drago is the last man left for the side.
Last man left, and 3 players up in life. Look at Top Notch just spraying in the front. Really good shots taken, and Drago is not going to be able to find anything, but at least he was successfully able to shook his enemies away, so you can say that's still a +1 advantage for them. 7 Habits. You've got Bijlu tossing in the Molotov. Skulltz, they're also catching up a little bit of shots as soon as they peek on the other edge. So Skulltz need to use as many as utilities as possible to force out the opponents out of their comfort zone, and that's what they're doing. Skulltz lining themselves up with the smokes, and this is where the problems are going to start to knock the doors. 7 Habit, they really do want to get out of this tricky spot, but it's not going to be as easy as you think it is.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, and I guess I was wrong. Maverick is still there from the side of 7 Habit, so maybe with 2 players, they can still manage to secure a lot of extra points in this game. But look at the kind of domination Skulltz have been on so far, securing 7 eliminations to their name. 7 Habit as well, 8 eliminations to their name. So these 2 teams have managed to pull off, have managed to salvage this game so far, and they have a few placement points available since they have made it into the top 9 in this matchup in particular. But let's see how far will they be able to go, since both these 2 lineups are down in numbers, and the zone is not going to be theirs as well. We did see the zone take a shift just a little bit south of the power grid area, but now Skulltz and 7 Habit, they do collide against each other together again. And Bijlu has been taken down. That was an easy knock that was secured with the help of a nade coming in from the players of 7 Habit. But now Drago, he's being a little too overeager to go for the finish, and he has the DBS to make it happen at point blank range as well. Jump shots going into the blue.
Oh, nice.
Misses the mark.
Oh.
1v1. Oh, he secures it.
Nicely done.
What happened, Necro?
Oh, it's just too chaotic. But at the end of the day, I guess they were successfully able to wipe out Skulltz, so not a good news for that team at all. And yes, Skulltz Esports, they have been officially eliminated with no elimination points if I'm not wrong. So Skulltz, this game, they did not get any eliminations, but still they've got one more opportunity to make something out of nothing. As we've got Elf on our screens, they finally decided to challenge a fight against Genesis, and now they've also got a little bit of backup arriving from WSB, and WSB sort of is also going to wipe out the entire existence of Elf. It is wipeouts after wipeouts, third parties after third parties for the fight to get the only cover inside the last moments of the game.
Well, then they have found a way to hold that cover for themselves, but TEAMZERO, Spidey, just making sure he has the line of fire available for the windows, needs to be extremely careful. His teammates have managed to join him on that northern edge of the zone, but WSB, look at them. The nade just wiping out, taking out an entire team in an instant, and this is what I was talking about. Astro over there was able to take down Maverick, and I think that last individual duel against Drago did not really go in his favor. But did he secure the finish for Maverick? Because if he did, that means he has managed to take this game away from the players of 7 Habit. And I think he has, in fact, because I don't see them on the radar. In fact, unless the other grey lads are up towards the northwestern edge of the zone. But in the meanwhile, Scammers Esports, all 4 players still surviving, and their survival instincts, Necro, look extremely strong since they don't have any points in the game, but the entire team is there.
TEAMZERO officials need to get out. The wall of death is pushing them in. And there's a reason why now the blue zone gets converted into wall of death. If you find yourself outside, it's going to chunk out so much damage that you won't be able to survive other than a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds, actually. So you need to move away from that wall of death. You cannot even afford to stay outside of that, even for a sliver of moment. But now the next circle's about to pop up, Johnny. This is where the critical ending will be decided. And it actually pans out in no one. It moves out in the no man's land, Johnny, favoring no one. Every single team will need to make it in, move out of their cover, leave it, and then go for the best spot possible. And now we're going to see an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah. And look at the players of Neon hiding out in the open, just hiding behind those vehicles. Dexter from the side of Scammer Esports has managed to spot out the players of WSB, taking a few shots upon them with the M4 and the 4X equipped on it. And he's not the only one who's trying to gatekeep and keep the players of WSB from making it into the next zone. It is going to be quite important for Scammers to be able to do that, because if they manage to keep these players and along with them the players from Neon as well away from the zone, then they only have to deal with TEAMZERO. And Zero God, he needs to be extremely careful. He almost stepped in front of the players from Scammer Esports, but Dexter, oh no, he's pinned in the Molotov. He's going to lose a lot of HP because of this.
Indeed he will, but he's actually able to get back into cover in the sliver of moment, so you can't say that's a good one. In that nick of time, he's able to stay alive, but WSB, Shoop gets a little off angle onto his enemy, and now he's also mowing down the lawns in the front. He's just raining down death and destruction. You want to make sure you're not really going to be in the line of sight of these players. And also, his fallen teammate dropped him some meds, because they know as soon as Shoop's going to move out of the entire cover, he's going to get taken down easily. So this is where Shoop's going to opt out for the med battle. Scam 2 in the clotheslines. They're not looking too good, Johnny, because Dexter is still knocked out. And as I said, Shoop is actually going to go for a med strat.
Well, let's see. I mean, he has to. He does not really have any other options apart from it, because both the teams, Scammers and the team right below them, they will have a clear line of fire to take Shub down as easily as possible. 8 first aids left on him, but in the meanwhile, he's going to observe and see how these teams will try to duke it out between each other. It's a 4v4 situation. 3 players, 4 Scammers holding the low ground, while Dino is going to be up on top of that small little cliff right next to his teammates. No utility on Dino. Oh, this is going to be quite difficult for Scammers to pull off. Had Dino had just one Molotov or a nade, a low toss would have helped his teammates out, but no, they're going to go in for the gun duels now, and Mayush is going to be the first man to go down from the side of Scammer Esports. 2 players left in the backline. Dexter doing a brilliant job as well, but will he be able to secure a knock? He does find
God. 2 players what?
He's down as well. Yash is going to be the last player surviving against Scammer Esports. They finish him off, and they finish off the game as well, securing the win and the chicken dinner with 5 elimination points, all of them coming from that final fight. Wow.
This is what you call pulling the game from the toughest circumstance and actually keeping it in your favor. Scammers Esports, They have done it so nicely. The overall position they had, I know the circle was not favoring anyone, but they still showed their patience. They knew exactly how to deal with these circumstances, used their smoke grenades to pretty much perfection, you can say, and they were somehow able to squeeze themselves in that little edge of the circle, and later on, Scammers Esports were able to play fantastically. Now, I think so their win condition mainly was that one player who was on top of the hill, if you still remember. From the top, this man was able to give so much information to his teammates that the players on the bottom were able to reroute themselves easily enough.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess when we move on and have a look at the highlights of the game, which actually is going to happen in a few short seconds, we'll get to relive those moments and relive those fights once again. And starting off right off the bat, talking about the trajectory of the plane path, as you mentioned, it did allow for a few early fights that we got to witness. One of this in particular between QUARK Esports and 440 Volts, because the rotation paths of these three teams collided perfectly at this point.
And then Revenant Esports, they thought that with the third party, they will be able to pretty much get all the elimination points wrapped up, Johnny, but no, that was not the case. Instead, Revenant Esports, they themselves got eaten alive in this situation. So I guess you can sort of say Revenant Esports were too overconfident in that scenario. And then Team Psycho too. As one of the players that was inside the building, he got the first elimination, he went for a reload. This is where when you don't know, when you're stepping inside an unknown territory, you face one opponent. I always say this. Always be aware of the fact that that player's going to have some backup. And once again, you can say the surrounding awareness not there.
I don't know why they ran up like without any utilities being deployed beforehand, because that is usually how you go for those first floor pushes. You're going to lob a few nades or molotovs, and then 2 or 3 players are just going to run in. Usually it's just 2 players running indoors. 2 players are going to clear the ground floor and make sure that the outsides are going to be cleared out. But in that particular moment, I think in this game in particular, teams just got a little too over-eager, because a lot of the players, a lot of the teams were just fighting out in the open. When we are in the open in Miramar, as we have been talking about it, this map is big. The line of fires that you anticipate are going to be available to the opposition are usually far longer than what it would be on either Erangel or on Sanhok. On Miramar, 150 meters, it's just a clear line. There is nothing blocking your way. And 150 meters, these players can pretty much connect the entire clip at that distance. So you have to be careful about that as well. Plus, even if they don't take you down with their weapons, they know where you're headed. They are going to track you and follow you and make sure that they punish you as soon as you run inside of a cover and try to push that compound. So you have to be careful about that as well. But I guess whatever we say now, it doesn't matter. The map is done. The game is over. And now these teams will have to be focused on the next map and the next game, which is Sanhok.
They will definitely have to be. But once again, there's another stat you need to take into consideration whenever you're going to be playing on the map of Miramar. The circle of that being out in the open, the odds are a lot, because in general, Miramar is a lot much more open-spaced map, and you have a lot of terrains to play around with as well. And considering you have this data known that, okay, there's a high chance the circle is going to be out in the open, you need to make sure that you're preserving your utilities for the late game scenario. And I'm talking about the smoke grenades. That's where the smoke grenades really do provide you a lot of cover. Yeah, they won't be able to block the bullets, but the visual blockage is really important in the final moments that can help you sneak into some unknown territories and surprise and sneak up onto your enemies. That can give you such a massive advantage.
Yeah, utility management. We were talking about it. Yeah. Yes, Scammer Esports did win that final fight, but it would have been made a lot more easier had Dino, who was holding that small hill, the cliff right above the players of TEAMZERO, had he had just one nade. One nade actually could have changed anything. He just needed to low toss it, and it would have just completely destroyed the chances of TEAMZERO doing anything in that fight. Scammers, that complete 4v4 fight was a little bit of a risk. You mentioned this before, that these fights between two teams, when they are at full potential, are well, basically 50-50s. Either you win, either you lose. You can't really have an edge against the other side, but utility is what changes that. Utility will give the edge that you need to completely secure that team fight without losing a single player. And right now I'm talking about this fight towards the end, but there were moments during the middle stages of the game as well when it was quite clearly visible that not one smoke, like a couple of smokes or molotovs or nades could have actually turned the situation around, as we're talking about the Revenant 440 Volt fight, that third party situation. Again, utility would have been a little bit more important from either of those teams, but I guess Revenant is in similar shoes as Newman Gaming yesterday, wherein they had a wonderful first game, so they're not going to be worried about Miramar. I think they just focus on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, right, Revenant Esports, they're already in a comfortable driving seat, as you can say, because considering you won the first game, you're looking pretty good. A team like Skulltz, who has a lot of potential, Johnny, is Skulltz, right? And as I said, personally, I feel like I'm going to be rooting for this team with the amount of caliber they have been showcasing. But considering in the previous game, they did not really get a lot of elimination points in general in their hands, the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to hold a lot of value for them. But this time, it is one of the players from 7 Habit who's going to be the MVP. It's Drago, who got 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Drago and Maverick were absolutely phenomenal from the side of 7 Habit, and they are going to be the reason that the team walks away with a lot of points from this game. But we can't ignore the other players in the list of top 5 as well, where we have almost the entirety of WSB being present. Raiden, Arman, Shub are going to be there. Shub, very impressed with how he played out the final few moments, realizing that, all right, even if I revive Arman, I won't really be able to make it into the zone. Might as well just secure the extra points from the individuals that will be pushing towards the players of Scammer Esports. And then towards the end of the top 5 players, we have Beast from the side of Skulltz Esports.
Exactly. I mean, as we do move on forward to the match standings or the point standings, whatever you guys like to call it, we've got Scammer Esports in front of us with 15 placement points and then only 5 finishes, but they have still managed to rack up that first spot for themselves. Yeah, they are tied up with WSB. And as I said, Johnny, I was mentioning this when even the Group 3 game started. I was saying this WSB, this team, I've heard their name, and I feel like this definitely team is one of those teams that is to be feared of. And as soon as the game 2 starts, it seems like WSB, they have showcase that caliber.
For sure, WSB is an experienced team. It is an experienced lineup, and we are going to count them in the list of veterans that we have in competing in every single league group. Sorry. But if you notice the top 8 for this game, only one of those experienced name was there, Revenant Esports, the other one on the 11th position, which is 3 eliminations that they were able to secure from that fight. And because of that massive blunder, I think they weren't really able to secure those extra points that they wanted. But apart from that, I think Dynamic Esports, I'm a little bit let down. Every single time when you manage to have a good early game, you have to make sure that you prioritize your safety, your positioning in the mid-game stages, and I think that is what was lacking from the side of Dynamic Esport in this game. Because even on Erangel, on Miramar, the situation is similar. They drop in isolated spots. They don't really have that many teams contesting them, and not a lot of teams around them as well. So the early game safety needs to be transitioned into an advantageous position during the mid-game rotations, wherein I think it's stage 4, stage 5 is when the mid-game actually begins. That is, I think, what the team needs to focus on. But I guess with Sanhok starting in a few short moments, we'll have to see if, as we talked about, adaptability, how will the team adapt in the next map?
Exactly. Adaptation is definitely going to be needed. But Johnny, I'm definitely worried about all the teams that were on the second half except Revenant Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to talk about in the upcoming matchups as well, but it's time for us to push to a short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो,
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने.
सेंटर स्लैम
Smoke कर cover ले.
एक HP है भाई.
ये गेम हम सबका है. धड़कनें और जोश है हाय. इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Group 3 games and Sanhok, once again, the last map which remains. Which means, Necro, it's going to be really, really hard for these teams. And now, we've seen a lot of good performances from a couple of teams, 7 Habit being one. WSB also kind of picked up on the pace. But Revenant Esports, again, that similar pattern. A chicken dinner on the first game kind of led to a little bit of a mishap on the second game. And now they need to pull the trigger. I feel like they got enough points in the first game itself. But to kind of ensure that they are in the top 8 and, you know, to sort of leave a statement, a dominating and end on a dominating note, I feel like it's important for them to kind of also lead the map of Sanhok. And since their sensei, who is sort of known as the king of Sanhok, his rotations and his heal battles are just... I don't know, it's just at the top notch. So I feel like Revenant, they have a good opportunity, they have a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sanhok is only one of those maps that is really tough to keep up with the pace and also to have the maximum amount of surrounding awareness. So definitely Sanhok's going to be a massive challenge for these new upcoming teams, but not just for them, even for Revenant. Yeah, we know Sensei is an incredible player. He's an incredible director as well. The way he directs his team is pretty nice, but I feel like when you're going to be facing against teams that you've never faced before, there's always going to be those jitters. There's always going to be those unexpected moments where even some of the experienced players might just not see it coming. And I think so the previous game of Miramar is actually a prime example of that, when we saw Sensei or pretty much just any of the players from the side of Revenant Esports making the call to push. Revenant Esports, they got demolished. They did not even expect this was going to be the outcome for them, but overconfident complacency was something Revenant Esports struggled with.
Exactly, and this is something which a lot of these underdog teams also have to sort of work in. But ladies and gentlemen, again, the final game of Group 3, which sort of decides the fate of a lot of these teams, is Sanhok is getting dolled up, and we are going to see the flight path pretty soon. Once again, a lot of these names have actually come up, be it Skulltz, be it Genesis, be it WSB. These names have really made a mark for themselves. Even for a fact, I feel like 7 Habit, they've been very consistent, Necro. I feel like the way you call them, I feel like it was 7 Habit who you call the zone magnets, if I'm not mistaken. Always finding the right position, always finding the right compounds inside the circle. 7 Habit, they've made a habit for themselves to kind of get those good positions.
I mean, in the previous game, not exactly. They did not have a good position. I said that if 7 Habits somehow manage to attract the zone once again onto themselves, then they will be the zone magnets. But in the previous game, they had a really tough showing for themselves. They needed to face so many teams, and the only way for them to anyways do anything inside the game is sweep their way in the zone in a better spot. And 7 Habits were not able to successfully do that, but at least they ended up with a lot of elimination points. So I feel like for 7 Habit to qualify, it is almost next to possible. They can't. The chances of them qualifying are pretty high. I mean, again, we don't know the exact overall standings, but at this point in time, all we can do is sit here and speculate and try to calculate in our minds which teams have qualified and which teams have not. But I feel like now we need to talk about teams that have next to none chance of qualifying, and I feel like one of those teams is definitely Team DOZZ, maybe, or you can also call Team Psycho. That is something that I'm really concerned about, because Psycho, even in the first game, not that good of a performance. Even in the second game, not that great of a performance. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go on the last game for the Group 3 on the map of Sanhok. We're gonna go in as the plane hits the skies. We've got the plane flight path in front of us.
Exactly. It starts off from Long 9, ends towards the southern side of it. And again, the flight path isn't really going to be of much importance. Even if it ends at Camp Charlie, you might be able to glide your way across and reach somewhere near Camp Alpha. And we've talked a lot about these drop clashes. Sanhok is a place where you find a lot of those drop clashes. Initially, there are a lot of compounds. So I feel like a strategy for a lot of these teams might also be to just, you know, find those isolated compounds and get yourself that initial loot before proceeding into a well-settled settlement. But But speaking of a lot of these teams, I feel like Scammers, the way they sort of adapted to that topography in the last game, the way Dino just dropped down, those skills, those adaptation skills is something which you would need on the map of Sanhok as well, because again, you don't expect players everywhere, right? You don't know where they are hidden.
And I also feel like another team that is going to be quite tough to qualify for them has to be Dynamic. Even they have been struggling quite a lot, but as soon as we say that, we've already got the first elimination on the deck, and it's going to be from the side of 440 volts. Unfortunately, Ankit from their side was lost out, but hey, at least we've got one elimination already in the deck. That means, as expected, Sanhok is off to a great start. But speaking about the teams that are not going to be able to make it, man, I personally feel like for them, the fairy tale might just not come true.
Exactly. You've got Skulltz, Arto completely all by himself in a position where there's a lot of players from Team Psycho in the vicinity, and that kind of meant that he had to flee the location. He did find himself some decent loot to work with initially, but I feel like he sort of sensed that presence in the backdrop and decided to rejoin with his team, which again is a good decision.
Arto from Skulltz. I mean, in general, Skulltz, when you talk about the mechanical skills of this team, they are top-notch. They're doing really good. Especially, I'm talking about the firepower, the way they decide to engage inside the fight. They like to push together, and I feel like when you are going to go for any type of aggressive play, Sanhok is definitely one of those maps that will reward you for sticking together and also doing a great job doing so. And if you are good enough in your firepower too, then that's plus added bonus in your playstyle. But so far, considering it was Sanhok, we didn't really see a lot of action erupting in front of us, man. I expected a lot of early game actions, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah. Exactly, and I would love to have a look at the map, you know, and understand where exactly the teams are positioned, because I feel like this time around Sanhok has been prepared well by the teams, and just like we saw yesterday, a lot of those teams preferred those well-established settlements. I feel like this time around, teams are choosing to disengage deliberately, and which is a good idea, to try and reserve all those players. We saw 440 volts lose that one player out quite early, which is going to hurt them in the end game. Again, rotations and finding those smaller vehicles to get yourself those covers is going to be really, really important. But simultaneously, it's also very important to be anonymous. You know, you don't really want to make a lot of noise in this map, especially because we saw how Python Esports the last day, how they sort of capitalize on their positioning, how they sort of capitalized on the fact that they were mostly anonymous till the fag end of the game before they started wrapping up those finishes for themselves.
And I personally think so. The first two games for the new teams that are especially not experienced such a high level of competition, it's always going to be filled with jitters. And then in the third game, they might just be a little bit more comfortable. But for now, Bazinga out in the open does not really have a solid cover, and he's sort of getting screwed up as well. And that's what exactly happens. Bazinga falls down, not able to hold his ground against NeonX Esports, and they take the full advantage of that fact. Bazinga taken away. NeonX Esports, they probably sort of know that there has to be someone else as well just lying around in the corner somewhere for them to just move out of the cover and take him down.
That is exactly what they're scouting for, right? They are scouting for the other presence, but sadly there's none. And once again, a solo player was just caught out in the open, caught out amidst another squad, and there's just nothing that you can do possibly. And this is the reason why, again, we talk of, like, you know, splits, and why is it so important, the 3-1 split or the 2-2 split, getting some information before you move into a fight, because of course sticking together in a team game is the best strategy. But somewhat I sort of feel like, you know what, if you don't really have that information, if you don't have that reconnaissance ahead of time, if you don't have that added map control, then you're sort of fighting without blinded eye. You sort of fighting with blinded eye. So far, the zone towards the northern end of the map itself, I feel like this sort of gives a lot of teams an opportunity, apart from the teams who are at the extreme southern end of the map. You can see Team Genesis, you can see Team Revenant. They always go towards that Camp Charlie region. WSB, for a matter of fact, they're well split out. They're very far apart from each other. But I feel like they kind of know, right, this is such an unwanted location, such an uninhabited location. So they can loot freely, at least in the early game. But they've got to move early and acquire those positions inside the circle, because like you talked of, right, there are a lot of teams who haven't really performed in the first two games. But considering what we've seen so far in in D1, I feel like if you get one chicken dinner at least, you still have an opportunity. So Sanhok might be the golden ticket for a lot of these teams to make their dreams come true.
Even that, and you guys also saw the map feed a while ago, and we saw WSB spread out a little bit before now. 440 volts, they're going to get their eyes against the player in the front. 440 volts, they've already lost out on one of their teammates. Now they're definitely quite bloodthirsty demons. They're animals so far, looking to find any sort of elimination points possible. And Devil, all by himself in the close quarters, looking to put some numbers on the board. He knows he's being surrounded by the enemy teams. He's tossing out some utilities outside the window, but he's not exactly able to find the mark, and that's where the problems are starting to occur. But a really nice elimination from Typhoon. He drops them down, and now it's all down to Dawn from the side of DOZZ. As I said, it is one of those teams that is tough to qualify, but DOZZ actually steals one of the players away from 440 volts. So now 440 volts is down to a two-man squad.
Yeah, certainly 440 volts cut to half at this point, and it's not even a situation where they can flee. Again, the shotgun just coming into play, pump action as it hits the head, completely draws out the opposition's HP. Typhoon just barely managing to survive by a sliver of HP. This is Team DOZZ, and just completely overturned the situation. And love the fact what Team 440 volts did at the start of the fight, right? Trying to create the choke points and trying to block off the entry points of that compound. They knew that if there were no utilities coming in, it would be very, very hard for Team DOZZ to, infiltrate that compound itself, but that did not work out. Utilities did flood in, and Typhoon once again managing to find a knock for himself, will confirm a finish point. I feel like now it's a 2v2. Meanwhile, Team Skulltz, they sense a lot of these triggers firing. They sense a lot of these bullets, and they would want a third party.
They indeed would. DOZZ in front of us. I mean, so far, at least they have managed to get some decent amount of elimination points in their hands. And for DOZZ, one thing they need to do is be a little bit more careful, because all the chaos that was happening in the front, it has definitely attracted some bees towards it. By that, I mean there's a big chance the third party might just happen now. Skulltz is one of those teams that is eyeing out that compound, and Beast is looking for someone to step outside their comfort zone, is looking for someone to step outside the safe zone, and as soon as they do, Beast will probably try to knock him out of the game. But DOZZ is also well aware of their surroundings, so that's a good one.
Yeah. So far, once again, I feel like this is the initial combat that we sort of expected, right? Teams starting to scout each other out. There's team, I believe team, I'm not sure, Drago and team number 16, they are in the waters already, so they're probably making a big rotation, trying to swim across, but it's not going to be easy, especially being the shorelines guarded by Team Skulltz as well as Team DOZZ. Now, we talked about Team Skulltz having the potential opportunity to third party on Team DOZZ, but they decided to shift their attention because they knew that there is a completely other team who is trying to be, who's trying to make the landmass. And so far, they're vulnerable and shots are being taken. Drago is just barely surviving by a sliver of HP, and there's not a lot of cover for him to work with. I hope he has utility to heal himself up before they can reset themselves and get back into battle.
Speak about getting back in the battle, though. We've got Skulltz still eyeing out for the team in the front. They're really not ready to just leave him alone. And Bijlu, he wants to find an off angle, position himself in quite an interesting spot, that's for sure. And is actually so desperate to find these elimination points because Skulltz so far, yeah, they are quite a bloodthirsty team. And considering they haven't found any elimination points, this is just making them even more curious to get some. But if you do take a look at the replay, this is how 440 volts got wiped out. Definitely not the circumstance that they expected, but hey, sometimes things don't pan out the way you want them to. And 440 volts, by this game, there's a high chance they might not qualify too.
Exactly. I mean, they did show signs of promise, right? The team game and the way their understanding of rotations worked in the first two games. I kind of sort of expected this team to really shine on the map of Sanhok, especially with the kind of unpredictable plays that you can expect out of them. But I mean, sadly, 3 games have passed by. Bijlu, of course, confirming a knock for himself, and that just means this is signal for Team Skulltz to just push in, because they know Team DOZZ, they only had 2 players surviving. They also need to be very much aware of their surroundings, as Matrix has been spotted. He was trying to be shot down, but from elsewhere, it's top-notch Esports who are also putting up a fight. Drago trying to keep his teammate alive, who is still swimming underwater.
Night Hunter.
Oh,
and now, considering he's been underwater for a really long time, he's also suffocating to his own death.
God.
He needs to peek out of the water, get a little bit of more air into his lungs. If he doesn't, he might just suffocate to his death. Night Hunter, soon enough, he will peek out, and that might just give the confirmation Skulltz really wants. One of the players actually pushing up quite deep. He himself is now going to get underwater, try to spot out the player that's underwater, which is Night Hunter himself. And so far, not able to spot him out just yet. Maybe now he has, and yes, he has spotted him. Night Hunter's position's known, and so far, they're just stalling each other out, but top-notch somehow, they just bounce back from this situation. The DBS comes into action, and Skulltz, they drop down 2 players themselves. Not a good news, not in the position Skulltz wanted to be, but now the tables have been flipped.
Top-notch Esports, this is such a mammoth task that Drago pulled off. The DBS once again coming into clutch. You mentioned how bloodthirsty this team is, and of course when they spotted that initial knock, of course when they spotted that player inside the water, it was the perfect signal for them to push in. But Drago, my man, had different ideas, and now Team DOZZ, of course, will try and sort of capitalize. There is another presence, that's Dusk, in the vicinity, and he's just trying to confirm all of these knocks, all of these fallen bodies, so that he can acquire some of those finish points. And he already did quite a lot, 4 finish points to his name. But so far, there's a lot of wounded soldiers in front of him. Team Skulltz, they need to reset. They need to reset really, really hard and have to rethink if they would want to go for this fight or not, because they've invested a lot of resources into it already. Probably that wasn't really the right idea, Necro. I feel like the first knock, of course, was a really great signal for them to push in. But then, especially in situations like this, when there's another team in the vicinity, there's top-notch Esports who you know is in that perfect position. And when you know that the DBS might be in their grasp, I just felt like that was not the right approach to do. So once again, really at that moment, Drago just absolutely brilliant. Look at that HP on that man, right? He just connected the heads precisely.
That's just DBS for you. That's just straight up DBS for you, given a massive advantage in the close quarters. And now look at Arto too. He puts the nail in the coffin for the team in the front that stand against him. With the Tommy gun, this man's able to wipe him out. Now, it seems like the next number is going to be of top-notch. But look at Night Hunter and even Matrix. Both of these players looking to back out of this situation. They want to disengage and maybe possibly get back to his teammate. Night Hunter, oh, another knock might just follow up. And yes, that's what happens. Skulltz, they're able to get 2 more elimination points in their hands. Yeah, even though they had a man disadvantage. But now the amount of elimination points they're able to rack up, it sort of is going to make up for that. Skulltz. And now, as we've got Genesis 2 in front of us, and considering that's going to be the case over here, ladies and gentlemen, Genesis, as we do take a look at that, because they are in front of our screens, they have got the high grounds advantage. A lot of the players in the front, the trigger discipline play comes into play, and all of the players decide to strike in at the same time. Now, the team in the front's getting picked apart slowly and steadily. Actually, not slowly. The pace of that was pretty high, and now it's all down to the last player of NeonX. As I said, map awareness is really crucial in the game of BGMI, and that's what NeonX lacked once again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Genesis Esports, what a brilliant takedown, as you mentioned. I mean, being completely aware of the advantage that they have, and every single time I saw Hitman peek from behind that rock, he was making sure someone was going down. The final finish going in the hands of Clutch, and what an easy squad wipe for Genesis Esports, taking down Neon and making it look like nothing.
I mean, that was one of the quickest squad eliminations I've seen so far. That was not just a normal elimination, Johnny. That was a well-timed, precise execution. They took their time in hitting all the shots, waiting for every single player to be exposed, and then all of them communicated. Probably they were like 3, 2, 1, now shoot. And that execution was so good that they got 3 eliminations right off the bat, and then the last player from NeonX could not do anything, because of course when you're going to be the only one against an entire firing squad, it's next to impossible to do anything in general. WSP, we saw them spread out on the opposite side of the map, on the southern side of the map completely, so one thing is for sure, we're going to see WSP with a heal battle.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how they actually manage to pull it off. But for now, on our screen are going to be the players of Dynamic Esports. We did see them in the last game as well, trying the level best, but not really able to secure a lot of points from the game this time around. Again, in a similar situation where they find themselves surrounded from a couple of different directions. They have the squad of Elf in front of them. Revenant Esports from the rear have just taken Mortis down. So that is another team that they will have to be worried about. But hey, look at this. The tide's turned. Revenant, they get distracted by the players from TEAMZERO.
As we've got still teams eyeing out for the players in the front, Johnny. Revenant Esports, they're still gonna have a lot of problems. And Revenant, as they've got the team in the front, TEAMZERO officials, one of the players lost out. Revenant is not one of those teams you need to be against because their name is Revenant. They will take you down.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they are going to be angry about what happened to them in the last game as well. So this one is going to be all about revenge. And let's not forget TEAMZERO. They did try their level best to secure a few points in the last game. Spidey, Yash, Gods, we saw them be a part of those fights, but this time around, it's not going to be as easy. On the other side, WSB Necro, as you were talking about them, they have surrounded the players of Scammer Esports, but from what we witnessed in the last game, we know one thing for sure, that Scammer Esports, they're extremely good at planning their escapes. And even this game, they have managed to hide themselves completely from the players of WSB. But I think they can spot out the opposition mid-rotation. And both of them, the objective for both these teams is the same. Escape the blue, get to the safe zone.
The circle's actually going to shift right on top of boot camp, and look at 7 Habits. Oh, dude, Johnny, I guess this team is actually the Zone Magnets. 7 Habits. Officially, I'm going to name them the Zone Magnets. Most of the time, even in game 1, they had the zone on top of them. And now game 3 in the game of Sanhok, where zone is the most important thing. It's tough to breach inside a zone in the late game situation. 7 Habits find themselves in the most advantageous spot. What else can you ask for?
Yeah. I think one of their 7 habits is actually just taking control of the zone extremely comfortably, and they have managed to do that in this one as well. Zeref from the side of WSB still making sure he's keeping check on the opposition that was trying to push them from the rear. But look at this, Elf Esport, they're collapsing on the players, or it seemed like they wanted to collapse on the players of TEAMZERO. They have secured a knock, but NADE FPS, he's going around the flank, and this can be risky since Revenant Esport are on the other side.
Oh, Revenant now, even they are in a massive world of trouble, Johnny. Sensei's lost out. A key player to their strategy is not going to be in the game anymore. Revenant Esports, all the plans they made with a 4-man squad, now they need to execute with a 3-man. Nate's tossed in onto the lower side of the hill. No connections found. It's going to be over-tossed, actually. And look at Nate. Gets taken down. Nicely done. Nate not inside the game anymore. Revenant Esports looking to retaliate back even stronger than ever before.
Yeah, they have lost their IGL, but they're not going to take this sitting down behind the cover. They are going to retaliate. And Elf, they need to be extremely careful. Let's not forget TEAMZERO. They still have the downslope of the hill on the other side, and they can use it to their advantage. The third-party Team Elf and pick off the points for themselves. Team Elf, they're trying to make a getaway, but MJ Nade, after Nade being lobbed on that hilltop, is definitely stacking up the pressure on the players of Elf. Look at that, 2 players knocked out, and Lambo is the last man left standing. He's taking shots from the rear. His HP is being depleted, but right in the nick of time, he does manage to complete the revive on Jordy and bring his teammate back into the game. But I don't think this is going to be enough, as Fierce is going to be extremely fierce with a weapon in his hand and brings Elf down to their last player yet again.
Elf, Revenant in the front. MJ is fighting an uphill battle, which is looking quite tough for him to win, and there's also some snakes in the back, so MJ needs to watch his back lines, and as soon as I say that, he gets surprised from the back. MJ falls down. Revenant Esports, they don't really have each other's backs, and this is where Fierce as well is now going to be finding his own demons. Oh, I don't like the way Revenant Esports is sort of spread out inside the game, Johnny, but Revenant Esports as well, somewhere down the line, they themselves know that they've sort of made it anyways. They have sort of qualified, considering that first victory is the solidifier of that. And QE2 in the back lines. Now NDA Esports as well moving in from the water lines. There's going to be a lot of crocodiles over there.
Yeah, we've lost 5 teams till now in this game. Team DOZZ has been eliminated. 440 Volts have been eliminated. Skulltz Esports Scammers and NeonX also being eliminated from this game. And I think Dynamic might just be next, as Pekka knocked out. Ranveer has taken a lot of damage and has been spotted out in the open by the player of TEAMZERO. But Anurag, he was trying to go for a nade on towards one of the players right in front of him. Forgot about covering his back and has actually taken a lot of damage from one of the teams that is closing in from their rear. So it's not going to be an easy escape for Dynamic Esport from that situation. But look at this. Oh man, panic. I don't know how he cannot panic in a situation like this.
Oh my, what is going on? He's got so many players above him, but still no one was deciding to take him down, execute him. But eventually Genesis do take him out of the game. Well, the Wall of Death now is definitely going to be the detrimental one, but there might just be some healers all the way back in the blue zone still going for the Mets, as we've got 7 Abbott's Waltz, Genix going for a lot of shots in the front. As I said, Dynamic is going to be one of those teams that will have a tough chance to qualify. And now if they lose out on another player, the opportunity will be narrowed down even more.
Man, it was just one bullet from Genix. Had it connected, he would have been able to secure the knock. And I think after that, 7 Habit could have actually gone for the push. But we do have NDA managing to survive in this shoreline collision against Genesis Esports. Well, they were alive for a few moments. But Anuj, 2 OP, with the help of Kratos from the distance, does make sure that the opposition is not going to be there. And Revenant Esports, how can you forget about them? Fierce is still left standing, and with an aid, he's going to make sure that even NDA are going to be wiped out from that situation. Genesis, they have lost Anuj, Hitman, and Explicit, 2 last players surviving in this game. 9 elimination points already secured. Necro, I'll give you one spoiler. Genesis is heading to the next stage of the tournament.
Oh, how did you know that? Oh, maybe your mathematics is too stronger than me. Well, I guess that is one of those things. And as I mentioned too, right, WSB as well, I saw them spread out so much towards the dock area, and overall they were just spread out on the southern side of the map. So it made a lot of sense. They were probably accumulating as many as Meds as possible, and now they're also opting out for a Med strat. So that's a good thing for them. Dynamic Esports in front of our screens, and only 2 players left over, Pekka and Anurag, with a lot of burden to carry on their shoulders. Will be tough. Might just also crumble down or crack under the pressure. But this is the moment to keep yourself calm and composed.
Yeah, I mean, you have to maintain your composure if you want to think about securing the chicken dinner and the 15 points from this game. But 7 Habit, from the start, from the moment they came to boot camp, I think we all had a feeling that this was... Now it's up to them to secure the victory, secure the chicken dinner for this match. Fierce still not looking to stop, still not looking to let go in this match. Does secure another finish point for his team, bringing the total tally to 5. And I think he's going to take the 6th one, as well as Lambo from the side of Elf is now engulfed in the blue zone. On the other side, 7th Habit taking a fight against the players of Dynamic Esports and Maverick. We see him push forward with the DBS. Should be an easy finish for him.
Oh, that was actually a really good utility utilization from his side. Smoked off the right side if he wanted to walk in. So one side is already smoked, so he needs to take care of the opposite side. And now look at Fierce. I like the awareness from the side of Fierce as well. He knows that there's someone in the front lines. He's just waiting for him to step out. And as soon as he does, that's going to be another confirmation on the board for him. But he actually gets picked out by a completely opposite team. It's going to be in the name of 7 Habits. Now it's going to be the last 2 teams fighting for the supremacy. For 7 Habits, they have pretty much done it because the circle kept on shorting down, kept on shrinking down on top of boot camp, and 7 Habits were the kings of that circle. They were the zone magnets, and they have finally done it, ladies and gentlemen.
And along with that, I think the heel battlers of this game are going to be taken out next. We just have to see who's going to be 3rd, who's going to be 2nd, because we know 7 Habit is going to be the winner of this game. Zerafi has 8 first aids, 7 first aids on him. Where's the other lad? Where's the last player? All right, there he is. Explicit 5 first aids on him.
There are total 2 players actually going for that med strat, and look at this. Who's actually going to run out of the med kits first? It seems like Explicit is going to be the one to run out of the first aids first compared to Berserf. So I would say Berserf is actually in the advantageous situation for himself. He's already won this heal strat. He's going to secure the 2nd spot for his team. And 7 Habits know that they have got the game in the bag. The zone magnets themselves this time are able to solidify their spot in a winning position.
I mean, getting into boot camp early is what you have to do, and that is exactly what 7 Habits did. And Zeref, as you said, he knows he has made it to the top 2 of this game, can't go any further. He's going to accept his fate, and so do the winners of this game. They knew it, even like 30-40 seconds ago, that no one was going to be able to take this win away from them. And yeah, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, 7 Habit, the chicken dinner, it is theirs. The 15 points for the win, they are going to be theirs as well. And along with them, the elimination points. I want to see how many eliminations did this team rack up in particular, because as we were talking about it, getting into boot camp early should be the goal. You can't get in late. 7 Habit did an incredible job of denying that entry to a lot of teams, just leaving the triple hair houses in the rear completely isolated, because they knew you have to cross that trench to come to the main boot camp area, and they were waiting for the teams to actually come to the trenches so that they could just shoot down upon them, which is a much easier thing to do in comparison rather than taking a head-on fight. So I think, as you mentioned, right at the start of the game, being the day, in fact, being aware of your surroundings, I think that is what actually changed everything for 7 Habit this time.
Exactly. 7 Habits knew that they have the zone in the court. All they need to do is play the information game. That's what they did. Yeah. They knew that Team Dynamic is actually approaching the warehouses, so they pushed onto the warehouses, got the warehouse controlled. They wiped out the entire existence of Team Dynamic, and they had the entire boot camp control that way. Now, they knew that there were some other players on the opposite side of the warehouse, and they knew that there's only one player from one squad, and as soon as they eliminate him, the game's going to be pretty much there. So they eliminate Fierce, and then they knew that the rest of the teams that are going to be still inside the game, that are going for the med strat, and that was way too easy. But Johnny, you know what? There's still so much action we need to talk about, especially that wipeout of 440 volts. I feel like that is definitely a shock that I still haven't been able to recover from.
Yeah, it was a shocker. In fact, 440 volts, we've seen them display their firepower in the first 2 matches, and in this game, when they definitely needed it the most, they just got wiped out in a matter of seconds. And even in a situation where we thought, all right, this is going to be an advantageous fight for them, since they did start it off by finding that opening knock, but kudos to Team DOZZ. I mean, a quick readjustment, and talking about readjustments, not a lot of teams were giving the opportunity to readjust after their engagements with other teams or other individuals. There were a lot of quick third parties happening in this game, and that was what I was looking forward to in Sanhok, because that is the situation you will have to deal in the future quite a lot.
That is true. And then even Top Notch, they tried to get a little bit of, they tried to chime inside the action. They thought they didn't want to be the one to be left out, but then they got eliminated themselves, Johnny. And also, we need to mention one more thing. With this game of Sanhok, that's going to be it for Group 3, right? Now Group 4 is going to chime in the upcoming game. Yeah. So for Group 3, this was the last chance for them to do anything, make something out of nothing, and try and make yourself qualify. One thing is for sure, we've got Revenant Esports qualifying, we've got WSP qualifying, we've also got another team, 7 Habits qualifying. Any other names you want to add on in your prediction?
I think 7 Habit is going to make through. I'm a little bit worried about the players from Volt as well. 440 volts as well, because I mean the first game was decent, the second game also they were able to walk away with a few points. I don't think they're going to be high enough in the leaderboard, but I think if they make it through, they're going to be right on the 7th or the 8th position. So that is what I have to see, because Sanhok was extremely important for them. Erangel, they did have a decent finish, but Sanhok was that could have actually secured them the qualification position within the top 8, and since it wasn't that great of a game, now there's going to be a big question mark whether as to the team makes it through or not.
That is true. Question marks are definitely going to be all across the board. Even I'm having a lot of question marks in my mind. Yeah, some of the known teams, they've already made it, but I'm always worried about those dark horses. I'm talking about Skulltz, man. It is one of those teams that I personally loved. I would say they definitely do have a really good synergy, but the only thing they need to work out is work on their splits and map awareness a little bit more. But overall, when it comes to the fragging department, this team is definitely on the board. I would say the only thing Skulltz needs to work on, considering they have gotten a lot of screen time as well in the map of Erangel, especially because they were challenging so many duels. I would say, as I mentioned, number one, splits, and the second one thing I would mention is utility utilization. That would help them so much to amp up their fragging department.
I mean, in terms of their performance on Erangel, definitely playing around with the split is something that the team can work upon. But I think more than that, just propping up or bringing up the individual players' skill level to the next level is going to be important. But talking about individual skills, I guess it's time to have a look at the MVP of this last game of Group 3. And since we're talking about Skulltz, it is going to be Skulltz Harto, who becomes the MVP of the game with 5 finishes to his name.
Arto with 5 finishes, Skulltz looking pretty fantastic. Arto was the only man who you're going to be seeing in the top 5, and then if you take a look at the second player from the top 5, it's going to be Drago with 5 finishes from himself, and it was also from 7 Habits. 7 Habits, at this point in time, it seems like the BGMI gods are impressed with them. They just love him. They are sort of like the zone magnets. Then if you talk about the Genesis as well, you've got Top over there, Anuj Top, who got 4 elimination points, and then DOZZ, who's Dusk, who got 4 finishes. Overall, the top 5 players, of course, they are doing quite a fantastic job, but this is where the real icebreaker might just be. Points.
Yeah, I mean, all right, I think Skulltz will pull through, Necro. I mean, they're going to be in a decent... they're going to be in a very good position. 8 points secured from this game. And I think the first game was also quite decent. But yeah, they will barely make it through if they do. 7 Habit, 26 points from this last game. I think that should be enough to bring their tally to a comfortable spot. But I think they're going to topple over some of the veterans in the overall rankings as well. I think that is something that 7 Habit has actually managed to pull off.
That is true. I mean, if you look at the second page too now, this is where you're going to be seeing a lot of the upsets. 440 volts, as I said, one of those teams that I'm personally worried about. NDA Esports too, not really get a great of a performance in all the 3 games. TEAMZERO official, yeah, they did get a decent amount of screen time, but have they made enough of it? That's our question. Team Psycho, I have been mentioning this since game 2. For Team Psycho, the qualification has been way tougher.
I mean, yeah, the qualification has been tough, and I think 2 points coming from this game are definitely not going to be enough for the team to for them to actually make it through to the next stage of this tournament. But we are going to wait for the overall rankings to see actually what the top 8 is going to be like, and I guess we just have to wait a few more seconds before the overall rankings for this third group, ladies and gentlemen, of BGI as the grind out in front of us. And here they are, 7 Habit. Oh my goodness, look at the difference between them and WSB. Ooh.
Oh, dude, the teams that barely made it. Look at that. Scammers, TEAMZERO, Elf made it. Even Genesis made it. I was in highly doubt of Scammers and Genesis making it, and especially Elf too. But these 3 teams somehow squeezed themselves in the top 8.
But Necro, I'm sorry to interrupt you again and again, but look at this. I mean, we talked about Scammers, TEAMZERO, and how they've made it through. 25 points for both these teams on the 6th and the 7th position. But then look at the 8th spot, Elf Esports. That's a massive 9-point drop from the 7th to the 8th spot. We do not expect that, and that is very surprising. I want to see what the team on the 9th position is going to look like. I mean, 16 points to Elf and 16 points to 450 volts. My goodness. Oh, they made it through because of the tiebreaker.
Oh, the placement points is something you need to consider. So overall, the placement points definitely have a little bit of more weightage on themselves, and Elf had 11 placement points, and 440 volts only had 9 placement points, and that's why they were placed a rank down. This is where the problem starts to occur, Johnny. 440 volts are definitely not going to be happy with this outcome, but hey, man, you guys have got the potential.
You're talking about 440 volts. I mean, they have a lot of potential, but NDA Esports, I mean, look at them. 12 placement points secured, 2 finishes and we talked about this again at the start of the day and after the first game as well. You need to make sure your finish points and placement points are being balanced in the overall tally one way or the other. You have an aggressive game, try to take things a little bit slow in the next one while securing at least 4 to 5 eliminations in every single game. And NDA Esports, 2 points shy of the qualification marker. They had more placement points than Elf Esports, sitting on the 8th position, but their total tally was just a mere 14 points because of 2 eliminations that they got in 3 games.
I mean, that is tough. That is definitely tough. It's actually going to hit you so hard when you're going to yourself as a player going to look at those overall standings and you're going to be like, oh, maybe if only I would have survived for a couple of more seconds, for a couple of more moments, that could have maybe given me the edge over the team that is currently sitting on the 8th spot. Before 440 votes, once again, it was a valiant effort, but hey, the chances do not end over here. I keep on saying this to a lot of teams that keep on getting eliminated. Every single team over here, when it comes to the mechanics of the game, they have been doing a fantastic job. All they need to work on a little bit more is maybe their team play and how they can try and improve themselves in a better lobby, in a bigger lobby, and try and research a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in lobbies like this, we will hardly get players that are not mechanically sound. Everyone is mechanically sound and on the same level. The differences arise in decision making and the general macro of the game. And as you mentioned, you need to do your homework. You need to do your research before you step into a game like this. Make sure for as many teams as possible, for as many teams, like try and at least get their preferred drop locations down for the well-known veterans as well. And maybe that can help you in coming up with rotation pathways that can help you avoid these big names. Try and get those few survival points. So, hey, if you are looking for a fight, then maybe it can help you plan out a third-party situation, or maybe catch them or catch off guard a little bit mid-rotation. That is going to be something that these teams need to work upon, and not just for now. This will be beneficial to them later on. But talking about later on, ladies and gentlemen, now coming up next are going to be the matches of Group 4, and the teams are right here in front of us.
Exactly, Group 4 in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Gladiator Esports, Gujarat Tiger. I already love that name, Johnny. Gladiator Esports. That sounds like a name that would take you down and eliminate you from the game. You do not want to mess around with a team called Gladiator. All these names inside this Group 4, it seems like they are quite new names, Johnny, and I am really excited to see these dark horses face against each other.
I mean, I am a little bit jealous of these teams because the teams in Group 4 actually get to learn a lot playing against Gladiators and Gujarat Tigers at the same time. These two teams in the recent days have mastered 2 of the different strategies that we have been talking about of the game. And when I say mastered, I mean they've just like basically they're on the path of perfecting it. Gladiators, they play extremely slow. They are going to be the last ones entering the 3rd zone of the game. They won't even try and approach the 2nd zone unless the zone is going to be extremely close to them or right on top of them. If the zone is on top of them, they're going to try and move towards the edge and play from there. And they convert those games most of the times. I think I've seen them, like a recent tournament that I did. I think they played slow and they were able to secure like quite a lot of matches, finishing the top 4, the top 5 every single time. Gujarat Tigers on the on the other side, kings of third party. No team has perfected the art of third partying fights other than Gujarat Tigers. Their timing is so perfect that they're going to come right in the nick of time when both the teams fighting are being down to 3 or 2 players. One of the teams is going to be down to 3-2 players. The other team is almost on the verge of getting wiped out, and they time it precisely every time and execute it to perfection every single time. So I think that is one of the lessons that the teams that are playing right now and the teams that have played or are going to play their matches in the future can definitely observe these two teams and learn quite a lot from them. But as I was saying a few moments ago, the problem with playing a lot of matches and the problem being in the public eye is the fact that the teams will have material to sort of study your moves and work out countermeasures for that. I think a few of the teams in this group in particular might have actually done that and might be looking to take on both the Tigers and the players from the Gladiators.
I mean, the way you've hyped both these teams up, Johnny, I am now going to have a lot of expectations from Gladiators and Gujarat. So let's hope that these two teams are going to be able to perform to the expectations. But once again, you mentioned about breaching inside the circle. I would say it has two ways to look at it. You can also be in a massive advantage. You can also be in a big disadvantage. The reason why I say disadvantage is because all the prime spots inside the circle would be already taken. Then you would need to be compromised. Then you'd need to compromise and take the spots that are left over. Unless if you want to take over the spots that are already taken, you will need to fight for that supremacy and get that spot stolen away from the team that is already holding. But that also invites a lot of team to third party. So I would say there are definitely a lot of disadvantages than advantages for breaching inside the circle late.
Definitely agree with you on that. But again, I mean, that is what the challenge is for you to overcome. I mean, playing late in the recent days, especially with how the other tournaments were going about, did give the teams an advantage in terms of survival, in terms of making it to the late game stages of that particular map. But in this tournament, I mean, it has been majority about just protecting yourself and not really engaging even on these zone gatekeeping fights unless absolutely necessary, unless you have nowhere to go, which we did see a lot of teams being put in that situation on Miramar and on Sanhok. But I guess since the first map being played by Group 4 is going to be the map of Erangel, I think it will be a good observation points for almost all of these 16 teams to try and understand what level of firepower are they competing with. What mindsets do the other teams hold? Do they engage right after securing the first knock? Do they rotate towards you and slam in towards you mid-rotation, just abandoning their game plan completely? How aggressive is the other side going to be? Understand that in this particular game, walk away with at least a minimum of 7 to 8 points. I think that should be good. And then try and go all in on Miramar and Sanhok. I think for the newer teams, this can be the game plan. But I guess when the game begins, we'll actually see what they're going to be up to.
I mean, for the previous groups, to make it inside the top 8, the benchmark was 16 points. That's not a lot. I think so. A team with even a small amount of consistency can actually make it in the top 8. And the teams that were not able to consistently perform as well, they were somehow able to make it inside the top 8. So still, I feel like it won't be that tough for a good team to breach inside the top 8. But once again, we never know how Group 4 is going to play. When you're going to have two monsters, teams like Gladiator and Gujarat facing against you, then it will get things even more tougher. But compared to that, you've also got a lot of underdog teams that might just take them down potentially, but only the future holds what it has, and we don't exactly know what the future is going to unfold for us in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing is for sure, that the plane's going to be hitting the sky soon enough. Once again, we're going to boot up Erangel because the group's new, and we are going to reset the cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super exciting to witness. As we mentioned, we have had a lot of heavy hitters. We have, in fact, a lot of heavy hitters in this particular lobby and a lot of learning experience for the other teams as well. But starting this game, the trajectory of the plane heading from the northern side, just a little bit west of Severny, and it's going to go all the way towards the military base, I think. All right, it's heading towards Novarepnoy. So leaning towards the eastern side of the map. Quite a difficult position for the teams that do like to land towards the western parts of the map, be it towards Georgopol, Hospital, Ferrypier, Primorsk. I think they will have to drop just a little bit south of Pachinki and try and pick up vehicles from there and try and use those vehicles to rotate towards their preferred drop spot. But let's see how this game is going to go. Again, as we mentioned before the matchup, Gladiators is one of those teams that we are going to keep our eyes on, and I think we all know where they're going to like to drop. They are going to be heading towards that military base, trying to play from there. An early drop from the players of RSS, who have actually dropped to one of my favorite drop locations, the Stalber Kameshki area. If the zone goes there, I'm going to be unhappy, man. The Stalber Hill, again, a difficult terrain to traverse, mid-fight especially. You have those reset options, but so do the opposition. So you have to be wary about that. Not a lot of drop collisions visible within the first few minutes of the teams dropping. All right, a little bit of a scuffle might happen towards Yasnaya. I believe one of the players has split up from his teammates and is on the northwestern edge of the Yasnaya city, and we have an eastern edge in this circle as well. Shelter is going to be the center of the zone. Well, kind of Shelter, Potato Hill, and Farm. Those are the two positions that I think the teams are going to be looking forward to for the next few moments. But as we were talking about the Yasnaya fiasco, it seems like AB Odin is the man who has dropped quite close to one of the squads taking control of Yasnaya. and AUTOBOTZ Esports. Now we'll have to see how they react to this information and how do they react to the opposition as well. Because at this point, the team in Yasnaya, they don't have anything to worry about. They know if the opposition wants to take the fight, they will have to push out in the open to do that. And that is not a wise decision. So the team in Yasnaya can just hold their position, start looting, get the weapons, get the ammo, get the healing utils, get the throwables done, and then look to re-engage. On our screens now, ladies and gentlemen, ASLAAA Esports, a name that we have heard of in the past, but now let's see how they're going to perform in this game itself. But Necro, the flight path, we thought we were going to see some interesting scenarios, but we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, we haven't, man. But what I want to see is another Southern Circle, because the chaos that erupts, the chaos that happens, and I want to see what Group 4 is capable of, Johnny. One thing is for sure, man, I really want to see Gladiator Esports push to its fullest potential. I want to see even Gujarat themselves push to their fullest potential, Johnny. And I'm pretty sure their potential, when it hits the peak, we might just see some incredible stuff from their side. Justin on our screen so far, what are your thoughts about this player?
I mean, Shogun is an incredible lad. In fact, all the players from the side of Gladiators, Justin, Delta, Shogun, Destro, all work in tandem to secure the wins that this team has under the belt so far. And I think this lineup is definitely going to pull off a few big numbers in the future, but they have to be extremely cautious of themselves. And I think at this point, the main threat for Gladiators is their own mindsets. If they can just focus on the fact that they have to deliver the best and not necessarily just wiping out one team after the other, just go running into those team fights. If they can just avoid that sort of a mentality, I think Gladiators will definitely do wonder in this, or have a wonderful run in this BGIS. But apart from that, I think not a lot to say about them. It's a good team, man.
Indeed, it is. I mean, considering now these are new teams, Johnny, even we don't exactly know how the outcome's going to look like. And I feel like Circle might as well be the decider of the pace, right? We've even got teams like AUTOBOTZ. We've even got teams like ASLAAA, who maybe we've heard in the past their names. But are they going to be able to deliver when the situation desires, when the situation asks for them to deliver? Because that's what a real performer can do. That's what a real player is capable of doing. And so far, Johnny, one thing is quite surprising to me. We haven't seen any drop clashes, and every single player from this group is actually playing so disciplined and passively.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking their sweet time to find the loot, find a good position for them inside of the zone. But having an Eastern zone on Erangel means the early game is going to be quite tricky for you to actually reposition yourself inside of the zone. So early rotations, I think we're going to see a few teams rotating in early for the center. And I think Galaxy is one of those teams that have actually already started to move towards farm, where the players of Gujarat Tigers are holding their position. Storm on the other side, the team actually on our screens, the POVs that we are witnessing is the team playing from Milta. We have NADE playing from Novorepnoy, God's Reign in military base. And I think one of the first heated moments of the game is either going to happen on that military bridge or on the Novorepnoy bridge. A very high possibility of it happening on the Novorepnoy bridge, though.
That is true. And considering we've got even GDR all the way down on the south, that is Gladiator. In the military island, they're going to take their time. Look, we know that the circle is not exactly on the military island, but still for them to rotate out, it's not going to be tough. I highly doubt in these type of circles, anyone's going to opt out to straight up just go and camp the bridges. That is next to impossible to happen, but we've got RVNC Esports on our screens, and so far, this team, even they themselves haven't really gone any sort of actions. But one thing is for sure, as the circle is going to keep on shrinking down, all these teams are packing themselves up to the brim with a lot of loot. So even if the mid-game phase, they're going to be burning through a lot of meds and utilities and bullets in total, it's still not going to affect them a lot because they have enough amount of loot to do so.
Yeah, a total of 3.5 minutes have passed since the game began. And as you mentioned, I mean, everyone is just stacking up on the loot so far in this game. No fights, not a single shot has been fired in this match till now. And I think whenever the early game is like this, the mid game becomes more and more tricky with every single second, every single player survives in the matchup. You won't have a lot of land area to work with, and that means the entire team will have to basically play in constricted position. But hey, the first fight of the game breaking out, and it looks like TH7, they are taking a hit. BR pulling off a brilliant job in this fight, having secured 2 knocks. There's the third.
Yeah, BR Pasha OP was able to get 3 players knocked out. Now it's all down to Baka. Inline Esports, they get taken care of. DBS once again strikes supreme in the close quarters, and BR's going to be the one to come out on top. What is this, Johnny? We just witnessed one of the quickest squad wipes in the game, that's for sure. But this was a rotation clash. Both these teams crossed each other's eyes, crossed each other's lines while making a rotation.
Rose Esports giving the rose to the other side of Inline Esports, and it was a bloody one as well. Pasha and Viper securing the finishes for the entire team. 2-1 Pasha, 2-1 Viper, and now BLOODROSE Esports, I think they are pretty much set for the mid game, securing these 4 elimination points super early right now and wiping out, as you said, a team in a matter of seconds. But what is their progression going to be like as they move out from this watchtower? Because they got extremely lucky, I'll be honest. They did manage to catch this team of Inline Esports off guard out in the open, and because of that, I think they were able to secure this fight.
Yeah. We've got Baka, and now even they're getting pushed up, Johnny. Not a good news for them. I mean, this was a replay, right? How they got pushed up and how overall the situation escalated in total. BLOODROSE Esports now on our screens. We had them for a while on our screens, and we're just seeing them reposition themselves in a better spot. Of course, a team would like to have, or at least would like to get as close as possible to the center of the circle. Now the next circle is going to be a massive icebreaker. Would be able to know exactly where the future lines might just pan out, and the circle's actually going to shift on another side completely. That means teams like GDR now will need to move up. Even NADE Esports will need to move up.
Yeah, they are going to have to move up, cross the bridge, and get to the main island as quickly as possible. But the first challenge in their way is going to be the team of Storm Esports that's going to hold the Nova Ripnoi bridge, or maybe just the rotating pathways from Milta towards the shelter area. God's Gladiators on the other side towards that military bridge area. I want to see if their collision is actually going to happen against the players of Ego, as the players of Ego have positioned themselves quite close to the bridge, not necessarily right on top of it, and I believe they're going to plan to chase the players of Gladiators once they actually cross the bridge. But look at what Gladiators are doing. They stopped, and I believe they have the scopes to actually get vision of the other side of the bridge. But Shogun, he's going to move forward, be the scout for the team, and deal with the oncoming pressure first. Try and get as much information earlier on as possible, and then give the signal to his team to move in.
Let's see, man. Shogun, as you mentioned, yeah, he's going to be the scouter for his team. And I highly doubt he's got any clue that there is a team in the back lines who is waiting to strike in the right opportunity. And it is in the name of EG. And so far, this team as well, they're not doing anything. Look, they've got a US in their hands, but they haven't moved at all. Now, as soon as the wall of death's going to hit them, they're going to start to move up.
They are moving up. Gujarati, I mean, they're trying to avoid the position of Gladiators, but I think it's going to be inevitable. There is no way they can avoid this mid-rotation fight, and I think Stunner realizes this as well. Immediately gets off the bike, starts putting on the first aids. Look at the map. The difference between these two teams is not a lot, and at any given point, the fight can break out. Justin as well. With the way the Gladiators are moving, I think mid-rotation, they're just making sure they're maintaining the vision of this vehicle out in the open field. And now they've closed in on this vehicle. The clash has happened. 2 players in that US. Justin is making the push for it. But, oh, it wasn't 2, it was 3 of them. And Justin, he backs off as soon as he realizes what's waiting for him on the other side of that ridge.
Yeah, mission aborted, Johnny. They knew that they might just be walking into a massive death trap that Team Ego is looking to set up. And a really good call to back off as well. One of the players isolated, and Stunner might just not be able to get away on his two-seater, and he gets knocked out. No way for Stunner to get away onto that motorcycle, and unfortunately for Team Ego, they're going to lose out on one of the players and maybe also drop down a little bit of their ego on the way. So Team Ego now will need to move away, disengage from this fight completely. That separation that they had, sometimes it does tend to work out nicely for you, but sometimes when you're going to be completely lost in the mid-game scenarios, it actually doesn't.
I think it was just the quick adaptation from the side of Gladiators. I think they realized if there are 3 lads in the US, that means the bike was just carrying one individual player in the rear, because they did see that man get off and they were expecting the team of Ego to be regrouped on the other side. Realizing one man alone is an easy job for them, is an easy point for them to secure. They did that and now are going to be looking to move forward towards the zone, which, by the way, has taken a hard shift up north, heading towards the ASLAAA fields, and that is going to make for a very beautiful end game for us to witness in this match.
It might just be RVNC on our screens making a rotation. We've also got Storm towards Milta. This team still hasn't moved in, Johnny. And considering now the circle is shrink down to so small, I feel like late rotation is always going to pan out against you, because look at that. All the prime spot inside the circle have already been taken away. The teams that are going to be the late breachers, the late comers, they will need to be satisfied with whatever slot they're going to get.
I mean, exactly. They will have to just adjust to whatever position is left for them. But AUTOBOTZ Esports on the other side. Spray, he needs to be careful. He's going to step into the line of fire of another team on the other side of the ridge. And well, right in the nick of time, he turns around, but by mistake clashes into his own teammate. And it's BTW official who might just collide against the players of AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ going for a 3-1 split. Spray still scouting around and still trying to see if he can maintain the vision and maintain gathering information about the players of BTW officials, especially considering that Spidey has now been cut off from the rest of his team. Nades being exchanged by either side. The Molotov was lobbed quite close to the US, but Spidey, he's going to stay safe. Nothing that's going to harm him over here.
That is true. BTW officials, they know that there was a team in the clotheslines making a rotation. So for now, they're just going to keep driving around, see if they're going to be gathering any sort of attention, attracting any sort of bullets onto themselves. And so far, that does not seem like the case at all. But still, BTW, they're quite aware of their surroundings. They're making sure they're not going to be tunnel vision completely in just that one direction. We've also got Gladiator Esports going for a decent spot inside the circle. Surroundings are quite clear for Gladiator, so this might just be an indication for them to move in.
Let's see, though, the indication is going to be there, but are they going to secure this opportunity? I think that is what we're going to be looking forward to with this team. Forward, it's not going to be easy for them. Trying the level best as well. Galaxy Esports, Hitesh, the IGL, as the ending of the name says. From here, even they can sort of look to third party the ASLAAA Gladiators fight, but the fight has already begun. Trades from either side. ASLAAA Toxic finding the knock and getting knock in return. Justin finding Tiger as well. I believe ASLAAA, they are down to their last 2 surviving players, one of whom is going to step in front of the window, and Zero, he fired 0 shots and he was taken down. That means Cyan is the last man surviving for ASLAAA. And this is not how I thought this fight was going to go. I thought definitely there would be a resistance from ASLAAA, and there is. Wow.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of HP, Johnny, and he gets taken care of. Gladiator, they almost lost out on 3 players, and from one of which Delta PG could have almost met his makers, but still somehow he's able to keep himself alive. Look at ABZ. Even they were engaged in a fight. It was Storm who tried to approach them, but I guess the Storm's actually not going to last for that long. And now this battle these two teams have got for themselves, it's actually going to turn into a blood battle, and the nades are going to be tossed to perfection. Storm, they get eliminated from the game, not able to stand for that long.
As you said it, you called it, Necro. Rotating late is not going to work out for you. And Storm Esports, they learned this lesson the hard way. But I want to talk about this fight. Cyan, he secured 2 knocks. Even Gladiators were down to the last player, and he chose to put on the first aid. I have I don't know. Justin came running towards his teammate. I believe he could have actually heard the footsteps of Justin coming towards the stairs and lobbed a low toss Molotov or a nade just as a precaution. But he tried to go for the heal. Justin heard the sound cue, charged towards the first floor and finished the entirety of ASLAAA off. Well, finished the last player off and in turn take down the entire team. But on the other side, Storm Esports as well, running into an unfavorable situation, completely unaware of what the lay of the land was for the fight before they engaged. But look at this, look at the feed. BTW, it looks like they are in a scuffle of their own. An RVNC mid-rotation collision against the Gujarat Tigers. Daddy is knocked out, Bablu is knocked out, down to their last player. And Gujarat Tigers as well. Eggy is the only man surviving, trying to connect those shots from underneath that UAS. Prince charges forward with the DBS, but he gets taken out. And Basic Form is doing something that is definitely not basic. He peeks out from behind the UAS, and Eggy, my goodness, just being a little bit more precise is going to be the reason that his team survives in this fight.
Oh, Gladiator Esports, they heard all that commotion and now they're attracted to all this chaos as they're gonna breach inside this action. They're gonna join this action. They eliminate the existence of Gujarat Tigers. Gladiator Esports is going to be the kryptonite inside this game of Gujarat. And now we've got BTW as well facing their opponents, and BTW, of course, the DPS is gonna make sure that their opponents are not gonna be living to see another day. Such a quick squad wipe.
Yo, what is happening in this game? Team after team getting wiped out so early in the game, and we were talking about the mid-game, how tricky it was going to be for all of these teams, all of these individuals. And guess what? You get into one fight, you better be prepared for two. Gujarat Tigers, they have been third parties by the Gladiators, and now the Gladiators are going to be third parties by United Soul, or at least United Soul tried to go for it. Well, and has been deterred as the tires on his buggy were taken care of by the Gladiators, and Gladiators have managed to push the competition away and deny this third-party opportunity to the opposition.
Gladiators, the only way this team is actually able to make it inside the circle is because they were in the sweeping crew, they were in the cleanup crew, and look at this! No one stands a chance against the Gladiators themselves. If you decide to go up against them, you will need to go up against an entire firing squad that's ready to take you down at any moment. And now Justin going for the resurrection on the fallen player, two more players still surviving. Delta PG is there, going for the resurrection on the other comrade, and yeah, Gladiators once again back in full force like nothing happened.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single player till now in game, and that is what is the most impressive thing about this team is they have been part of a lot of fights. I believe 3 in total till now, and they've secured 12 points from those, just picking off individuals wherever they can find. So Gladiators, their mindset for this game, it looks like they're just putting their skills on display. But Galaxy Esports now, all 4 players still present. They have a decent position to kind of pull off similar moves to the Gladiators. But let's look at the replay of this fight, because USL, they pushed in without any utility, and I think that was the reason that Gladiators were completely able to switch the fight in their favor and come out on top with all 4 players still surviving. Had a few nades been locked before the push, things would have been different.
That is true. BR Viper was unfortunately down for a moment, but now it's back up. And look at Gladiators. I told you, this team is the cleanup crew. They're cleaning up anyone they see in their vision, in their sights, and no one is even able to stand a chance. Gladiators easily able to stop all the chaos that was against them, and somehow for this team, they don't need to care about anything because they're just so strong when it comes to the firepower that they're able to mow down anyone.
Look at Justin and Delta for a second. 7 eliminations on Justin, 6 on Delta. I don't know what it will take from either one of the 8 remaining teams in this game to finish off the Gladiators. They have 15 points already, and we're not even in the 6th zone yet.
For Gladiators to breach inside a zone, other teams in general, they think of rotation so much, but Gladiators is like, nah, we're just gonna straight up take our vehicles and take whatever spot we desire, and we eliminate the team that's holding that spot. That's how Gladiators work, because they're not scared of anyone in the lobby. They're just cleaning up anyone that stands in their pathway. And so far, Ruthless, Slayer, Stoppers could have been one of those.
Ruthless, Slayer, Stoppers. The name suggests I think they can go for a fight against the Gladiators, but Zeus OP, oh my goodness, a little bit of a panic situation, but with the DBS in his hand, it does manage to make sure that he's the man coming out on top and surviving that 1v1 collision against the other lad. We're down to 17, 24 players surviving in this game, and Galaxy Hitesh taking a nade to the face. Justin was the man who lobbed that nade, and Hitesh is going to be taken out. Shogun going for a push on Rahul, while in the meanwhile, one of the players from the side of Galaxy Esports did try to go for a similar move. Both of them were traded out. Justin has been knocked out as well. Hitesh getting finished off by Delta PT. Gladiators, they are in recovery mode in this fight. They're trying to finish off the last player from the side of FTW. They pull it off yet again. 19 eliminations being racked up by this one team. There are 20 players still remaining. 4 from Gladiators. 16 players remaining for them to pick up.
For them to pick up, I like how you phrased it, as if the world is their territory. And so far, that's how it's looking like. As I said, for Gladiator, they don't need to think at all to take any of the slots in their hands. All they need to do is just straight up breach in and just take the fights, and somehow they're actually able to win all the fights that they're taking. So Gladiators, yeah, nothing to fear. So far, they are showing a fearless gameplay. And look at him out in the open taking the shots against the teams that are against him. But hopefully you don't get too complacent, because when that happens, you start taking fights you should not. And Gladiators once again pushing up against the team in the front. But this time, the outcome might just be a little different. But Justin still able to put the final nail in the coffin. Gladiator once again proving that they are a part of the cleanup crew.
What is this team up to, Necro? 23 finish points.
Oh my
in
god,
one game.
farming.
Yeah, they are farming bodies. They are farming those finish points. In this particular match, in this match in particular, I am so lost just watching this team. 10 eliminations on one player. Delta just finishing off with 9 eliminations. It's a good thing for the other teams that now Gladiators are down to just the last 2. But even these 2 people scare me.
Oh, the nades are tossed in so close, Johnny. This game is making me so anxious.
Yeah.
As the game is passing by, my anxiety levels are rising to the maximum. Gladiators, they don't really have the maximum amount of firepower left over, but you still got 2 big players underneath your belt alive in the game who have the potential to turn an entire situation in their favor. Destro and Justin. Look at Justin, 10 elimination points all by himself. Another player from Gladiator had 9, but he's not in the game anymore. But now it's time for Destro to shine in. Wall of Death closing in too. Destro is going to be barely on the edge, but he's actually outside. He needs to move in, needs to move his body. If it's going to stay outside, he's going to take a bit too much damage. But Destro also needs to make sure that he's not going to get spotted by Autobots.
Yeah, I don't think the Gladiators are going to be moving any further in this game, because Justin's position is compromised the moment Destro moved inside the zone. His position was a little bit compromised as well. Autobots, they are in a perfect spot to secure this game. But hey, who am I to talk? Who am I to say anything? As the Gladiators, they chime in again, and look at Justin trying to slam the vehicle. Went for a hero play, but it's not going to work out for him. Sure that the Autobots are not going to be in this game any longer, as the nade from B is going to destroy them in an instant. The Gladiators are out. Autobots are out. Instinct out of nowhere is the only team there with the man advantage in this game.
Oh, Instinct tunnel visioning on their opponents, and that's why one of the players got taken away from the sidelines by RSS. Need to watch out from that, Johnny. Ruthless Slayers, this team is definitely in a really good spot, and you cannot underestimate, but even they themselves, Ruthless, need to move inside the circle, Johnny. And for them to move in, they need to cross an open pathway. By that, I mean the open road. So Ruthless, as soon as they step out of the cover, as soon as they step out of anything that's keeping them anonymous, this might just be it for them.
Yeah, this actually might be it for them. They have to be extremely careful. Ruthless, one more player lost. Scream out in the open. The spray should be easy to connect since there is no cover available. And Well, Instinct Outliers, their instincts were quite strong, and they were definitely the outliers of this game, considering they were holding the open center and still managed to secure the winner chicken dinner for this particular match. But one thing is for sure, that they're not going to be number one in terms of points. I want to see how many eliminations Instinct Outliers has, because Gladiators, again, I mean, how many eliminations did they have? I saw 23. And after that, I believe they pick up a few more.
You can add 2 or 3 more. 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
But for Gladiators, they don't even need to win the game. They have literally secured so many points just on behalf of those elimination points. So even if Gladiators were not able to win the game, it's not going to matter at all, because what matters is the overall rankings, and what matters is how many points you've gotten in your hands. And Gladiators have definitely ticked all the boxes when it comes to that segment of the game. But Johnny, I would like to mention how Outliers played over there. And with the way they played, it has definitely impressed me. Outliers kept themselves hidden the entire time. They were the snakes inside the lobby. And as soon as Instinct Outliers realized the fact that all the teams surrounding them are now starting to fight, they started peeking out and taking fights that they should have in that right opportunity of the moment. And that's what they did. They started taking fights. They started winning those fights. And considering Instinct Outliers knew that they have all the advantages in the world, they pretty much won the game. I would say the real MVP is the real Outliers, because they used their brain to its maximum capacity.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you on that. I mean, it was all about just holding on to one position. Guys, don't move. We are safe. Let's just be here. And I think that was quite key for a lot of teams, because majority of the time, the way the Gladiators were moving was just capitalizing on the fact that the other teams were a little bit underconfident against them. The teams were either just overestimating how big of an edge they had in a particular fight. Like, let's talk about this situation in particular. RVNC, they got destroyed by Gujarat Tigers. Gladiators, the reason they were able to take on the Gujarat Tigers easily was because of the fact that there was no reset time being given to them by the Gladiators. But in turn, when there was another team that came in right after that fight happened and tried to collapse on the Gladiators, they overestimated themselves. They thought the Gladiators would be down in numbers, not realizing that having that early utility being lobbed in before you push for a fight will give you a massive edge. And look at this. This was such a dry approach. This should never happen.
I mean, you know, Johnny, you can talk a lot about the other teams, right? But then such a magnificent performance, such a nuclear performance that Gladiator showcased, it's always going to be in the back of my mind, no matter whatever I try to overshadow it with. I mean, Gladiator was not respecting anyone. They were just straight up disrespecting every single team. Look at Justin over here. 1v2ing the entire scenario while his teammate is falling down in front of him. He does not care. Only thing he cares is taking down his opponents like a beast. And then look at the situation. He tried to run over Mr. Spray, but then Mr. Spray stepped out of the line of sight in the right nick of time. But then a nade comes in and claims all those elimination points.
First of all, kudos to the production for actually giving us a different angle for this fight, because now I just saw that last player from the side of AUTOBOTZ was, in fact, Spray was the last player from the side of AUTOBOTZ, and it was just by mere pixels that Justin missed that run over, the drive over Spray. He tried to go for a 1v1 duel, but in doing so, lost his own life and made sure that the AUTOBOTZ were exposed to the other team, who in turn just lobbed the nade and finished them off. So I think the points did, in the end, go to Gladiators. At least 2 of the points from AUTOBOTZ did, in fact, go to the Gladiators. But I think we'll have the rankings for the game in front of us soon, and we will get to see, in fact, what the total tally looks like for the teams.
Exactly. I mean, soon enough we'll be able to see that. But as I mentioned, for Gladiators, I would probably say that they've already qualified. But for a team like Gujarat Tigers, though, Johnny, a team that is still quite known, I would be a little worried for them. I mean, you hyped them up a lot. I know there are a bunch of people or a bunch of players that are quite known inside the Indian gaming community. So one thing is for sure, it shouldn't be that much of a tough task for them to move inside or move further as well. But as I mentioned, the Instinct Outliers, this team has definitely impressed me. I mean, I'm not usually a big fan of teams that like to play passive, but when you know that the opponents are doing their job for you, then you don't really need to work hard. You need to work smart, and that's what Instinct Outliers did.
Yeah, but for now, I think let's move forward. We'll have a look at the stats from the game, starting off with the MVP of this match. And I think we all know who the man is going to be. It's going to be Justin from the side of Gladiators. The reason being, securing 10 eliminations all alone is not easy at all. Well,
The top 5 players. You've got
It's Gladiators
You've got
with
Gladiator. You've got Gladiator.
three eliminations
Three
of three
players. Yeah. I mean, that's like literally 19 right there. And then if you compare 4 more, you've got 23 right then and there. And then I think so the last player from Gladiator also had 3 or 2, something like that. So you can say in total maybe somewhere around 25. And if you try to compare that with placement points, I don't think so they were able to place themselves that higher when it comes to the point standings. But let's see, we'll be able to find that out now. Look at the placement points, Johnny. Only 6 placement points and 24 finish points. This is incredible from Gladiator Esports.
Yeah, Gladiators already have 30 points for themselves, and based on the history of the previous 3 groups that we have had, they can pretty much just chill and relax in the next 2 games, and they've already qualified. This is the first time this has happened, by the way. We have had a team already in the qualification position completely in just 1 game, because even talk about teams like Revenant and Newman. I mean, what happened was they had 22-24 points for themselves after the first game, but the qualification marker so far has been 24 to 25 points just to be on the safer side of things. And I think 30 points is pretty good. Instance Official, I think I agree with you. They were extremely impressive, and I want to see what they can bring to the table as we move forward to the map of Miramar. But I want to see what ASLAAA can do as well, because you also mentioned ASLAAA is one of those names that we have seen them in lobbies like this in the past. Their history has sort of brought them in the forefront of one of those teams that can actually, that has the potential, in fact, to step up and challenge all of these big names. But in this first game, they have failed to live up to that reputation. Can they do that in the game number 2?
I mean, you can also sort of bring up this point, right, Johnny? Were Instinct Outliers really challenged to their fullest potential? That's what my question is. And considering Instinct Outliers didn't really need to work that hard in the final moments, I still feel like there's a lot more when it comes to exploring Instinct Outliers. Now you talked about ASLAAA as well. Yeah, the performance was absolutely not good. It was not the way you should have had the first game down. As we all know, you've only got 3 games left over, from which the first game is already done. And now the upcoming games will be in the future lines. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करें।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
Center slam।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you guys saw that previous game. It was an absolute bloodbath from the side of the opponents, as we did see, Johnny. And considering when we do talk about Gladiator esports in general, it seemed like things were in their favor. Now, we are soon enough going to be taking a look at the upcoming map that we all know. Of course, it's going to be on the map of Miramar. What do you think? Are we going to be seeing that nuclear performance once again from Gladiator esports? Or are they going to sit back, relax, chill out, and let the other teams have a chance?
I mean, it all sort of depends where the zone is actually going to take them, because I've seen Gladiators do very well and exceptionally well for themselves whenever they have that southeastern zone, considering they do like to drop and start the game from Impala. Northwestern zone as well, they like to play slow, so that rotation actually works out for them. But again, the southwestern zone is where I've seen them struggle quite a lot. All of that Chumacera, Ladriela terrain, I think that is where they sort of struggle in finding their rotating points and rotation pathways. And I think for the other teams, I think I would like to see how they readjust themselves, considering now that they know what Gladiators are capable of. If you have a team in a lobby that plays like this, plays this aggressive of a game, you will definitely be extremely cautious whenever you step out in the open. And I think all the other 15 teams are going to be extremely cautious with how they fight each other from now on.
I mean, I guess you can call Gladiators the Nightmares. I would personally prefer them to call the Nightmares of the lobby. Every single team now will probably be thinking about Gladiators, especially the teams that got pushed on and that got eliminated by Gladiator esports. They will have nightmares when they go to sleep tonight. But focusing on other teams now, Johnny. We were talking about Instinct Outliers a while ago, and I also said it's really tough to know that if they were challenged to the fullest potential. I personally would say no. We did not really see them in their fragging department a lot, but yeah, one thing is for sure. They are quite a brilliant team. They know how to make decisions on the fly. They know how to adapt to the circumstances. So that is definitely something that will work out on the map of Miramar. But in Miramar, I personally feel like when it comes to the fragging department, you really do need it, because in the final moments, the circle is going to be out in the open. And the only thing that's going to save you is the utility utilization and your fragging capability.
I mean, for sure, you mentioned all the right points, but one thing that I want to say is the fact that so far within the first three groups, we haven't really seen one of these new fresh faces be consistent between the maps. So I think that is what I'm going to be looking forward to see actually if one of the new names, as you mentioned, and you keep bringing them up, Instinct Outliers, can they be consistent? I mean, having secured the first game does put them in a position from where they can actually be a little bit more free, be a little bit more confident about how they want to play this match out. BLOODROSE Esports, brilliant first fight, but then to the later stages of the game is where they fell off. So BLOODROSE Esports, the team of BR, is another team that I'm going to be looking forward to. So these two names from the upcoming teams, and of course RSS, again, top three finish in the last game, brilliant.
Yeah, RSS too. I like the fact that you brought up their name. I feel like the only major factor why RSS were actually not able to win that game was, as I mentioned, the ground that they needed to cover. Yeah, they were on the opposite side, and in the front was open roads. And usually crossing open roads means it's next to impossible, especially when the circle is that small.
Yeah.
And when you know being a snake is the only option to stay alive, and you've got only cover that is, those are your vehicles. So for RSS, it was next to impossible. When they try to get up and when they try to make it inside the circle, they got caught while doing so, because making that rotation was next to impossible. Now I really want to see on the map of Miramar how they're going to be able to adapt to the circumstances. Now you can also talk about the jitters that new players face all the time. When you are in such a big lobby, you're of course going to have the first game jitters, and you can probably say that maybe that's why RSS were not really able to have a quick thinking. So I would really say it takes at least 2 games to make a solid statement about any other team, and that's why I'm saying I cannot confirm to say that if Instinct Outliers is actually doing fantastic when it comes to the consistency mark or not, because Miramar will be the sole performance teller of that team.
Exactly. I mean, we have been hyping up these new teams and these new names based on those individual map performances, but we want the teams to be consistent on all 3 games. Because consider this, these 3 first initial maps that you're playing in this BGI as the grind are going to be the testing grounds, not just for you, but for the rest of the competition that you will eventually face in the later stages of the tournament as well. And you need to make sure that you are delivering strong performances so that no team dare challenges you early in the next stage of this tournament, because their drop clashes will happen. Everyone sitting watching the games, figuring out what will be the exact point where they will take you down. So I think it's better to be prepared, better to put basically display a statement, a testament, like, all right, what Gladiators just did, don't you dare come in front of us or we're going to finish you off. But let's see. I mean, Miramar, the game is about to begin in a few short moments, and well, Necro, are we flying together this time?
Well, I guess maybe we are flying together, Johnny. Here we go. The plane's gonna hit the skies once again, and I guess the plane flight path is actually gonna start from the same spot that it did in the previous Miramar, from the Oasis all the way towards the prison area, or you can say Minas del Sur, Johnny. But the plane flight path is heavily favoring to the left side. That means any of the teams that have their designated drop spots all the way towards El Hazar, Impala, even Los Leones, even Picado, it's going to be quite a massive extent for them.
Well, but let's see how much of a difficulty are the teams going to have to deal with as soon as they drop on the map. Look at that. Initially, I see two colors clashing. I believe if there's a third one over there as well, the players from OMG. And again, I mean, it's either 2 or 3 teams going together towards Campo Militar and Torre Amuda. And I guess, wait, what? My co-pilot has just abandoned me mid-flight. And well, there's a new man joining me now. Ladies and gentlemen, Salty is back. How are you doing, buddy?
I am doing absolutely great. And it's so good to be back. I feel like I've sort of become like the Miramar guy. Every time a Miramar is on, I just switch back in. I love Miramar so far. I love the game that happened on the first one, but right off the get-go, we have some sort of a matchup right here. RVNC versus USL. Now, who takes initial contact? Who kind of tips the first brick is going to be the question, Johnny. If you were in the situation, what would you do?
Yeah, I think RVNC, they have to try and distract the players of USL from their isolated teammate and try to see if they can close in on the distance, because Prince right now, he can just gather a lot of information about the players of RVNC and they're nowhere close to just closing in the distance. So either they just completely give up on that isolated player who's been surrounded by the players of United Soul, or they will have to find that initial first pick, get the first frag, swing the numbers in their favor, and then try to push forward. The problem with either of these strategies being, if you abandon your player, yeah, 3 players survive, but now in the later on fights, you'll just be down in terms of firepower. On the other side, if they try to actually engage in the fight against the players of United Soul, this is a fight that has happened within the first 2 minutes of the game starting. That means neither of the teams will have ammo or utility to sustain themselves. And that is extremely difficult.
I love the fact that RVNC, they've stationed one guy outside this entire region, right? And that person can be extremely important, extremely crucial in scouting out locations other than this entire complex itself, right? If Team RVNC decide to disengage and probably fall back, I feel like that would be the man to try and lead them. But so far, I don't think that approach has sort of been taken up. I feel like Daddy is well equipped with the SMG and the LMG as well. So he knows how to take those close quarter combats. And I feel like he would love to close in the distance and fire in those bullets because he right now has a lot of them.
Well, let's see. There's a lot of information available for RVNC to actually collect, and especially as you mentioned, the lad that they've left on the high ground towards the northeastern side of that city can actually be beneficial. But look at this nade against the players of Instinct Outliers, and the Outliers, I mean, are looking to readjust, reposition themselves. Getak on our screens, he's repositioning, denying the flank to the players, Pro and Murnox from the side of NADE. I think the better option for either of these two teams, and in fact both of them at the same time, is going to be to completely back off. Neither of them are in a fighting position. Instinct Outliers, maybe now they are, since all 4 of the players are inside cover, but NADE, they definitely need to disengage.
Dude, I'm so scared of this guy, Star, as well as Basic Form, of course, who is just looking over this entire situation. He does have a lot of information, can probably provide some sort of a cover fire if Team USL do decide to close in that gap. But I can see from a distance that Prince and his friends, of course, they're choosing to disengage. But elsewhere, look at this, the bro code pretty close by. And Team MB's Invoker Dog, he's not really equipped with the best of weaponry. He's gonna get gunned down, and this was a completely easy finish for them. First point in the bag, and I feel like that was the first pick. Yep, it was the first pick, and Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, has started.
Yeah, exactly. Miramar has finally begun with the first pick of the game being secured by Inline Esports. And this is quite contradictory to the kind of performance that they had in the previous game, being the first ones to be wiped out. So I think they're going to be looking forward to this match in particular. But on the other side of the fight, we were all looking forward to Instinct Outliers. They tried to start things off against the players of NADE, but Getak has been taken out. Dexter, he's trying to get a retaliation trade, but it's not really working out for them, and all of a sudden Instinct Outliers, they're down 2 players. Rohan is trying his level best to deny Pro this push, but he's gonna duck behind the box. Pro steps out right in the nick of time. The hip fire spray, a little bit more precise from Rohan, and with the M16 out of all things. Alright, he was on the AKM. I was like, how was he able to pull that out with the M16? But with the AKM, he secured the knock, and NADE is now down to their last player, and so is Instinct Outlier.
Elsewhere, it's NADE Gunmaster. He's just going forward for it, but Instinct Outliers, they just managed to wipe the entirety of Team NADE. I mean, this was a great fight, especially coming in with that M16. The AKM chamber was out of bullets. Elsewhere, Team RVNC, they've decided to come up together and go strong together. In fact, I can see Team USL sort of backing off and trying to buy space for themselves. They have a good compound to work with, so that shouldn't really be a problem, but have to be very wary of those nades. So far, Star OP doesn't have any. I'm not really sure of the rest of the players. Even Daddy doesn't have any. So utility-wise, Team RVNC is sort of a little light. Just makes things a little more easier for Team USL and might just hold their ground. Use the topography, have to use that second wisely. He'll split up the fight well enough. Team RVNC, we can see them crumble.
Yeah, I mean, RVNC and United Souls, neither of these teams, these two teams have made things easier for each other. Both of them, just like the time they wasted in checking each other for a push or for either a peek through a window was the time that actually could have been utilized in gathering utils, gathering ammunition, gathering better weapons. But now neither of these teams has all of those things. So they're going to readjust and reassess the situation, try and back off at least a little bit, and then find all of those good things, get the early game loot, and then try and see if they can find a position to re-engage. Although the earlier fight, NADE against Instinct Outliers, Instinct Outlier, I wonder how will they reset, because they are the winners of the previous game. They've got the chicken dinner for themselves. Rohan over here, I think his job was done. Alright, he did secure that knock with the M16. I wasn't wrong about it. He did pull it off with a weapon that just fires on burst the entire time, unless you switch it on to the single shot, but you're not really going to do that for close quarters combat. And look at that. What is one of the players actually called misogynist? What?
Exactly. I mean, we talked about it last day, right? These players, they're really creative when it comes to their names. But talk about the game itself, right? I mean, putting out that M16 in a close quarter combat, that is probably a thing which requires a lot of composure, because a lot of these underdog players, what they would have done is probably put the AKM on reload, and that would have just opened things up for Team NADE. But he had the composure as well as the mental clarity to, you know what, alright, even if this weapon is on burst fire mode, I will be able to hit my shot, and his movement was precise. Even Gladiators, for an example, I saw in the last game, they racked up a lot of those finishes. And, you know, by the time I was gone, I was speaking to Vades and everyone else who's available at the boot camp, but they were not really surprised. They were like, all right, this team, they play really well. And this is one of the reasons why I'm sort of like looking forward to what to expect from them on the map of Miramar. I'm expecting a stronger display, considering the fact that they've got the platform already. They have set themselves up for success from the first map.
I mean, already to make things weird, so what Gladiators usually do, or in fact how their rotations have worked out so far on Miramar, what I've noticed in like the last few months is from Impala, they're going to move up north toward LSR, then back off and try and readjust based on if there are teams playing on the northern part of the map. This time, teams were playing on the northern side of the map, so Gladiators readjusted and moved from down south. And look at them all the way towards Ladriela. They start off on Impala, by the way. They've already made it to Ladriela, and the zone entry for them looks quite easy. But I don't want to talk about the Gladiators too much because of what you just said. Everyone knows they are a good team. Everyone knows the Gladiators have good players, and they have what it takes to lift trophies, not just win games. I want to see if one of the new names, if one of the newer teams can actually step up, take on the Gladiators,
and beat them consistently. That is what I want to witness.
Certainly. And you know what? Like, I see a lot of familiar names from the last official that I casted. ASLAAA, for a fact, right? I'm expecting a lot from this team. This team is probably one of the most well-knit unit, and I've seen them perform in front of my eyes in the last official. So sadly, they could not really make it that far, but hoping that this BGIS grind is like the proper platform for them, because again, it's sort of like based for these teams who've really been knocking on the doors of tier 1 BGMI, but been like missing out on those opportunities in the final end and the final stages of the qualification process. Once again, they get back the opportunity to ignite that passion once again and, you know, just break apart that door. Initially, they were knocking at it. It's probably time to break it apart right now.
I think you have to join me and Necro in our boat and just be on the line, be on the verge of being disappointed again this year as well. Because, I mean, a lot of the teams, as you mentioned, a lot of the returning names this time around are struggling in the early stages. Inline Esports, I mean, as we were talking about them a little bit earlier on, they were able to secure the first finish, the first pick of this game. But Blazy, this might be a mistake. He has come quite close to the players of Gujarat Tigers, and in fact is straight in the line of fire of one of the players who was holding the high ground from the side of GT. In the meanwhile, Pasha, he realizes that the Autobots are closing in from the rear and is going to be forced to just make sure that he has vision of this ridge so he can gather the information of where the Autobots are in fact going. And Mr. Spray, moving in the other direction, has decided not to climb up on top of this hill. I guess instinct, the spidey senses started to tingle, and he realized that there might be someone waiting for him on the other side.
Exactly. GT, for a matter of fact, I love the way they place themselves. Of course, it kind of attracts a lot of attention, especially when you occupy like the dead center of the circle and this high ground. This hill is a great spot to hold to, especially since even if the circle in a hardship, they still somewhat be in the circle because they are right at the center of it. And considering that height advantage, the topography to work with, I think might be a proper setup for them to, you know, rack up some finishes on the teams who are completely unaware of their position. They probably might just be on a field trip, but, you know, all of a sudden hell might just break loose. So I'm just waiting for that initial contact. Elsewhere, RVNC is also on the move, and we've talked about it a couple of times now. Like, Miramar always has these phases where teams start to reposition, and since it's like a very large map with great uneven terrain, you don't really have those close quarter combats in the mid stage of the game. Most of the teams are mostly on the run, and that is exactly what we see, right? So far the circle has shifted towards El Pozo, and ASLAAA kind of have an advantage right now. They've got a good position, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, taking control of El Pozo early will definitely work out for them, but we have to see, because sometimes team do end up overthinking their decisions during these mid-game stages, especially on Miramar, and if they abandon those city compounds, it will definitely come back to bite them in the future. But for now, Gladiators, a team that has lived up to its name so far inside of the first game, well, at least in the second game, are looking for another fight early on, and they have managed to spot out the players of AUTOBOTZ Esports mid-rotation. Few shots fired on the vehicles, just dishing out a little bit of damage on those vehicles, not necessarily upon the players, and I think that is not enough for Gladiators to commit to a push.
Exactly. This is probably one of the fights that I'm really looking forward to, especially when there's someone else in the vicinity as well. Look at this, Justin. He's actually got a proper line of sight on Gujarati, and a lot of shots being fired up on. I'm not really sure if he secured that knock, but I don't think Gladiators have enough of a compulsion to probably go in for a fight. He did fire up his engines, did get inside the vehicle, so I'm guessing that they might fancy their chances against this team. But considering the fact there's Autobots in the vicinity as well who know how to third party really well, I think it's going to be a tough call for them whether to go and fight or just hold their ground for now. Elsewhere, United Soul, shots being fired as Prince Deny wants to get the knock for himself. He is taking blue zone damage, but that does not matter because finish points are more valuable, of course, and he has cleaned up one of the players.
Exactly. Playing late on Miramar means you're going to try these individual points that are going to be laid out in front of you. Teams playing slow, individuals who are trying to play for survival, but let's see how this is going to go.
Exactly. Johnny, your namesake, because from OMG Official is, I mean, they've really suffered in the early stage of the game. They've lost 2 players already. We did not see the players fall, but so far, OMG Official, their strength has been cut to half. And we've seen some heal battles, etc. But I feel like in Miramar, you really need those legs up and running. You need those. You need that manpower, especially in the final stages of the game. Elsewhere, Justin just spraying down hell upon team number 12 who were on the run. He has so many targets in his vicinity. Of course, once again, we talk about it so much. Height advantage on the map of Miramar, and just look at the amount of visibility that Justin has. And now look at Instinct Outliers. They've been spot out and they are being fired upon. Misogynist, what does he do at this point, Johnny?
And he can't do anything. All he has to do is just run away. That's the only option left on the board for him. His HP isn't really there. He's stuck in the blue zone as well. Now the question is, does he go down to the blue or someone else? And well, there's the answer goes down to Galaxy Esports Rahul, who actually had to commit to a very wide flank. Rahul had to go all the way away from his team, pick up that point and then drop back. So a little bit of an overcommitment for just 1 point, but hey, it's okay. They need those points. And Galaxy Esports, I think, having secured a squad wipe this early in the game, are going to be a little bit more comfortable moving forward. But eyes are still set on the Gladiators, gatekeeping that southern edge of the zone right now. Autobots right in front, Ego behind them, and knowing the Gladiators, they will fight both of them at the same time.
Exactly right, and they are doing so. They are doing justice to that fight. Justin, once again, being extremely precise, but this circle, in fact, Johnny, is so interesting because we talked off the El Pozo compounds, and now El Pozo barely just has an edge. ASLAAA just barely managing to stay inside the circle by a bare minimum, and it can be very interesting because a lot of teams do like to move from cover to cover, and since there's like a lot of compounds right behind them, they might be expecting some sort of backfires. Elsewhere, Destro just spraying hell upon Stunner, and Stunner gets knocked down. Thankfully, he has some cover to work around. Meanwhile, Justin and 3 others try and push up. So far, just like you mentioned, they are successfully gatekeeping Team Ego so far, but just like you also mentioned, Team AUTOBOTZ being in the vicinity, they have to be very, very careful. Elsewhere, Galaxy also having a high ground for themselves, have a clear line of sight, and that means a lot of shots might be invited from them as well.
Well, let's see how prepared are they going to be for the aggression that is headed in their direction. ASLAAA Esports toxic along with his teammate Tiger just lobbing nade on the opposition one after the other. But Storm, they are prepared for this. They are dealing with the Storm in front of them. But now this is going to be brutal. Tiger, point blank nade. Point blank range, the nade lands and hits perfectly. And Tiger does manage to secure that knock. But now he has to readjust because the shots coming in from the rear have actually chipped away on his HP bar quite a lot. But Storm, I believe they're going to be down to their last surviving player. And it's not going to be easy for this lad to survive as well. He gets hunted down.
Of course, right, Team Storm, they were almost at the edge of their seats, especially when Tiger, when he saw those players, reviving their fallen comrades, and he was just holding the nade. But elsewhere, look at this, so Team RZ and OMG, they've sort of come together in the vicinity. And I just wonder, right, if there's going to be this. I mean, Johnny, for a matter of fact, is the last remaining survivor for his team. So for him, surviving is not going to be easy, especially when Shinobi has spotted him. The vehicle and the movement inside the shack just gives it away. He knows how to lob that nade in through the small little window. So one right nade, I think he would be cooked down to a perfect barbecue.
But let's see the fight breaking out again. RVNC trying to survive desperately to the best of their abilities, knowing that the other teams will have the high ground advantage against them. Galaxy Esports on the other side, as you mentioned, Sion, he might get a little too distracted by the teams in the distance as he does shift his attention to screen from the side of RSS. Shots being fired, some do connect, but will it be enough to secure the knock? And yes, he does secure it, but wait, was the finish taken away? Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think the finish was taken away by someone else. I feel it was probably basic form from RVNC. If somebody from RVNC who just got the finish for themselves, this is easy point, right? This is how you play the game. You spot a wounded soldier and you don't waste that opportunity. Somebody else does the hard work for you. You reap on the benefits. But look at this. This was one fight everybody was anticipated for. Gladiators versus the world, of course, Delta PQ. reviving his fallen comrade so far. Does have Autobots in the vicinity. Two of the players are still far apart, so I feel like at this point the team just needs to call for reinforcements, because fighting team number 9, I'm not really sure who they are. I feel like it's going to be a tough job for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be a tough job. The other team has a massive high ground advantage, but I think Gladiators, they know how to readjust from this situation. And look at Incline Esports raining death from above on anyone that steps into their crosshairs or even in their vision. I think one of the teams that can put up a fight against them has to be Gujarat Tigers, but ASLAAA going for the push for the zone, not really working out for them. They've lost one of their initial entries, and now Rahul and Hitesh are left from the side of Galaxy Esports to deal with the remaining players of ASLAAA as they step forward. 3 players still left standing for the side of ASLAAA, and they switch things up, moving towards the compound where the Autobots have actually managed to make it a stronghold.
Certainly Zero just spraying down hell upon Gujarat Tigers. Such an open area for Gujarat. Elsewhere, ASLAAA versus Autobot. This is going to be the fight for the compound. This is going to be the fight for the stronghold. And now ASLAAA, the infiltrate, needs being lobbed in. It's all about which one connects. Which one of those trajectories is just better. And I love the fact that Autobots, what they've done is all of their players, they've actually gone to the second floor and they connects and sprints. Just burns them alive, and this is it. Autobots, this is all that they wanted. The infiltration has been dealt unsuccessful. And once again, Autobots, they reign supreme. They did lose Odin out in the process, but he can be revived back up. But job is not done. As God's reign, they sense a firefight, and they want to capitalize on a rather weak Autobots at this point.
Yeah, the Gladiators, they want to go for this push. They've lost Destro, but they're not done yet. They're not going to be happy with this game, having just secured 4 eliminations compared to the 23 plus eliminations. I believe 25 eliminations they had in the previous match. So Gladiators, they are definitely looking to convert this game as well, as you mentioned. But Autobots, definitely the first hurdle along their way, along with the team that is playing with the high ground. But look at this push, Galaxy Esports. I mean, it was quite lucky for them that ASLAAA chimed in right at the nick of time, deterring and in fact taking down the players of BTW. But then ASLAAA, the moment they came in, Galaxy Esports dealt with them as well. And I think ASLAAA, they will have to rethink about how they want to play the last map of the day, Sanhok, how they want to play it, because that map that is the one map that they have to qualify. I don't think they're going to be in the qualification bracket after these 2 games. But with top 7 teams, 21 players still remaining in the game, the question that is in front of us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is who will walk away with the winner chicken dinner of this match.
Certainly, Gladiators still on the move, and they are on the hunt right now. Team number 9, Incline Esports, they're still trying to fight back, but Gladiators, they're just way too good. Baka is probably the only one who is still surviving. Of course, Brocode is still there, but I'm not really sure if he's in the fight lines. Gujarat Tigers also in the vicinity. AJ, what can he pull up? Nothing much, as the AK just shatters his skull and takes him to the Grim Reaper.
18 players still left in the game. Gladiators, they are outside the zone, but they will have the opposition all laid out in front of them. The fight's happening all in front of them, and all they have to do is just time their own approach carefully. Galaxy Esports, Rahul stepping out in the open is going to be punished for sure. Justin from the distance, just committing the complete clip onto the players of AUTOBOTZ Esports. And this was a mistake from the Gladiators, as Delta and Justin, both of them have been knocked out. Shogun is down as well. One last player remaining from the side of Gladiators, and he is going to go for the revive on his teammate. But ASLAAA Zero, look at him hiding behind the haystacks. Odin at point blank range. Will he engage? I don't think so. I think Odin is just going to lay down cover for his teammates and allow them to move inside of the zone.
Yeah, but look at this. Odin using the smokes for his cover. Zero just trying to be hidden, and they had no information. They absolutely had no information, and Zero gets the first knock for himself. But it's not going to be easy, especially with 3 other players from Autobots that try to jump in on you, and he has been wiped off. Autobots, they live, they survive to fight another day, but it's not going to be easy. Once again, completely out in the open, and the only piece of cover that they have is going to be those haystacks and some smokes to work with, especially with Gladiators in the vicinity. They would look to feed upon those free finishes. RVNC also have some vehicles to work with, the monster trucks, and again another hay shack. just an open ground, the final circle. It's going to be really, really tough for these teams to survive, Johnny, and I'm not really sure how they're going to make their way in. Probably the use of smokes and the use of nades early on in this circle is going to be very important. Try to extinguish as much of your enemies as you can. You just move out and shoot them down.
Yeah, Autobots again, one of those experienced names that we have seen time and time again this time around. We're going to be seeing how they secure this win, and I don't think it's going to be possible for them to actually secure the win for this game, as Prince, he has still managed to hold the high ground advantage for his team all this time and is actually raining down those bullets onto the players of Autobots, taking down one of them after the other. Mr. Spray, the last player remaining from the side of Autobots Esports, is going to look to secure a few extra points for himself and his team before he goes down. But now, I think we all know who's going to get the chicken dinner for this game. It has to be RVNC.
Top 3 teams alive, Shawnee. Not a lot of players in general, and Mr. Spray's the only one who's carrying the flag on forward for Autobots Esports. And the nade's gonna land to perfection. What a perfect nade! RVNC, they lose out on one of the player named Star OP. Prince is still on the top from Gujarat Tigers, but let's see what this man's gonna be able to pull off. He's got the height advantage, he's got a lot of visual information, but he still needs to land his shots, and this is where troubles might just be brewing up for Prince. But as soon as he decides to move in forward inside the circle, Prince will need to expose himself. The nade's not gonna land on the target. Basic form, things missing out for him.
Well, let's see the Prince finally getting taken out. Mr. Spray barely left with a sliver of HP. He is going for the first aid. 2 more seconds before he has his HP bar back. And he finally does. Still 11 bullets left in the UMP. Needs to go for a reload or switch the weapon. Switches it up, but doesn't really pull off any wonder in that final 1v1. And well, as we all knew at RVNC Esports, secure what felt like a very easy win for them.
RVNC Esports, a team that has been looking somewhat promising in the first map, but then in the second map, they make the chicken dinner theirs. And yeah, Johnny, I joined you a little bit late in the action, but I was still in the back, just sitting, relaxing, and looking at all the action that was going on in the front. Definitely quite an interesting game of Miramar. I would say an action-packed game of Miramar.
Yeah, definitely quite action-packed as well. From the start till the very end, we saw a lot of interesting moments, teams colliding from the draw, but still not getting those picks. In fact, deciding to disengage the early fights mid-game. It turned out to be a lot of mid-rotation collisions between a lot of big names. Gladiators definitely causing a lot of them. And I think because of those delayed rotations, they weren't really able to secure the center of the zone, or maybe, in fact, even the high ground that they wanted to take away from Gujarat Tigers. So just being a part of the action, in fact, trying to engage in those fights, delayed them from securing this one, but they still walked away with a lot of points. Although, props to RVNC, they timed their aggression very precisely, and especially towards the end, because Prince, he is an experienced player. He could have taken down at least 2 players from the side of RVNC at any time he wanted to, but RVNC just approached that final 4v1v1 in such a way that they isolated those players into individual teams, and then they were able to pick them off.
Instinct outliers, as I said, expectations were a lot from these teams, right? And they started meeting a lot of early actions too, as you can take a look at in these highlights. NADE was the one who were facing them, but still, at the end of the day, Instinct outliers were successfully able to come out on top in that duel. At the end of the day, though, look, for Gladiator Esports, as we all know, yeah, even though they were not able to win that previous game, but still, you can somewhat say that they have pretty much secured their spot in the top 8, right? The real fight over here is for another known team that we can say Gujarat Tigers, but even they themselves have gotten such a solid performance secured, so you can't pretty much say now that in the map of Sanhok, all they need to do is consistently perform.
Yeah, and we do have the highlights of the game, as you mentioned. I mean, Gujarat Tigers, I actually was expecting quite a lot from them, considering it's Miramar. It's the map that is known to put you in unorthodox team fighting situations, and I think that is where Gujarat Tigers could have actually put on display what they are capable of. They tried to do that to an extent, but I don't know how many elimination points they were able to rack up in total, and I think Prince towards the end did get a few one extra point, but yeah, this nade could have actually changed everything for the team, but
oh my God.
It just was able to knock out just one player. Had basic form also been taken out, then that 1v2 could have actually played out in the favor of Mr. Spray. who knows?
Yeah, and unfortunately, Mr. Spray did not even have bullets in both of his guns, Johnny. UMP only had 11 bullets, and that too, he wasted some more bullets in that burst, so in the end, he didn't have anything. On his Scar Royal, as you mentioned, he only had four bullets left over. So it's next to impossible to take down a player that's pushing you up close and personal with only 4 bullets. You're going to need more than that, and that's where the opponent sort of had an edge. From the top, it was also Gujarat Tigers who were just over and over again pinning the player down. So unfortunately for that player, he was not really able to move a lot. He did not really have a lot of wiggle room, but still a valiant effort. He gave quite a tough fight to the enemy team. But Johnny, now as we all know, we're going to be taking a look at the MVP as well. Who do you think was the MVP of the previous game? Who do you saw just go absolutely berserk?
I think it's kind of tough to figure that out for this particular match, because one of the ways this game of Miramar was unique was the fact that the elimination numbers did not necessarily go to just 1 or 2 teams in particular. They were just like evenly spread out between a lot of teams. Between, I think, like 5 or 6 teams have walked away with a decent number of eliminations for themselves. And because of that, I think the points are going to be quite evenly matched in the rankings, in the match rankings for this game as well. But I think it has to be someone from the side of AUTOBOTZ, because I think AUTOBOTZ were able to convert a few fights based on individual skill, or it might, you never know, might be one of the players from the side of Gladiators again. They were there in the top 4, man.
I mean, once again, I saw Gladiators in the elimination feed, right? I mean, especially in the highlights, I saw them taking a lot of fights in. One thing is for sure, is that Gladiators at this point in time, they're probably not going to be scared of any other team. Just keep anyone in front of them. They are not going to respect anyone in this lobby. Because for them, they're just straight up farming these elimination points. It's way too easy. They're playing this game on an easy mode. But Johnny, you know what? I was asking you about the MVP question, and I guess soon enough we're able to find that out, because MVP sort of really matters for an individual performance. And here we go. The MVP of the previous game is going to be, it's from AUTOBOTZ, who's going to be Skulltz with 8 finishes. Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah, I said it might be someone from the side of AUTOBOTZ, because AUTOBOTZ, I saw that the team had a lot of eliminations, but I missed out on which individuals, or in fact how the team got those elimination numbers. And Skulltz, definitely a brilliant job from the man. 8 eliminations on him, and I believe Gladiators are also there again. Justin, 3 finishes. Delta, 3 finishes. Justin, how many finishes did he have in the last game? 10? 13 finishes in 2 games? Hello?
I mean, that's just...
Calm down, bro.
I mean, I feel like now the way this team is showcasing the performance, the name suits them. The Gladiators. We all know how Gladiators are. They're fearless, they do not fear anyone, and they straight up march inside the battlefield without being scared of anyone. And look at Delta. I think so Delta had 10 finishes last game, and now he got 3. So that's 13... 7 finishes if I'm not wrong. And now he's now add 3 more, so he's gonna have 10.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators are on a whole another level. I believe they're gonna cross the 50-point marker by the when we have the overall rankings. I believe so. I don't know with placement points. I mean, we'll have a look at those. So we do have the rankings in front of us. RVNC 24 points, AUTOBOTZ 22 points, Gladiators with 8 placement points, 7 eliminations, 15 points is the total tally. Gujarat Tigers, now I'm a little bit happy with their performance in this particular game. 14 points have been secured, but I don't think they're going to be enough. I think Sanhok, they need to at least finish in the top 3 with 5-6 eliminations if they want to comfortably move to the next stage of the tournament.
Exactly. I mean, Gladiators, look at this, right? You can see 15 points in total they have got. And how much did they get in the previous one? I think so 30, right?
30,
so
yeah.
Combined 15 in 30, that is 45 points. And there's still one more map left over, Johnny. We rarely see teams being able to accumulate these many points in only 3 games that's left. And now, considering the upcoming... I think so Gladiator will be one of those teams inside this BGIS who will probably set a bar.
I mean, for sure. I mean, just one more game remains for these teams, and I think that last game is going to be extremely intense. Especially, I mean, there were a lot of good performing teams from match number 1 who were taken out early in this game number 2. Instinct, Outliers being the prime contenders for that position, a team that was inconsistent in the first 2 games itself. And I think they definitely do need to step up. Otherwise, the advantage that they managed to secure for themselves in the first game, it's going to be taken away from them before they even realize what has happened. happened. So they need to step up, and I don't mean get those placement points. I think they were like at what I think 20 points around was the total tally for the first game, somewhere around that marker. So just to qualify for the next stage, I think just don't drop clash anyone. Just try to fight, get those fights early. Try to see if you can catch a few teams mid rotation on Sanhok early. Shouldn't be that difficult if you are going to be landing quite close to Painan. I think you should be able to engage in the Painan third party situation, or maybe try and pick off a team escaping from Paradise Resort. And then basically finish off with at least 7 to 8 elimination points from this game. And if an early fight comes towards their way, Instinct Outliers, they are skilled enough to pick off like 2-3 points from off of that and then play for placement points later on. But they need to get those 8 points one way or the other if they want to move to the next position, next stage of this tournament.
What are your thoughts about ASLAAA? That's what I was literally just waiting for you to finish the sentence, and I really wanted to ask you. You think ASLAAA do stand a chance in the map of Sanhok? Yes or no?
I mean, so I want to say yes, but I'm a bit let down from how ASLAAA has been playing so far in this tournament. And I mean, ASLAAA, again, I mean, even Salty mentioned this, you also mentioned this, we have talked about this. I mean, we have seen this name in the past. Our expectations are based off of the history that the team has had. Salty put it perfectly, where he said this is one of those teams that again and again earns the opportunity for themselves to literally just stand at the gate of Tier 1 and demand the respect that they deserve. But every single time they are on a stage like this, things just don't go right for them. And again, things are not working out for ASLAAA. Hopefully, the last game of Sanhok, they can actually convert it and make it to week number 3. But hey, whatever happens in the game, it's going to be decided in the game itself between these 16 teams.
But I'm not gonna lie, with the type of performance even RVNC has showcased, they have definitely really impressed me. I want to see a bit more of that performance. I want to see a bit more of that in the map of Sanhok. Now imagine, Johnny, okay, Gladiator Esports is already one of the most aggressive teams, or you can say the most aggressive team so far that we've seen inside BGIS 2023. Imagine now they're gonna move on forward to the map of Sanhok that actually favors aggressive teams. I feel like we're about to see an absolute mayhem. We're about to see a chaos that will be brewing up. The storm that Gladiators will be bringing in inside the battlefield on the map of Sanhok. I just can't wait for this map to begin.
It's going to be extremely fun, man. But I want to talk about something else. Let's talk about the upcoming new names that we have witnessed. We've talked about Instinct Outliers quite a lot. Along with them, RVNC definitely looked quite impressive in the previous patch. But other than that, I mean, BLOODROSE Esports, I want to talk about them. BLOODROSE, Storm, these two teams in particular, because both of them have shown that, yeah, they have what it takes. Like, few points from either sides can be taken, and all right, they did this extremely well, they did this quite well, but then all of a sudden the very next moment you witness, if you are watching their POVs, you're just going to watch them collapse. So I think Storm, talking about them, excellent positioning in the early game stages. Their rotation pathways are very well thought of. They do manage to find those isolated entries inside of the zone. Mid-rotation fight, mid-rotation adjustments not going out for Storm. They have to figure out a way to sort of find that breathing room, even if it means backing off and disengaging completely from a team fight. Do that, get that little bit of a breath of fresh air within yourself, reassess the situation, and then think what you have to do. I think that is what Storm needs to work on. BLOODROSE Esports, quite the opposite. As soon as things get chaotic, BLOODROSE Esports, it feels like firefights are their comfort zone. They do extremely well in the middle of those gunfights, but I don't know why the rotations are not really working out for them. They get picked off one after the other in the middle, and then they try to readjust, try to sort of find a trade, but in the end that just puts them down further in the ditch. So I think both these teams do definitely have a lot of potential in them, and hopefully they can sort of readjust and reassess the situation going into Sanhok.
But exactly, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about all of that, if you guys also want an opportunity to present yourself and your team, the registrations are going to be open soon enough on 24th. So, what are you guys waiting for? Go ahead on 24th June and make sure to register your team in the future lines. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have the upcoming game coming in, Johnny, soon enough, on the map of Sanhok, this is where things will be even more spicier. We talked about all the possibilities. It seems like Group 4 is definitely quite a bloodthirsty team, and that's what I'm here waiting for.
But let's see. I mean, the game is about to begin. We have the plane in front of us, and this flight path is leaning extremely to the western side of the map, starting all the way from Nakam, Shami, and going well in the middle of Hatin and Kao towards the northern side. So this is quite an interesting flight trajectory, given the fact that not a lot of teams do like to play from Docks, Kampong, Cave, Lakavi. We don't see a lot of names head towards that direction. The teams that actually do like to go to those drop spot in this particular match will have a much easier time, since the flight path is already deterring the other teams in heading towards that. But look at this, Necro. There's 1, 2, 3 teams landing towards the southern half of the map. 2, in fact, right in the city of Sami. And I think Sami is not enough real estate for 2 teams. It's definitely not real estate for 1 team completely.
That is for sure. RVNC. I mean, it is one of those teams that is sort of, you can say, tasted the blood. And look at this. Already we're starting off with an aggressive page. We've got Gujarat Tigers against another team in the front in the name of EG. And this time, Gujarat Tigers, this team is really putting in a lot of work. Not a good news for the team that's going to be on the receiving end, Johnny, and I'm a little scared for that team, that's for sure. Getting eliminated this early off inside the game, especially when you're now going to be on a 2-on-4 situation. It seems like all the odds are now stacked against you, and look at the Flames too. They're soon enough going to engulf Stunner.
Well, let's see though. The fight progresses even further. Gujarat Tigers completely comfortable corner room. AJ is going to charge forward, and Stunner is going to be completely stunned as the bullets from the gun of AJ pierce his body. Ego. Wait, what? Wiped out in a matter of seconds. That is what you get for trying to drop clash the players of Gujarat Tigers.
That is going to be it, but we've even got AUTOBOTZ. Esports. This team has been doing quite decent so far. You can also say good. Team Ego being eliminated this early off inside the game. That means the final chance for them to qualify has been even narrowed down. Mr. Spray on our screens with the Jinx outfit. Let's see if he's going to be able to jinx this situation or not.
I mean, do you want to jinx it though? That's the question, Necro.
I don't want to, man. I would say let these guys have their time, have some elimination points, because I want as many as teams at least possibly getting closer to that 8th spot, because I want to see a tough competition, right, Johnny? And that's where it will be even more spicier.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to witness if the competition is going to be close. But Babalu, what was he doing? He ran to the first floor without even checking the rooms, and Nitro had the opportunity to take him down, but Nitro failed in doing so. And RVNC, they're going to make sure that BTW pay for this, but basic form. Oh my goodness, tunnel vision towards the team right in front of him, completely forgot to check his back, and because of that, he's going to be taken care of. RVNC, they've lost one of their individuals as well. Both the teams, RVNC and BTW, down to the 3 players.
Inline Esports in front of us, and Bleez, he knows that there is an entire firing squad in the front. But once again, you do not want to be the 3rd team to engage inside a fight. And especially if you are going to step inside the city, that means you are going to be exploring those unknown territories. And you do not want to explore an unknown territory because you do not have any confirmed information. And look at this, especially when RVNC is going to be in the front lines. Now, yeah, you can definitely stay outside the city and try to third party this entire situation. And so far, that's what they're doing.
I mean, they are just waiting for a perfect opportunity, the perfect timing to go for the third party, but they can't wait for a long time. That is, PTW official, they have had time to reset as well. The HP bars on the players looking quite good, and they can back off, completely disengage from the players of RVNC and try and take on the fight against the players of Inline Esport. But I don't think they have the information of where the players of Inline Esport have positioned themselves on the hills in the back. So that is the thing that's stopping the players from approaching the team of Inline. Gladiators on the other side, Paradise Resort is their home ground. And as I said to the other teams, I mean, it was a little bit of a tip to try and gatekeep the teams escaping Paradise. But now knowing that it's Gladiators, just don't. Stay away from them.
Inline Esports, Still just moving around. So far, it's sort of like a stalemate situation in the early game phase. But Johnny, you know, I'm not really a big fan of these type of situations because all you're going to be burning through is that's going to be your own time. You can use that time to loot up, reposition yourself in better spots. And look at this! Pro Code. So far, this man is left unchecked, and he might just shoot his opponents. He's got a really nice trigger discipline, unspotted, an opportunity to take down his opponents, but he misses that.
Well, he has missed the opportunity and given away a lot of information to the players of BTW, but his teammate Blazy on the other side can actually, with the utility that he has, create the opening that his team needs. But look at this, Kraken is going to be the first man taken out instead of being put out, and Order is going to try and go for revive. Blazy with a Molotov is going to look to secure the finish as easily as possible for his team, since Spidey is also knocked out. And I think, Necro, we're going to be bidding adieu to the players of BTW Esports extremely soon in this game. Order, instead of going for a revive, he has had to readjust and was trying to take the fight with the DBS, but Blazy, being the distraction, does allow for his teammates to close in, and in the last moment, Blazy also switched it up with the DBS, finishing off the team of BTW official.
With 0 finishes, Johnny, that's a massive upset from BTW.
Yeah.
Not the way things should have went, but hey, sometimes things do not go the way you plan or the way you want them to be, and that's where the first player of BTW got taken out. RVNC was the one who took down the first player of BTW, and then later on, Inline Esports capitalized onto that. I would say the MVP of that entire scenario is definitely Brocode Shoots, because that man was right there. He let everyone pass, he gathered so much valuable intel, and then conveyed it to his team.
Let's see, I mean, the information is definitely quite key in terms of converting those fights, winning them completely. But looking at the zone, Gladiators again holding very nice spot towards Paradise Resort. They have been surrounded now though. Gujarat Tigers towards the southwest, have United Soul towards the east and towards the northern side, the lineup of OMG. But I think no incentive for either of these teams to actually engage a fight against each other, since all of them are quite close to the center of the circle for now. Although, let's talk about the teams outside the zone. We have the players of RVNC, the players of Galaxy Esport, who are going to move up from the docks position where they are right now, and I think Query is where they're going to head. RVNC on the other side, moving towards Nakam, so they don't want to do anything with the players of Brocode, Pasha, their team. They don't want anything to do with them. They want to completely avoid any fight in the early stages and just completely focus on their rotation. And I think that is a good strategy coming from the players of RVNC, considering they were able to pick off the win in the last game. If they can manage to finish in the top 3 in this one, they are pretty much moving forward to week 3.
There's a high chance, Johnny. A really high chance. And so far, I mean, just look at the game of Sanhok. This is not what you expect. But one thing is for sure, I really want to just put it out there, and I really just want to get this off my chest. Group 4 has seemed like the most organized group so far.
Yes.
Every single team, it seems like they know what they're doing.
I'm glad you said it. Because I had the same feeling, like in game number 2 is when I realized, like, all right, this group actually feels like they've watched the games before and they have figured out the mistakes that they need to avoid. But to be fair, not all of them have done that. I think AUTOBOTZ have worked around their mistakes quite nicely. They have managed to readjust, because from game 1 to game 2, the difference in their performance was night and day. They played brilliant. Storm Esports as well, this time around, just slowing things down, realizing the over-aggression in the previous game was not really working out for them. BLOODROSE Esport, you remember the first game, they were the first ones to pick up those fights, but now completely avoiding them, slowing the pace down and trying to play with their own pace. RVNC in a similar manner. RVNC figured it out in the previous game itself that early fights are not going to do much for them. So all of these teams just making sure that the adjustments are there and they are working upon them continuously, I think will be beneficial to them in the longer run. But at least for this game, I'm going to be hopeful that all of them actually finish in the top 5, so we get to see what they put on display in week 3.
That is true. Gujarat Tiger, AJ in front of our screens. I mean, Gujarat Tiger and Gladiator Esports, some of the most experienced teams in the Indian gaming community, these two are. And you can clearly see, too, with the way they play, with the way they scout the surroundings out as well. They're just so cautious in general. with their every single step they're taking inside the game. This was the exact team that was able to surprise BTW and also eliminate them out of the game. And so far, Inline Esports, they are caught inside the blue zone, or also, if you'd like to call that, the wall of death. But considering Sanhok allows you to go for the med strat, and I think so that's what they're really panning out to do too. Look at RVNC, still so far back in the blue.
Yeah, taking things extremely slow. And on Sanhok, I mean, considering how small the map is, this is a viable strategy. And based on where they are right now, all the way towards... Wait, what? What? What is RVNC doing? They're going for a water rotation this late in the game. I don't think they're going to make it, like, beyond the top 8.
They can. They probably do have some gas cans. And if you've got decent amount of meds, even if you've got, like... Maybe you consider 10 bandages and 5 first aids on every single player, you're good to go.
It's not about actually just getting inside the zone at this point. Water rotations are detrimental for quite a lot of teams, as in they do not really work out for quite a lot of teams in the end game result is the fact that you are always going to be late to the shorelines. And on Sanhok, what teams usually do in these edge circles where you have the zones completely leaning heavily towards the northeastern, northwestern part of the map is they will try and play from the shorelines. That means gatekeeping is going to be extremely easy for them. Now look at the positions where RVNC can go. They can either land towards this place of Khao or towards Mong Nai. Mong Nai, I think, ideally would be the spot, but Khao will come in their trajectory before that, so they might actually go for it. But alright, they have switched directions. I don't know what RVNC is going to be up to now.
I don't know about RVNC, but Gujarat Tigers in front of our screens, they definitely have got themselves a really nice high ground advantage. They've got the hill control, and I don't think so their intentions are anytime soon to let this one go. And you also do see them going for the compound too, Johnny. This is where we're probably going to be seeing a potential split coming into play from Gujarat Tigers, considering they've already got 4 finishes on the board. They're chilling when it comes to the fragging department of the game so far. They don't need to be desperate to take any sort of fights to get them an advantage, but Gujarat Tigers are getting sneaked up on by Gladiator Esports, Johnny. It seems like these two teams might just be the kryptonite of each other, and so far Gladiator Esports have been proving themselves supreme in any battle they have engaged.
Exactly, they have done that till now, but I think Gujarat Tigers is one of those teams that can match them in terms of firepower, and that is what we might witness in a few short moments as we saw the players of Gladiators crawling towards the Tigers themselves. But Prince, he has an idea of where the players from Gladiators were, and he's making sure he has the vision of that hill slope, so he sees them coming before the action actually commences. On the other side, we have AUTOBOTZ Esports on our screens playing all the way from Tatmong, the northwestern edge of the zone for now. But look at that, the fight has started on the field as Gladiators find the opening against Gujarat Tigers, taking AJ down and finishing him off as well. So from a 4v4, this fight has been turned into a 3v4 with Gladiators with the edge.
That is true, Johnny. Now considering Gladiator, they're gonna spot out AJ, and it seems like he's also gonna get executed. Oh, that replay, man. It really just amped up my anxiety level so much. I mean, Delta PG being able to find that one person from Gujarat Tiger, it's like he's like a thief in the night. He just stole that elimination point away, and now Delta PG, he's probably gonna have that, you know, sneaky little smile on your face when you steal something away, and you know that the opponent or the person that you've stolen from, he doesn't realize it, and you have like a little smirk on your face. That's what he's gonna have.
I mean, he should as well. I mean, the entirety of Gladiators should be smiling right now, because there was no way Gujarat Tigers anticipated that fight. There was no way they could have anticipated Gladiators coming toward them like that, because as we talked about it before, both the teams had good positions inside of the zone, and there was no reason for Gladiators to move out of Paradise Resort, go towards the Gujarat Tigers, pick them off, and then play from there. They picked up 1 point. I think Gladiators also realized, like, all right, this is an advantage we should not really have right now, so might as well just back off, readjust, and then play from there. But look at this, NADE official picking off the players of Instinct Outliers, and I believe 2 players have been picked off. Gunmaster, he has 2 finishes to his name.
Sleep done by Gunmaster and NADE officials. Definitely 2 elimination points they definitely needed. And that's also going to open their account in the fragging department, where you really need to perform. And look at this, Johnny. One thing that's really concerning me is that there is a team that's nearby, way too close. And look at this. It's in the name of GUJARAT Tigers. These guys are the Predators looking to take down NADE official. If they are successfully able to sneak in, that means NADE officials will be demolished. But once again, for GUJARAT Tigers, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Well, it is literally an uphill battle for them. But as you were talking about NADE officials, they need a big game if they want to qualify for the third week of this tournament. But look at this on the other side. AUTOBOTZ against the Gladiators. Trades from either side as Destro has been picked off. But Gladiators, they found a pick for themselves as well, picking off one of the players from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Odin was the man who was taken out. Mr. Spray in the backlight. Wait, what? Is he the last player surviving for his team? I don't think so. They picked off one from here. One from GUJARAT Tigers. I think AUTOBOTZ should be there with 2 players.
Should be. And, I mean, hey, Gladiator once again. Oh, that nade was so close. That could have been a 2-piece with that one, but that Kobe was definitely quite nice. GUJARAT Tiger once again catching their opponent slack and leaving this entire vicinity. NADE officials, they're trying their best to fight back, but GUJARAT Tigers, they're just a step ahead all the time when it comes to the fragging department, when it comes to the game mechanics, and also the positioning in general. Look at this nade. It's going to be perfect. But already, the repositionings came in from the side of NADE officials. It's the one last man alive in the name of Pro, and now he's got the entire storm of GUJARAT Tigers approaching him. They're looking to pounce on top of him.
Yeah, I think NADE official, they're pretty much done.
He's running away.
In this game, Pro is running for his life. GUJARAT Tigers, they're going to try and hunt him down. And I don't think even if Pro gets away from GUJARAT Tigers, he's not going to go too far. Because look at where he's going. He's running straight into the arms of BLOODROSE, who are not going to be happy to see him. They will finish him off, secure his point, and make sure that NADE official, they're not just out of this game, but they're also out of the tournament. Because the first 2 games weren't really good for them either.
ASLAAA on our screens. So far, the games have been progressing quite nicely, but there's a lot of those teams as well who are handicapped, and Gladiator Esports is one of those. They're not going to be happy, considering both the big titans inside the lobby, Gladiator Esports and even GUJARAT Tigers, both of them are handicapped. Or you can say 3 of the titans. You can also add RVNC in there.
Yeah. The Titans, their arms might have been cut off, but they still have their powers left. Let's see if they can bounce back from the disadvantage that's been given out to them. ASLAAA on the other side, taking things extremely slow in this game, having just secured the first point, their first point for this match just now. As we transition from stage 4 to the 5th stage of this game, the blue zone is going to start to move in at any given second, and ASLAAA, they find themselves smack in the center of the zone. So they're going to be, their position is what the other teams will be eyeing for. And I think one of the teams that can actually challenge them has to be the side of Galaxy Esports. Since they are going to be down in numbers, they're going to look to secure that spot pretty early on for themselves.
I'm a big fan of the position that ASLAA's got. So you can say that that's why that position is definitely going to be quite a safe and secure one. But considering RVNC, they've already lost out on 2 of their players. One of them will be confirmed. Johnny, one last man left over for RVNC. It's tough to pull anything out, but I still feel like top 8 is definitely confirmed for that team.
I mean, yeah, top 8 might be confirmed, but I think for us as well, we're going to figure that out once we have a look at the overall rankings after this match. United Soul, they have had a pretty decent run until now. And this time around as well, taking on squad number 13, I think RSS. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they actually manage to turn this fight in their favor. They have 1 knock secured. The NADE is going to secure the second and finish of the first. So RSS, they're down to their 2 players, last 2 players surviving. And it should be a pretty easy 2v4 for United Soul to actually turn in their way.
United Soul, not a team that has gotten a lot of screen time, Johnny, but this is their time to acquire that in their heads. But it's going to be tough when you've got teams like Gladiator Esports on the tail. Right in the back lines of Storm, Gladiator Esports, they're definitely tanking a lot of damage from the Wall of Death, but something they can withstand, something they can swallow. BLOODROSE Esports were catching a bit of fire from the opponents, and nice catch from Justin. Not gonna let that player from Storm just get away like that. Frosty inside the hut still. Justin, at least Gladiator Esports have got a buggy for themselves, which can't be their escape plan, and that's what they're doing.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the escape plan, they have one, but it is going to work out for them. That is what we need to know. Storm Esports on the other side, having lost 2 players a little bit early on in the game. Down to 2. We have Napsters having spotted out the players from BLOODROSE. Oh, he had the opportunity available, and he takes down 2 of them with the help coming in from the other side. But no, as soon as he turns towards the other players, he's going to be finished off. Frost, he's trying to escape the wall of death, as you call it, Necro. But will he make it through? I think it's going to be quite difficult for him to do that. Delta on the other side, looking to hunt down the remaining players from the side of BR. Finds one more, finishing the job that was started by the team before them. But Gladiators, they need to reset themselves. They have the cover of the rock available to go for the revives, but it's only going to be for a few seconds.
Yeah, Shogun was knocked out, and I just love the team play that Gladiator Esports is showing right now, Johnny. That instant smoke up to provide cover for his teammates, and look at Frosty. This man is definitely going to be the one to brew a lot of troubles for Gladiator Esports. Frost is in a position where Gladiators have no clue, and look at Storm. The way they strike from the back, the snakes are definitely going to be way too venomous on the map of Sanhok. This is something you need to watch out from. And unfortunately, even BLOODROSE Esports got eliminated. Oh, wow. Disrespect.
Yeah, complete and utter disrespect. You're gonna shoot me? Well, you can try. I'm gonna run you over with this buggy. And Delta PG, I think he's looking for a few more people to annoy with his buggy of his. Well, before he does that, might as well just put on those first aids, get that HP back up. 8 eliminations on the Gladiators again. I mean, they will hit double digits for sure in this game. NADE Pro is going to be the next man in their target. He has the DBS. They haven't really spotted him out till now.
Oh my
Switch
God.
over to the M4, man. He has already. He's on the M4 now. Should be able to take down,
Johnny.
knock, and finish one player.
Now the Wall of Death is going to chunk out a lot of HP from your HP pack, so you need to move in as quick as possible. Unfortunately for Pro, he does not really have any meds left over. Only 1 first aid. That can be his lifesaver. So that's why Pro realizes that fact too. Gets out of his cover. Now is also making a run for the circle. On the opposite side, we've got Gujarat Tigers. Tsunami's knocked out from their side, but there is another team on top of the hill, which has created a lot of problems for them. Now Gladiator Esports against another team, and that's going to be in the name of United Soul.
United Soul, they are completely distracted for now, as we do see Oxen. He was burning in that Molotov, putting up the first aid, but a few shots on him did connect from the outer side. And ASLAAA against United Soul can be the fight that the Gladiators are looking forward to. ASLAAA, they've secured 2 knocks and then looking to push forward to finish off the team completely. But Gladiators waiting on the outer side of the warehouse, waiting for the opportunity where they can chime in and secure a few extra points. Tiger, look at him. ASLAAA, they're doing a brilliant job in this game. They are guarding their surroundings. They are making sure they're not letting the teams close in on their position. They are making sure they're checking the backlines as well. ASLAAA is playing this game out perfectly till now, Necro. I can't find a flaw in their game plan.
Yeah, they're playing this one pixel perfect, Johnny. They also eliminated United Soul from the game. So ASLAAA, now they're looking like bloodthirsty demons, and this is what you need to look like. On the opposite side, you've also got Gladiators taking down opponents one after the other. Fearless team also taking down another team that might just be the Apex Predators off the lobby. One of them taken down. Now it's a 2-on-3 scenario against Gladiators Esports, Johnny. And as we all know, these two teams are fighting for the supremacy. What a nade! The precision onto that is just perfect.
Yeah, Prince getting finished off. It's down to Tsunami and Eggy to see if they can take on the Gladiators and survive and live to tell the tale, just like Pro from NADE did. Let's not forget that man avoided the collision against 3 players from the Gladiators, and he's still alive. But GDR, they're looking to go for the push. They're quite close to Eggy. Delta, what are you doing? Last player remaining, Tsunami. He's hiding behind the tree, but Delta, he's not looking to stop. Going for the gunfight. Tsunami isolated, and he's going to be picked off as well.
No way!
What is this? What are the Gladiators doing to everyone?
No way you disrespect a known team like that. Eggy got taken out, he got ran over, and then you wipe out the entire Gujarat Tigers in a way where you were not even supposed to win those fights. Gladiator Esports, this team is a fearless monster that is currently lurking on this entire lobby and eating anyone that stands against them alive. They're devouring, they're conquering this battlefield.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said it perfectly. They weren't supposed to win that fight. Delta was supposed to go down. He charged head first into the barrel of Eggy. But now Pro from the rear. What? Just a flick shot from Delta and Pro is out. He was the last player for his team. Gladiators, it looks like they're looking to secure this last game as well. Delta with 8 eliminations. Justin with just mere 1 elimination to his team. But the position, the game, it looks like it's been laid out perfectly for the players of ASLAAA Esports. Gladiators, they have the edge of the zone, but they are sitting at a massive numbers disadvantage. There are just 2 players from the side of Gladiators, while Galaxy Esports has 3, and I believe ASLAAA is there with 4.
Johnny, Gladiator Esports so far, I like the spread that this team is showing, Johnny, but the only way that ASLAAA can win this game is that they themselves will need to spread out, have a little bit of spread that can give you a lot of surrounding awareness and a lot of intel that can be valuable in the upcoming circumstances. And look at Justin. Oh, he's flanking all the way from the blue. Johnny, what is going on? Justin, this man is using 6 cents, but eventually he gets found through the smoke. Gladiator Esports now, they are subtracted down to just that one last player alive in the name of Delta PG, and this man so far has racked up a lot of elimination points. Look at him, pulls out the AK in the close, but it's not going to be strong enough to stand tall against a gun like DBS.
Yeah, the DBS is extremely deadly, and I think that was what was needed to take down the players of Gladiators. But Galaxy, they're down to the final 2 players as well. And ASLAAA with the numbers advantage is going for the push. Zero is going to be the first man to climb that hill. He takes down Tyranny. And Galaxy, they're down to Cyan in a 1v4 situation. An impossible task, a Herculean task laid out in front of this last surviving player. He is dishing out the damage, but he won't be surviving for long. And ASLAAA, a team that we were extremely critical of after the way they botched the first 2 games of today, managed to secure a nice winner chicken dinner for themselves in the very last game of Sanhok.
Barely able to qualify, I would say, ASLAAA, but still no confirmations yet. Such a humongous game, such a nuclear game.
Yeah.
Once again, from the side of Gladiator Esports, they have been showcasing that they are one of the best teams inside the Indian region so far, Johnny.
Yeah.
And I would also like to say one more thing. This is the slowest game of Sanhok that I've witnessed so far inside BGIS.
This was the slowest and also the most insane game of Sanhok that we've witnessed in the BGIS till now. Because talk about the number of third parties we got to witness. Talk about the number of clutches, the 1v2s, the 1v3s we got to see in this particular matchup. All of them at a higher number. Oh my goodness. Didn't even see this one. There was such a small gap. There was such a small gap between the leaves. My goodness.
There indeed was, Johnny, but as I said, I mean, I pointed this out too, right? As soon as I saw ASLAAA in that position, I told you, ASLAAA has a prime position in their hands. I just knew it somehow. That position is going to help them so much. Imagine, you've got the compounds, the backlines, yeah, the only thing you need to take care of is going to be above you. But pretty much when you've got the houses covering you, you don't need to be worrying about anything. And yeah, for the players to look down on top of you, it's going to be next to impossible. Because if they're going to try to do so, they will be exposed to the world. So they cannot afford to expose themselves, especially in the late game scenarios. So ASLAAA had all the odds stacked with them, and they pressed onto the charges pretty nicely.
That was the problem for ASLAAA in the previous games, actually, since you have now brought it up. And I think this, you said it perfectly as well. They timed themselves. They head all to that position, realizing, yeah, we can take the fights through the windows. We don't necessarily need to step out in the open to charge upon the opposition. Just secure the points that we can, let go of the ones that we can't, and just play around that way. ASLAAA did that in this game. They had the advantageous positions multiple number of times in the previous matches as well, but it was just the fact that they were getting a little too over-eager to go for those points, that they were failing to even secure those 4v4s for themselves. And I think just pacing themselves was enough in this match. But dude, my head is hurting so much. Who made it through? I mean, Gladiators are through for sure, and they've also completed that, crossed that 50-point marker. Gujarat Tigers, I'm going to be hopeful that they make it through. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of questions be asked from them, like, what happened? Other than that, I think, I hope the team of BLOODROSE actually pushes through into the top 8, because their games was kind of, they managed to finish middle of the pack in all 3 matches, not necessarily finishing in the top 5 in either one of those games, but I hope they have enough points, because BLOODROSE is one of those teams that is proactively looking for those fights. And I like, you also said this, we like teams that go looking for those fights.
Exactly, and as I said, Sanhok heavily favors team that create space for themselves. Not just that the team acquire, not just that the team that is being blessed with the position, but it also favors teams that create space for themselves inside their circle. Overall, space controlling is something that you really do need on the map of Sanhok, because you know the grass is tall. You never know where the snakes are going to be lying. The more amount of visual confirmation you got, the better the way of Sanhok playing can be. And that's what I feel like somewhere down the line we saw Gladiator Esports do as well, when they were keeping on pressing on the charges, when they were just going on an aggressive march against any other team that was against them. While doing so, they were also acquiring so much map control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you mentioned, creating space for yourself and controlling the map, controlling the terrain is going to be important. Because again, you mentioned it, the terrain is extremely weird in Sanhok. It makes it extremely easy for you to lose track of the opposition in a fight where they are going to be prone down. They're going to be repositioning themselves as well. So having that visual confirmation of where you need to lob your utility, where you need to lob your Molotovs to actually force the opposition to stand up and make themselves visible, it's going to be quite critical. In terms of those gunfights, we have mentioned this time and time again, everyone at this level is pretty evenly matched, but I think, again, you need to take into consideration what weapons you have in your hands as well. We remember that one moment from one of those individuals, the name of the individual is slipping my mind right now, but he had an entire team passing in front of him, and he just waited for the right opportunity. He had the shotgun initially, then because he thought they would run towards him. That is why the shotgun was there.
It was pro.
But yeah, pro from RVNC. So, I mean, he did readjust that. He switched over to the M4 the moment he saw, all right, the players are at a decent distance. Shotgun is not going to do me any good. So I have to switch over to the M4. Secured 1 point from that fight and ran away, repositioned to a completely different location. So you have to be quick in that way as well. But I guess talking about being quick, let's have a look at the MVP, which again is Delta from Gladiators. This man has been on the top performer leaderboard throughout the day.
I mean, look at the top 5 players in front of us. You've got Delta PG with 8 finishes. Then you've got Eggy with 5. Then you've got ASLAAA Tiger with 4. In general, ASLAAA, they definitely had quite a decent game. They were also able to wrap up all the elimination points that were left over in the final moments. And then you've also got one more player from United Soul with 4 finishes for himself. Look, at the end of the day, I know we're going to be talking a lot about Gujarat Tigers and overall Gladiator Esports, is because they have stolen the limelight. They have stolen the show with the way they played. And at this point in time, I'm going to confirm them the official Giga Chats of the lobby. But you know what, Johnny? We also need to take a look at the point standings. And the point standings are in front of us. Even though Gladiator Esports were not able to win the game, but still, they are almost neck and neck to ASLAAA.
Yeah, they are neck and neck, just 2 points shy of the first position, having secured 12 finishes in the game. Gladiators finished with a total tally of 22 points. And ASLAAA securing that chicken dinner with 9 eliminations as well. 24 points is going to be the total tally for this team in this particular match. We see Gujarat Tigers, Galaxy Esports, Inline as well in the top 8. But moving on to the bottom 8 of this game, BLOODROSE Esports is going to be there along with OMG Official. 3 points to BLOODROSE, 2 to OMG. Storm, Instinct, Outliers, RSS, Ruthless, Slayer, Stoppers, and AUTOBOTZ finishing with just 1 point each in this match. Oh man, AUTOBOTZ, I'm worried about them. And Instinct Outlier as well. Necro Instinct Outlier secured the first game. And after that, Miramar did not really go their way. Sanhok did not really go their way. Let's have a look at the overall rankings and see if they make it through into the top 8, or are they going to regret the fact that they weren't consistent enough in the other 2 matches.
Oh, here we go. Overall standings in front of us. And yes, 67 points from Gladiator Esports, from which 43 points were just accumulated from finishes itself. 43 freaking 3 points accumulated from eliminations itself. Look at the difference between AUTOBOTZ and Gladiator Esports' finish points.
Had Gladiators finished with no placement points in all 3 games and still gotten the same number of finishes, they still would be number 1 in the overall rankings. Yeah. That is how dominating of a run they had in the 3 matches that they played today. And kudos to AUTOBOTZ Esports. I would like to point this out. AUTOBOTZ Esports, while not necessarily were a part of the big fights during the game, because we weren't really seeing that much in the main camera, but still their positioning was outstanding. They were able to secure at least a few elimination points in every single game, and that is why their total tally is 39 points. So kudos to AUTOBOTZ for pulling this off. ASLAAA Esports, 24 points from the last game means they just had 10 points on the overall leaderboard from the first 2 matches. Yeah. Oh wait, what again? Coming down to those placement points. Yep.
Yeah, once again, because of the placement points, Johnny, Inline Esports has had 14 finishes in 3 games. That's not a bad stat at all, but one thing is for sure, Inline Esports is definitely capable of pulling off some incredible stuff on the battlefield. But unfortunately, just because of the placement points, this team was not able to place 1 step above the opponent team that so far took the charge, Johnny. I feel really bad, but BLOODROSE Esports, I think so, it was your favorite team.
Yeah, they were. I mean, BLOODROSE Esports, why do you feel bad for them? They made it through. They're on the good position. They're going to be making it through the next stage. So I'm happy, man. But as you mentioned, Inline Esports, they have displayed potential of doing some big things in the future. But I think Ocean has been the man who has talked about the 4 pillars of the game, and he puts it perfectly. There are 4 things you have to do in the game. Land properly, rush properly, loot properly, and survive properly. While 3 things were done quite nicely from the players of Inline, they failed on that 4th part. Surviving is also an important aspect of the game. You have to think about survival till the very end. And I think just that placement point lacking is the reason that we are not seeing them in the top 8 for now.
I would like to add on one more pillar to that. I would say positioning is really important for survival. Yeah. So you can say positioning too. You can add on, you can make those pillars 5 now. Positioning is one of the most key
we're going to make a special table
wrap up a lot of exactly. To wrap a lot of finish points and also overall having a lot of valuable intils, Johnny.
Yeah. And again, to the viewers, we would like to remind you guys that the registrations for the BGIS do go live on the 24th of July. So make sure you guys mark the date on your calendar. And again, fill out the detail on the forms properly. Take your time. Take as much time as you need to fill out the form. Well, not too much, but definitely take like a good 10-15 minutes to fill out the details properly so that everything is done according to the rules and the regulations. And also, do not make to follow us on our official handles as well so that you are updated with the information as to what is happening with the BGIS and how the tournament is progressing to the further dates.
I mean, Johnny, to be honest, this day has been a remarkable day. And I feel like Group 4 is a big reason why this day had been made remarkable. But I'm pretty sure every single viewer that was sitting at home watching all of this action has enjoyed it. And if you guys have watched this action and enjoyed all of this action in general, you guys need to follow all our official socials. So go ahead and follow all these socials, subscribe our YouTube channel, go on Instagram, whatever social media platform you guys like to use, follow all the socials. But Johnny, considering our show is coming to an end as well, do you have any last words that you want to say?
Just can't wait for tomorrow. That's it.
Exactly. Well, you know what? As Johnny said, just can't wait for tomorrow because these groups are actually bringing a lot of surprises, a lot of astonishing moments. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for today from Necro and Johnny. That's going to be it from us. See you guys tomorrow.